to sit, set of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it is the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtain. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. 1 sip, 2 sips, set of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it is the best way to survive. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. 1 sip, 2 sips, set of feeling so alive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. 1 sip, 2 sips, set of feeling so alive.
I gotta fix that. It ends abruptly. Good morning, or good afternoon, good lunchtime, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Where,
these are my
whatever
kinds of
time zone you're
hours.
right, whatever time zone you're in, welcome in. It's daytime. Oh goodness. So how are you this morning, Miss Dolphin?
Slowly trying to wake up. I'm almost there.
Oh,
How are
good.
you doing?
I'm doing much better. I've been up since quite a while, but it was a beautiful, beautiful morning, and I had some things on my mind this morning, and I was like, you know what?
Hmm.
Scheduling this thing for a little bit later. I got to go for a walk. I got to get some exercise and all that good stuff, and I was hungry. And they got some pretty decent food down on the corner. So
Oh,
I took a walk down to the corner. We only got two things down there that to even go to. So I took a walk
hmm.
down there and got a couple things I needed and grabbed me some food and came back and just got finished eating a few minutes ago. So I'm good to go.
Yeah, no, I haven't eaten yet, but I'll probably
Well,
order something
I-
in a minute.
I've had to start getting in the habit of trying to eat before the lives because then I start getting hungry during the lives and I'm like, ah. So, yeah. But anyway, I'm good to go now. Let's see what's going on over here in chat. Who we have this morning? Forrest, always welcome in and thank you. Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo. Guys, guess what I will have here tomorrow? I will have my Cat 6 Ethernet cable and I'll be hardwired in and y'all can tell me if I
Oh,
still cut.
nice.
Yes, y'all
Hmm.
can tell me if I still cut in or out. And
Awesome.
because I've been looking into different headsets because I have to wear my glasses, right? And some of
Hmm.
the ones I was viewing, like those are not going to work with my glasses the way the ones I have right now do. So I'm
Hmm.
going to wait and test these with my new cable.
Hmm.
But because I did look into some that I could wear with glasses, so I'm like, I'll just wait and see how it works with the cable. So Joy, welcome in.
You know,
Uh,
I wear glasses, and the one that I recommended to you, it doesn't bother me at all
it
with the
doesn't.
glasses.
Okay,
Hmm.
great, great. That is good to know. Thank you
You
for
know, I
giving
have
that.
this thing on for like 10, 12 hours. So,
Right, right, right,
hmm.
right. And I trust you on that. So I appreciate that feedback because that's something I was going to ask you about later. But I'm going to test it with the new cable and see if we don't have any more cutting out issues with any of us. So
Hmm.
trying to get there, guys, to make it a much better cohesive stream for everyone. Firefly, welcome in, welcome in. Good luck today. I know you got some things going on there, girlfriend. So I wish you well with that. Um, we'll get. You know what, guys? I was reviewing on my walk because I had my phone with me. I was reviewing a little bit of that Karen Reed hearing, and they had an interesting argument going on about third party culprits. That I was like,
What?
yeah. So, um,
That the
I don't know.
defense brought up?
I believe it was, yes. The
Oh,
defense
okay.
the defense was bringing it up, but we've
Mhm.
heard about third. We heard the same argument over in Delphi, but it was the judge is like there has to be a nexus and all these things. Well, the argument seemed to be a little different in the Reed case, and I don't I think it may vary state to state on what kind of rules they have on third party culprits. But I'm going to look into that kind of stuff because it intrigues me that the case laws and things like that. But I don't know if we'll have time to review any of that hearing this morning because we do got some other things to get to. But you guys know it's all over the place. You can go watch it. But everybody seems to be all the major networks are carrying it, of course. So but that's the only part I caught of it. And I only turned it on because I was on the walk. I was like, oh, I like to listen to something while I'm walking, and so anyway, yeah, I listened for a minute. I was like, interesting argument. I'll have to get back to that. So, especially now that we hear, Anne mentioning other alternative suspects and things of that nature. So that's why it
Mhm.
intrigued me. Um, Welcome in, Texas Ranger. Good morning or noon, whatever it is for you guys. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. Um, there were a couple of documents that were dropped. I'm not going to spend hours and hours going through all of the docs at one time. There's a couple I do want to go over, and they're short ones, and they're just responses to stuff we've already went over. So they're just going to be updates on what was happening. But there was some interesting things in a couple of them, and just something I noticed with some dates I want to talk about as well.
Okay.
And Bree, that's going to be part one of the show, and we're going to look at a couple of things. A little interview Steve Gonzalez did. I want to something he said in there made me think about some of the dates, and I was like, I got to figure this out. Maybe you guys can help me figure it out together. We'll see. And then after we're done with that, we are going to move into Stefan Stearns because many of you, I don't know if you follow the case or not, but Dolphin and I do.
Mhm.
And there have been a bunch of new phone calls, audios released, and shout out to Grizzly True Crime. Forrest, if you could drop her link in chat, I would appreciate it because she's been gracious through this whole process. She does her show, does her thing, but then she'll release these phone calls in an unedited version, and it's for all creators to use on their shows, so we can have our own comments and things of that nature. So I really appreciated that out of her because I'm not seeing that a lot out there. You know what I mean? And so shout out to her for making that happen. For the rest of us, we do have a FOIA request in, but it hasn't come through yet. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and play what she's got compilated there. And because there were some, of course, it's whiny Stearns, but he also said some interesting things during these phone calls. So we're going to take a look at that and review it together. Um, and see what's going on there. Let me pull up what I have set up here for this morning for us to look at. Okay, so this is, well, actually, there was two. Um, this one is just a little piece I wanted to share because people can keep thinking that there was this, horrific crime scene. Of course, it was a horrific crime scene. That's the wrong way to state that. But people speculating on the way this crime scene was. And I found this article this morning while I was looking up some information on something, and I just thought it was interesting enough to share. Um, when was this written? November 29th of 2022. I don't recall ever seeing it before. I mean, I've heard it talked about, but I haven't seen this particular thing. Um, Thank you, Forrest. Yeah, you guys go over and check her out. Most of you know who she is anyway. Um, okay, so this is Steve Gonzalez, and I have to have my justice. Dad of slain Idaho student pleads with the public for help. Um, Part of the reason we didn't have a funeral is because she couldn't be guaranteed that the monster was not going to be there. Wow. And I know someone personally who's at her daughter's funeral. Investigators warned her the person could show up at the funeral. That's a
Mhm.
real thing, you know. I probably would have done it anyway and been watching for any freak that didn't belong. But that's just me. But I understand where he's coming from. I would rather just play the news piece than read the whole article. Let me get it back to the beginning for us. Okay, let me Make it a little bigger. You guys let me know if you can hear everything, see everything okay, all that good stuff. All right, better work.
Click dismiss really quick.
What?
Never mind.
You'll both move in with me.
In the right
Yeah.
corner.
What's going on here?
is the
We're interviewing the
countdown.
new housekeeper.
Something.
Well, here we go.
Police are searching for at least 2 suspects after a high-speed chase ended at
good Lord.
Disneyland. The
Yeah,
chase
that's what I was
ended at the
telling you about.
Pixar
It was getting
Pals
ready to
parking
switch to a
structure.
different video.
Miles an hour
Oh,
on
it
the northbound
switched on
5.
me. I see what you're saying. Hold on, guys. Let me pull that back up the right way because I was trying to focus on something. Thank you, Dolphin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it wasn't on a playlist. It was on my bookmarks. Duh. Okay. All right, now we're back to it.
It's muted.
Yeah, I didn't start it yet.
Okay.
This morning, students on edge at the University of
dismiss really
Idaho as
quick.
the search
Right
for the
corner.
killer in that brutal quadruple homicide enters its 3rd week.
It is disconcerting that there is somebody out there who's done such a horrible thing and they haven't been caught.
The school posting this notice on social media Monday, writing increased security will be on site for the remainder of the semester. Steve Gonzalez, the father of one of the victims, 21-year-old Kaylee, now shedding new light on what happened that night in his first sit-down interview.
It was fast, and nobody suffered and nobody felt like that kind of pain.
2 other roommates survived on the ground floor, waking up several hours later, calling friends over when their roommates were unresponsive.
Do you know the reason why the initial concern was that a roommate was passed out?
I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume that by the phones being ignored, knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting.
Officials maintain the murders happened between 3 and 4 a.m. and that the first 911 call was made around noon. Just hours later, Steve was informed of his daughter's death, not by police, but by family members on campus.
Let's call Maddie. And then you realize Maddie's gone too.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late-night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority-designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back in an urn.
And now, the families of the victims growing frustrated by the lack of answers.
I haven't earned the ability to grieve the way that I want to grieve. I want to be able to have justice first.
Now, Steve does say that he plans to speak at the candlelight vigil on Wednesday. He says he doesn't want the city of Moscow to fall apart over this. And in a show of solidarity, that vigil will be held in various locations across the entire state. Kana Whitworth, ABC News, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Oops, hold on, guys, because we got to read the part. We got to read this one part. I didn't realize it wasn't actually talked about in there, in the actual audio video. Okay, so the father of Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the 4 university students mysteriously stabbed to death in an off-campus house, said he's feeling a little defeated and frustrated by the lack of transparency from police. Now, remember that a lot of that speculation came out of comments like that early on about the investigation. But Steve Gonzalez said he supports and trusts the law enforcement officers who are diligently working on the investigation. I have to assume and hope that this is all part of their plan and they've got this all figured out. I know that there's some really good, hardworking guys and girls that are on the case that I've met. They looked me in the eyes and told me straight out that they were working and they're doing everything in their power. Gonzalez added, "My wife's biggest fear, part of the reason we don't have a funeral is because of she couldn't be guaranteed that the monster was not going to be there." Gonzalez, 21, her lifelong best friend Madison Mogan, another roommate Xana Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan Chapin, both 20, were killed in the girls' off-campus house in the early hours of November 13th. At the time, no suspects had been named. The two roommates were in the house at the time and survived, appearing to have slept through the crimes, which we know now is not quite the case. The surviving roommates are not considered suspects. You can imagine sending your girls to college. We read that part. So I want to get to the part where he talks about something very specific. Let me see where it was at in here. Because they talk about the 911 call, which we all know about all of that stuff. Right here. Gonzalez said the students died quickly and did not bleed for hours, so an earlier 911 call would not have saved their lives. That they didn't bleed for hours tells you the way their wounds were, certain things may have been hit that caused them to bleed out pretty quickly. Do you know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
my take on that. And that's just all I wanted to show, because all we hear all this what about all the blood and the smells and the this and that and the others, but I just wanted to provide that little bit of information for the community.
Oh, you said smells.
Yeah.
What was I watching? I'll have to look. There was something that I was watching last night, super early in the morning, where law enforcement who first arrived on the scene talked about how, they could smell the smells from outside the house.
They probably could by that time.
Yeah. So it made me think something, but yeah.
Well, I mean, everybody's wondering why these girls didn't smell things.
Right?
I mean, everybody's talked about it. Everybody's speculated about it. The door being open, the slider, the cold air, in
Not
my
exactly what I
mind.
was thinking, but
Well, I mean, you're elaborate then.
So right, nose blindness is, like
Right,
probably a reason that they didn't smell anything if they stayed in the house all night, right? But they
right.
left the house, okay? They were outside of the house for the phone call. So they were
Yeah.
standing out there for several minutes, and Hunter went in the house
Mm-hmm.
and presumably hadn't been in the house. So Hunter should have, noticed that.
He
And
probably did.
then them being outside for a little bit, once you're outside for a little bit and then you walk back in, that smell should have hit them also.
It probably did, but it's not
So,
mentioned in the calls that we've seen.
yeah, I know. What I was thinking is maybe that's the explanation for the panic and everything at the very
Right.
beginning of the call.
I can agree with that. I
Mm-hmm.
can agree with that because I feel the same way. I mean, I don't think it. I think we're on the same page with that.
Mm-hmm. Because I was like, wait a minute, why did this call start so panicked? And they were still talking about, one
Yeah.
roommate being unconscious. So that's probably why they were freaking out and they just didn't mention it because they were, trying to explain what happened at 4
Yeah,
a.m.
Jeff, I do agree with Dolphin though that once Hunter entered, he probably did smell something odd. Not knowing exactly what it was because you're young and you're not experienced in those type of smells, but you know something's not right. Um, us that are adults, we've smelled things like animals, and I'm in the country, so smelling an animal and a decomposing animal is not something I'm not immune to, right? But these are kids. So, like Dolphin said, with the girls being outside for a little bit and going back in, they don't know. That's probably it hit them probably as well, and then they're like really starting to panic. What the hell's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
So I can totally understand it. I really can. Okay, so there were a couple of. Hang on, let me check one thing real quick because I had. All right, I want to play this because I want to get to the bottom of something if I can with a date, and it's not. You guys will see as we get into this. Okay, this was an interview that Steve did a few days ago, the 21st. Sorry, I have my window open and a truck just passed. I gotta have my fresh air. Okay, this was done on March 21st. I'm sorry, and it was another interview with Steve Gonzalez. Let me see if it didn't skip to the next video here. Better not have. What's going on here? Where'd my thing go? Hold on. Let me get all this shit out of my way. And yes, I cuss over here, guys, and I think most of you are pretty aware of that. If it offends you, I'm terribly sorry. But there are plenty of well-known streamers out there who do the same. I can only do me. I can't do it any other way. So, with that said, let me pull up my Coburger files. Okay. Here we go. And it did it again. Play a commercial real quick. Let it ride out.
In one platform, in all of the places you work.
This newly released photo shows Brian Koberger giving a thumbs up just hours after 4 University of Idaho students were killed. As more evidence has been released ahead of his August 11th murder trial, our next guest lost his daughter, Kaylee, in the horrific attack just over 2 years ago. And Kaylee's father, Steve Gonzalez, joins us now. Steve, thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
The image, very eerie. And then 40 documents were released that show evidence. They were unsealed on Wednesday. Tell us what's going through your mind when you see that picture.
I see somebody that was making himself a trophy. I
have full signal, so I don't know what's going on. Now just bear with me. I'll have my Cat 6 wiring tomorrow.
know the timeline. I know that he had just returned to the crime scene and he had came back. He had realized that nobody had called 911. I think he knew that they were still asleep. And to him, that's his little trophy to let him know that, hey, I got away with it. Nobody's on me. And this is just the beginning of what this guy had in plan.
I know through a search warrant, they were able to search his Amazon purchases. What did they find?
They found that this was a calculated event. He had been working up to I believe for years. The real interesting part that I found and I was informed was only after one of these witnesses seeing that he was about to buy another one. So their suspicions were he was involved. Then they see that he's about to get another one, and they're
okay. That right there, that part about. Let me tell you. Okay, did you guys catch what he said about the witnesses that saw he was about to purchase another one? Now, those searches were conducted in November, correct?
Well, it said November 1st through December 6th was the range.
Through December 6th. He wasn't in Pennsylvania during the time that search was conducted, correct?
Correct.
So I checked this morning with my son because we have this shared family account, as I told you guys, and I ordered my Cat 6 cable this morning. So I messaged him and I was like, hey, let me ask you a question, because he's at work. He's like, yep. I was like, can you see my purchase on the Amazon account? And he comes back, no, laugh out loud, why? And I said, just doing some research for one of my cases I'm working on concerning family shared accounts. He's like, oh, dear Lord, is what he came back with. But he can't see what I purchased. So got me thinking, if that search was conducted for the replacement as alleged in November, who would have been the witness that knowed about that or knew about that outside the family if he wasn't conducting that search in Pennsylvania when he got back home?
I don't think that there is a witness to the search, like
Your
from
Amazon
back
would be
in
the
November,
witness
other than the expert witness,
because it says witness says, and I've
right?
got the document. So we were all speculating what it was. We just did this the other day on a live show where we did
Mm-hmm.
speculate, was it the sister? But
Mm-hmm.
then I got the dates and I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Well, you
If
could
it,
still have more than one if you count the expert witness who pulled the data, right?
right,
That's
I
one
agree.
for no, the two date
Hmm.
ranges, and then somebody in the house who was there when the knife was delivered in March. That's your other
Well, yeah,
witness.
that yeah, I know about the March one. I'm talking about the November one. So I'm agreeing with you that
Mm-hmm.
it's probably state witnesses from the Amazon stuff, not
Mm-hmm.
like an actual witness like within the home that noticed he was searching for that, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
because we were discussing that the other day. So
There
that's
is
what I
another
wanted to.
possibility.
What's that? Go ahead. I'd
One
love
of
to hear
his
it.
neighbors in the apartment complex, since he used to talk to,
Mm-hmm.
one or two guys there at the
Mm-hmm.
complex. Maybe he told somebody or showed
Ooh,
somebody,
that'd be
like, "Oh, look
stupid,
at what I
wouldn't it?
just bought." It would be stupid, but
But you never know, right? Dumber things have happened, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it just got me thinking. I'm like, well, wait a minute. That can't be a physical person from the family home if he wasn't even at home yet. If they can't actually see his activity on the family account, they wouldn't have known about it, right? Um, it is, Jeff says it is just one shared Amazon account where everyone uses the same login. I don't know. I'm like, I can't tell you all that stuff, Jeff. Just all we know from the document was a family shared account. And all I can say is we have the same thing here.
Do you
And
use your son's login?
yeah, it's all on his. But when I'm on, I don't see his purchases and he doesn't see mine. I'm going to talk to him this evening and like go into the settings and see exactly how it's set up, right? Because I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
My brain's always curious about things like that because I
Right.
could care less if he sees what I'm doing. He knows what I'm doing most of the time anyway. I'm the one that gets all his packages while he's at work all day. But I
Mm-hmm.
was just curious if he could see my activity, right? Because it is attached to my account under his account. But I'm pretty sure it's under his email.
Mm-hmm.
But then maybe no, because I got the email confirmation that I ordered it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we have our separate email accounts on there, yeah, he can't see what I'm doing and I can't see what he's doing. So that just made me curious as to when the dates of the search was, he was still in Moscow. So it couldn't have been a physical witness from the family home that saw him doing the search. That's all I was getting at.
Oh,
So
okay.
then,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then it made me wonder. Then these alleged witnesses have to be from the Amazon people that can provide the proof that this was done, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the way it reads, in the document is one way, and the way Steve says it is someone saw him.
Yeah, but
But
keep this in mind too. I don't think that Anne understands the Amazon accounts because
yeah,
and how they work, because of the way they wrote up the AI and all that, saying, she was suggesting that, the AI would suggest knives to you even if you hadn't searched anything related or whatever. She's just was kind of trying to blame it on the AI in the
oh, I
documents.
understand
She
that.
doesn't understand how it works.
Oh, I think she does understand. She's just still
Or she's
trying
just
to.
trying to be tricky. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes, because many of us use Amazon. We all know how it works. If I'm not looking for K bars, they're not coming across my feed as a look at this item.
Mm-hmm.
Headsets are, Cat 6 wirings are, little storage thingy I was going to order for my room. Those recommend, that kind of stuff's coming up, but nothing that I haven't actually looked for or looked at once, and then they're showing me recommendations for others, right?
Oh, you can request your own data from Amazon also.
Hmm.
I've decided to
Oh,
dig into some of the account settings.
right.
hmm There's
Interesting.
there's a link all the way at the bottom. Manage your data. Request your data. is in that section.
Would you want to request it unless you were going to close your account out? Because you could always go back and see what you've done, right? Unless you're just one of those people that like to have all that stuff downloaded and handy. For sure. Let me mark off what I was doing here, guys.
I could think of a reason. Like, say, for example, you're
Mhm.
using your personal Amazon account for like business purchases too, or whatever. You know, you'd pull all the data out, and then that way you could put it in a spreadsheet and then easily separate it and say, okay, these were for the house, these were for the business. Maybe
Right.
you need it for tax purposes or something. And then that way you can get it in an easy, like, spreadsheet format instead
Right.
of having to like visually look through it and type,
Hmm.
up your own or whatever. I could
Yeah.
see that.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually
Definitely.
checking it too to see if they've got any stuff about family accounts. Oh, here we go. Manage your Amazon family. But yeah, keep going. I'll just look
Oh, you're
because.
good. Good. You're good. Good morning, Brightwell. Welcome in. Welcome in. Always a pleasure to have you here. Um, Guys, if you don't mind, hit the like button, please. Help us get the information. We're just our conversation out there into the YouTube sphere, whatever they want to call it. I appreciate it. We are getting views, even if some of them are hate views. I don't care. But if you guys are liking the content, please remember to hit the like button. We do appreciate it. And again, thank you all for coming in. There were some new documents dropped that I wanted to go over before we jump into the Stern stuff. And like I said, these aren't even long ones, but they were interesting. And it's just, I like to bring you guys the follow-ups to what we've been discussing. And this is some of that. So let me pull up the docket here. And I know there's still some we have not went over, but like I said, those days of me spending 10 hours trying to go over Koberger is not going to happen. We'll have to break it down. Okay, so let me, where'd it go? This one here. Now this one is actually a 14 page, but it's still not long. It's just got a little bit of relevant information I wanted to bring out. So we're not going to take a ton of time on all these. We're just going to go over them and talk about them for a minute. All right, you guys can see that okay? All right. So this is the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine about the authentication of the records. And this is going to talk about the records like of some of the footages and stuff. There's apparently 2 Linda Lane 1330 cameras, and we've only seen one. All right, so comes now Brian Koberger, all up as usual. This is about the state's motion in limine to admit self-authenticating records. The state provided a list containing terabytes of discovery in its motion for admission at trial based on an exception to the rule against hearsay. This is an example of discovery practices the state engages in which violate Mr. Koberger's right to due process for a fair trial. How many times have video canvas surveillance footage has been used in court, and they're easily authenticated? But anyway, Mr. Koberger, Mr. Koberger grounds his objection in the United States Constitution, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment, and the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 13. The state has not provided a specific record with a certificate and affidavit. The state has promised certification in the future, but has failed to properly identify the record and how it falls within 803, 6, and or 8. And I did not have time to look up those codes yet, and I always love looking them up. The Idaho Court of Appeals has ruled 803.6, which is the business record exception to the hearsay rules, allows admission of a record or report if it was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity and is the regular practice of that business to make the report or record. And then she cites a case, State versus Hill. The provided list is not easily identifiable as to which records the state is referring to. Many of the records require foundation because the state has not supplied information to guarantee completeness and authenticity of the record. Aside from issues of authenticity, the state provides no basis upon which any of these records are relevant and meet the Idaho Rules of Evidence 401, 402, and 403. Before any of these records are admitted, they must be relevant. That's interesting choice of words there, Ann. Only then does the determination of whether an exception to the hearsay rule even matter. Rules even matter. In support of his in support of his objection, Mr. Koberger describes the size and complexity of each item for which the state requests admission. Now she's got a problem with the size of the discovery she has been receiving that she's telling everybody she doesn't receive. 1320 Linda Lane surveillance footage. Now we know that is the furthest apartment that sees down to Taylor Ave that saw the alleged vehicle pass at what this 328, 329. Hang on, guys. I'm getting messages in back chat or somewhere, and I can't. I'm multitasking here. Let's see what we got going on, you guys. Yeah,
I'm about to have to mute my Discord notifications.
No, I thought I had two of you sent me messages at the same time. It looks like, okay. All right, okay. Sorry for that interruption, guys. I'll try to focus. Here we go. So this 1320, Linda Lane surveillance footage for the 13th. Hard drive provided on April 5th, and then they list the AV file number 147. 1330. Now that is the one that can see the parking lot, right? Linda Lane surveillance footage for November 13, 2022, hard drive provided on April 5th as well, AV 147. These surveillance videos contained in the folder AV000147 are two videos from the same viewpoint. Now, these are both from 1330. They are each a 1 hour block of time. Council has located in discovery video footage from two cameras that are between 8 and 9 gigs of data. This data runs in numerous clips of varying length with approximate total of 12.5 hours. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the videos was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report or record. No certification for this footage establishing the criteria exists. I just found it super interesting that there's actually two cameras from 1330 they're going to be using, or they've looked at. We've only known of one so far because it was leaked. What do you think?
Did you see what Jeff said?
No, I've got to minimize my screen back down because I want to see. So 2 on Linda Lane. What did Jeff say? Yes, Brightwheel, I was getting a Discord notification. I got to scroll back up. Okay, yeah. Oh, Kane. Yeah, you're right, Jeff. I recall that now. In an email, Kane did mention he has 4 cameras at 1330. And if you look at the building, you can see that, right? We'll have to, well, not right now, so I don't want to get distracted. But yes, we have photos of that building. And JLR did a good walk around of that building and actually pointed out those cameras. But we had just never heard any talk about other than that one. You can see 2 cameras mounted. The one we've all seen, and then the one pointed away from the direction of the murder house. Yes. So what is that other one going to show, right? Is it going to show, because the car exits out Walenta, does the other one show something coming in? I don't know. I'm very curious as to know what the differences are there. Thank you for that, Jeff, because that is a good reminder, and he is correct. So yeah, they're going to bring 2 of those into the courtroom are turned over to discovery, and can't Ann just look at them and see which ones show cars moving around? Like, that's pretty much going to be the one they use, right? And of course she's
She's just been whining about this data though from the very beginning.
oh
What was
yeah,
it?
that's all.
51 terabytes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
We're a small team, Your Honor.
but yeah, we're not getting any discovery because they're hiding everything from
No,
us.
and that too.
Yeah,
Which some of that might be true, but.
well, I mean, to maybe just know what was being hidden was the
Mhm.
FBI stuff, as usual with the FBI. That is the only thing, because Ann wouldn't ought to have to go into court and get up against Judge and talk about, I want these subpoenas for the FBI. He's like, well, you get them ready, girlfriend, and I'll sign them today. And he did, and she got her IGG information. And even some of the defense attorneys on Twitter will tell you that was a huge win for Ann Taylor, because you don't normally get that stuff. So everything that she claimed that was being hidden, right down to the emails, side notes, communication, was always to do with the FBI. And that's pretty much spelled out in documents and in court hearings. So I don't, state's hiding, the state's hiding. Apparently, the state didn't hide a whole lot of nothing, because she had a whole bunch you kept complaining about, like Dolphin said. So the Albertsons video surveillance, they're, contesting the authenticity of that record as well. That is a 3 gigabyte in size. The file contains multiple views that cover about a 2-hour time block. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate of that video, whereas videos were made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity. Ma'am, it came from a business. Pretty sure they use them daily, right?
Yeah, grocery stores have cameras running the whole time they're open.
It's going to be easy to authenticate that record. So she's complaining about that. Then we go to the Amazon financial and user records of Brian Koberger, and she lists the particular file names there. So AV236 contains an Excel spreadsheet with information. That's Dolphin spreadsheets and information and categories.
Yeah, I smiled.
Yeah, I could feel you smiling for some reason. I know my girl. Okay. It contains an Excel spreadsheet with information and categories for subscription information and order history for an Amazon account, Mr. Koberger, and his family members. AV243 contains Mr. Koberger's father's accounts, records, and purchase history. These records list purchases for the entire family. Or is it Mr. Koberger's father's records or the entire family's? Word salad. AV398 contains subscription history, click activity, and sign-in history for the Amazon account for Mr. Koberger and his family. AV832 contains a police report from Michael Douglas. Mr. Koberger objects specifically to AV832 as it is a police report. Why you want to object to a police report? And the prosecution must have a witness to testify about the contents of a police report. Like, wouldn't the officer be able to testify to that? He objects to the rest of the requested documents because the records are not a complete record. The court should consider Mr. Koberger's motion to exclude all Amazon records and expert testimony in conjunction with the state's request. On March 12, 2025, the state filed expert opinions related to Amazon records some 3 months after its expert disclosure deadline. If the judge finds they violated any of those deadlines, and they're going to get it from Judge Hippler. He's not going to put up with it. But interesting that this is a police report she's talking about, and it's in conjunction with the Amazon stuff, right? What was contained in that, it was like a report stating we need to look into this Amazon activity. And can't the officer himself authenticate what he wrote in his own report? God, we wish Dan Doolin had done that over in another case. AT&T phone records from Mr. Koberger, Maddie, and Kaylee. I'm sorry, Xana. And this is AV228. Mr. Koberger notes that these records are one copy of several copies obtained during the course of the case. This folder also contains records relating to someone else. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate of that record of the records were, was made, and kept. Shouldn't that be saying where was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity?
Yeah.
Again, AT&T is a business lady. Um,
Honestly, I think in this document, all of this list is the
mhm.
same. I
It
think they
is.
just copied and pasted it.
Yes. Little typos and all.
Mm-hmm.
At least I'm not going to go off about typos today because I heard enough of that out of Joe Schmo yesterday. You in here, Joe Schmo? I'm making fun of you. Lori got on his nerves so bad with all her horribleness. Um, okay, seeks exclusion of these records based on the state's incomplete expert disclosures. This should not be allowed. This should not be an allowed method of circumventing those failures. What failures? All right, the bagel shop surveillance video on the 13th, and we know that bagel shop was right down there on Main Street that I believe would have captured the girls walking, Kaylee and Maddie walking from the corner club down to the grub truck, because we mapped that out a while back on our live. Their surveillance video is over 7.5 gigs in size. No information has been submitting explaining how this video is certified or what portions the state intends to use. Well, Anne, I think they intend to use the portion of the girls walking to establish a timeline on where the girls were. Does she need to hire me? Okay. And it's a business, so again, they're probably able to certify and authenticate their records. Same with the Bank of America, with Bethany and Xana. Two different folders containing two different sets of information. Well, you got two different people there listed, Anne. 133 contains Bank of America records for Bethany and Xana. Okay, here we go. There's an additional record listed that appears to be for another person. That's the second time she's mentioned that, another person. Additionally, sections of the records are redacted, blocking out information. Privacy issues. AV 254 contains Bank of America records for Bethany and Xana. The records are different than those in the AV 133. Again, that would be about this. She says they're different in the two different files containing information on both girls.
Mm-hmm.
The second time now she's mentioned another person being in these particular two different sets of files here. Who that is, we don't know. It could be another one of the victims, and she's just choosing not to say that. I don't know. I have to watch these sneaky prosecutors and defense attorneys. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Banner Bank records for Ethan. The state has not provided, and she's going to go on about the same thing. They're just not providing the authentication of the records, and they're not sure what she's going to be using, what the state plans to use. The Banner Bank records for Ethan and his mother. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. Maybe there's not any specifics in there, but when they were early investigation, and they were pulling all those bank records, they had to turn over what they pulled, right? Regardless if it was exculpatory, inculpatory, whatever. And it may not even be relevant at this point. But Anne's like, oh, what about this? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of speculating. What are you guys' thoughts on stuff like that? With her not knowing what they intend to use. What if the record wasn't even relevant at that point, once they begin to look into things? Let me pull up chat on my phone because I got my screen open real big so I can read it.
She's just trying to get their game plan,
Oh, yeah.
But a lot of this stuff, she knows exactly what they're trying to use. You can't say, oh, they've provided you with surveillance from Albertsons grocery store and not know what they want,
exactly.
to use it for. Albertsons is mentioned in the PCA. They have receipts for him shopping at Albertsons. So
she knows damn well
exactly.
They're looking at him.
And
right?
she's complaining about the fact that it's 2 hours. Well, look at the receipt and see what time he checked out and narrow it down.
Baby.
Jesus.
Right. Timestamps, lady. Dolphin, she
Yeah.
needs to hire both of us. We need to go. We need to send her an email. Look, lady, we just want to help you out because we need to move this along. Let us do this for you. Again, with the Cafe Arista, they're doing the same thing. And of course, with the Corner Club. Now, It's a business lady. It can authenticate its records, you know. This video surveillance is from 14 different cameras with multiple hours of footage, with no disclosure containing what sections would be used. Again, and she's established the state's establishing a timeline for your said victim for the victims, and we're probably looking to make sure your guy's not in any of those videos. Because I sure would have looked if I was an investigator. Once I recognized or realized we got a suspect, I'm going to go back and review the grub truck, especially if I'm not sure of his timeline yet. Phone records haven't come back in. All the car stuff's not back in yet, but I'm kind of got this name and I got this face. Let me go back and review all this video we got from Grub Truck and Corner Club and see if he's lurking anywhere in the background. Costco. Same thing. This surveillance is from up to 10 cameras. And then you got to review all 10 cameras and see which one your guy's on to establish the timeline of what time he was there. Those are, again, that was out of the Clarkston. And what did it say? There were.
That's when he tried to get in, remember, through the
Yep.
entry roll-up, and he was denied access.
We were
So
having
he
a
didn't even
chat.
get into it.
Yeah, I was over in 12 gauge last night, and Black Hawk Doc was talking about that very thing, Dolphin, that you and I had mentioned about why not be able to get in? What was the deal there? You know?
Firefly said something very good about that. Maybe he wasn't a member.
Oh, you got to be a member.
And you've got to show your membership at the door, at the front door, or whatever.
So he didn't go around to the front door because he didn't have one. He thought he could sneak in the side door. That's what I'm thinking right now. Because if he didn't, okay, because if he had a Costco card and didn't allow you in the roll-up door, then just walk your tail around to the front and go in. But he didn't, so he didn't have a card apparently, right? Was he trying to sneak in on the side door? Got caught. And why else would you? If I knew I needed a member card to get into that store, why would I even attempt to go in it? Interesting. Thanks, Firefly, because I don't have a Costco around here. Well, do we? No, we got that Sam's thing or whatever. I'm not near stuff like this. It's like way in town. But I don't even think we have a Costco here anywhere. I think they talked about building one. So, yeah, you guys are right about that. Okay. So, DeSales student records regarding Mr. Koberger. This is AV file 291. This disclosure is thousands of pages of documents that are not organized in any fashion. This disclosure involves information related to Mr. Koberger's calendar, course, work drafts, final drafts, testing, emails, syllabi. How do you pronounce that word? Syllabi? Syllabi?
Yeah.
Okay, syllabi. Thank you, Dolphin, for classes. While he was a student at DeSales. The state has not specified what out of this extensive and disorganized information it intends to use. How records contained in Mr. Koberger's personal school Google account are a business record kept in the ordinary course of DeSales, by DeSales. How these privacy-protected education records are admissible in court. I'd say there might be something pretty tasty in those private records, maybe, like the email.
Yeah, there's something, definitely. All those different businesses, there's something, definitely. And the fact that they're still trying to bring them in, because if they just think about it, if they just ask every business in that strip mall, for camera footage, right? If they didn't find anything in like all those different stores, they wouldn't be trying to submit them,
Exactly.
They would just like toss it to the side.
Oh, welcome in, Butterfly. Thanks for being here. And she says you need it to purchase anything as well, the card for Costco. Forrest says, have to Costco membership here. You have to show it to get in. You guys are right. So maybe that was the thing. Firefly was onto something. He didn't have his card or wasn't a member. So why are you trying to sneak in the roll-up door, dude? Need a shovel real quick? So the DeSales stuff is interesting too, though, because like Ann states, it's the privacy protected education records, and how are those? What's in those records that the state finds relevant enough to need to admit? And like you were discussing before, that email attached to that DeSales account, did he use that for nefarious activities? That's
I
what I
would say yes.
Yeah, yeah, and that
But
yeah.
we have to wait to see.
Of course, we're speculating. Do I have my speculating banner up? Okay, okay. Always, you know what? We're speculating. Y'all get over it, all you lurkers and watchers and whatever you want to call yourselves. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Make yourself at home. We have the right to speculate here just as much as all the other channels out there on these dirty ass YouTube streets. Dick's Sporting Goods, which we also now know by our own research, has been changed to a different name if it's the right location, and we believe that it is right there in that shopping center right there where the August pullover took place.
Is that a Big Five Sporting
Big
Goods?
Five, whatever they named it to at that point. That is a AV270. This disclosure contains a copy of a sales record from June of 2022, right after you moved there. The month you moved there, correct?
Yeah, June.
Mm-hmm. So as soon as he moves, well, maybe he went in there to getting some hiking gear now. He's doing his research. He's done found Wawawi Park. He loves to hike and run. He needs some new gear. Okay, all right, Coburger, I'll give you that. But Ann wants to know, well, Ann, wouldn't that establish a pattern for your guy that he likes to run and hike, so he's in there buying his stuff? But she wants that out. What did he buy in there?
Oh, I
Anyway,
found something interesting for when you get to Under Armour, so I'm gonna
okay.
put it in Discord, or I don't know if you
Well,
want me
you
to
can
show
pull it.
it,
Can
but
you pull it up? Yeah, we'll pull it up.
yeah, it's up.
Okay, we'll pull it up. All right.
Okay.
So anyway, the Discover financial records for Kaylee, they got the same problem. They are 17 pages, including compliance forms and emails. Compliance forms for her Discover financial stuff. DoorDash records for Xana and Ethan. AV265 contains Ethan Chapin's DoorDash records, but does not contain records for Xana Kernodle. I found that a little bit interesting. Like we remember the other day we were speculating, did that order for the DoorDash that night come from Ethan's account and not Xana's? But then they stated that Xana received an order. I think there may be a way to verify that, even though it came through his. You can put on there all kinds of stuff. We
Let
talked
me
about
ask
it
you a
in the
question
last
because you
stream.
used
Go
to
ahead.
DoorDash, right?
Oh yeah.
If I'm Ethan and I gift her an order through my DoorDash account, and I've got her address, her name and address in as a profile, so I'm like, here, send it to her. When the bag and everything comes through, wouldn't it have her name on it?
It
Not
could.
his if it's a gifted DoorDash order?
Yeah, it could. It could say you have the option to, like, a mom can order pizza for the kids, right, from work, and it'll say kids on it or something like that. You know what I mean? There's all kind of things. You can put anything you want basically, but it could have been said delivered to Xana, right? It could have been it could have given an indication that it was for Xana. Yes. And here's how I think that it was a contactless delivery, because the only time you snap a photo of that DoorDash order, now they did change it recently because I haven't DoorDash in several months, but right before I stopped, they did change it to a point to where when you hand the customer the order,
Yeah,
they
they're
wanted you to take a
taking
picture.
pictures.
That just started. That was not always the case. That
Right.
was a very recent thing. And this is 2025, not 2022. But back in 2022, when I was door dashing, it was this, you didn't take a picture of the customer receiving the food, because a lot of customers don't want their face. You just hold it
No, I
out
just
on
put it
this.
down on the top step, and I'm like, here, take
Yep.
the photo.
Yep.
You
Well,
know.
they usually hold it out and I'd snap it in their hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not them. But prior to that, back in 2022, the only reason you took a photo was if it was a contactless delivery.
Mm-hmm.
And you leave it at the door, you snap your photo, DoorDash then sends it to the customer, and you complete the order, confirm drop off, and you be on your little merry way, would you pay? All right. So on April 5th, disclosure is a DoorDash search warrant return. The warrant returns contain photographs, a list of delivery. Now it says photographs, so it could be multiple photographs from multiple type deliveries. You know what I mean? A list of deliveries to 1122 King Road and span as far back as 2019. And most people stick to contactless deliveries. It's and the ones who don't always want you to. They don't never switch it up. You know what I mean? It's one or the other. And I had a lot of repeated customers. A spreadsheet of communication between the person ordering the food and the dasher. And again, that happens. We can text each other back and forth if they need something or they want to add something or have a question, blah blah blah. If I get to the restaurant and they don't got your favorite soda and I got to now text you and tell you or whatever, or they don't have your French fries or whatever. Um, the state has not specified which of these records it intends to use at trial. Why don't you narrow it down to the dates there, Anne? How they were made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity. Well, they're pretty self-authentic. They can authenticate those business records as well. Dolphin, here's your early warning records.
Yes. I saw something about that last night where somebody was still saying what I originally thought about
Hmm.
that. And I'm like, I'm second guessing this one because I think it's something else.
Yeah, you had touched on that during one of our last lives about that.
Hmm.
Let me pull this. Sorry, my sister texted me and I had to pull up her text. Let me get my chat back up here because I got my computer screen real big right now so I can read to you guys without squinting. Welcome in, Sinead. So I'll catch up on you guys chat in just a sec, okay? All right, so the early warning record says this disclosure contains some certificate but no record with content. Mr. Koberger does not know what the state intends to rely on or admit. Any thoughts, Dolphin?
I'm sorry, what? I was looking down at something.
Okay. It says this disclosure contains some certificate, I'm assuming of authentication, but
Oh,
no record with content. Mr. Koberger does not know what the state intends to rely on or admit.
right, which is so super vague, right? And I was just like,
Hmm.
so is she really what they do? Just give her a piece of paper that says early warning records or I mean, there's something in this file. They gave her a
Exactly.
file. So what is it?
Yeah.
Just a text page? I mean, that doesn't make any sense and that's why it makes me think that maybe it's the other thing that I thought because, his
Do you care to
financial
elaborate on that?
activity or whatever,
Do you want to talk about it, or are you
Oh, I
comfortable
mean,
talking
well,
about it?
yeah, I was gonna say I had already mentioned it. I thought, pretty much
Well,
everybody
but for people who may not have been
remembers.
there, there's some new people in chat that I know weren't in there the other day. So what was your
Oh,
thoughts on what the early morning records were?
okay. So, early warning, like when I saw that, I think I initially Googled and found like early warning services, which I think is what people are assuming this is it's where banks have their own like internal kind of like credit history or but it's with your financial transactions where they monitor all of their customers' financial transactions and basically see they monitor for fraud and whatever to see I guess if you've been writing bad checks elsewhere or you've been overdrawing your account a lot or whatever so and then you decide to go to do business with another bank they can kind of like check this system and see whether or not you're a bad customer or whatever so that's kind of what I got from what early warning systems is. But I think the main, yeah, fraud, if you're like a problematic customer or whatever. So, but I started Googling it again and I found something different that was talking about an early warning system. So you have early warning services and then you have an early warning system. And what that is this database that a lot of law enforcement agencies use to log like problematic officers or whatever. If you're somebody who's had like, I don't know, a lot of complaints from citizens where, unnecessary roughness or whatever, whatever, they document things about this officer. So, um, and share it so that, I guess they can keep an eye on it or check this guy's background or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
An officer, not just a guy, it could be a woman. But that's what that is. So then I start thinking, hmm, is this early warning systems? Because in law enforcement, new databases or new ways of collecting information, they sometimes start off small with like just certain police departments, or certain agencies, and then they sort of, expand out nationwide, right? So then I started thinking about the Nancy Grace special that we watched.
Yeah.
It's Brian Koberger, I Am Blank. where they were talking about his school counselor was talking about how he wanted to be in this program because he wanted to be in law enforcement or whatever. And then he got into the program, like what was it, maybe like his junior year or whatever. And then he had problems and they had to remove him from the program and specifically put him in that HVAC program because it didn't have any females in it. So, and she wouldn't elaborate, she couldn't elaborate on what it was. But then she said when she discovered that he was arrested, then that incident or whatever happened back in the past sort of made sense to her. So then I was wondering, so wait a minute, this program that they had at the high school, or not at the high school, at the, I think it was at the community college there
Yeah.
or whatever. Um, what, so if this program is supposed to train high school students to maybe go into law enforcement in the future, are they partnered with law enforcement? If they have problematic students, would they maybe have communicated that to law enforcement, and then maybe law enforcement might have said, oh, we need to put this guy in the early warning
And
system,
flag him.
and flag him. Exactly.
That makes perfect sense. And
Hmm.
I I need I need to contact somebody and ask a question.
Hmm.
I need to make a
Oh,
list of
I know
questions.
where you're going. Yep.
This is somebody I know
Oh
personally that
yeah, ask him
that
because.
knows some stuff about that.
Hmm.
So and last time I talked to him, yeah, we had a great conversation about true crime, and too bad he doesn't live close enough to me.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's some
Yeah, write that down so you
long-term
don't
family
forget it.
friend. Let me just put it that way. So
Hmm.
I can easily. I'd love to get him on the show and talk about some stuff. I'm gonna ask him if he's
Hmm.
still. We talked about it briefly. Yeah, guys, you know what? I'm not in many discords because they honestly get on my last nerve, and mine is my little private office, and it's the only one I have a notification sound set for. I was reading some of your comments, like I can't do those notifications. I'll throw my phone down. I will throw it in the garbage.
Hmm.
That comes from too many years of working with NFT teams and being responsible for a Discord almost 24/7. No, thank you. Um, all right, let's get back to these documents. Now that y'all know I have a issue with Discord notifications and Discords in general, they're sketchy and scary, especially true crime ones. Um, there's a couple I am in that I do enjoy, so thank you for those couple. Um, This is okay. So I agree. That's very interesting about that early warning stuff. So yes, we'll do some research on that.
Because I mean, basically, think about it. It's if it's the financial thing, then that means what? There's some fraud, like he's been involved in some fraud
Right.
or something sketchy with bank transactions or whatnot. But
It's
if it's the
yeah.
other thing, then I think it's that he was problematic, and it
Because if
was
they,
maybe
you're right,
something that was preventing him from getting a job with law enforcement. Because you
and you think,
remember,
and
he
look, that could
also
have.
applied in
I was
Portland.
about to say, did that
Hmm.
show up?
For that internship, and he didn't get it.
Right, and he should have.
So,
If you go by his schooling and the recommendation for the TA job and all of that,
hmm.
if he didn't have something in his record, he should have got that job.
Hmm.
This flagged them. Oh wow, we might be onto something. Again, guys, we're speculating. We all sleep at Holiday Inns last night, so we might be right. We may be wrong. It's a toss up. Let's flip a quarter and see, like Ann. Um, boy, am I going to get it from the pro burgers.
Mm.
Elon Pine, that's okay. We were like, we had a nice chat over there last night at 12 gauge, and
Oh yeah.
he's like, Salty, somebody's saying something in the comments. You know how he talks. And I'm like, what? And
Hmm.
I looked down, it was like being all nasty and told me I didn't know. I forgot, what did it say? I was, not that I was stupid. That wasn't the word they used. I'll tell you, hold on. I screenshotted it because I laughed. I thought it was funny.
Hmm.
It's an alt account. I think Jeff verified that it was started like a month ago. It said I was awful. That's what it said. Oh
Oh.
no, it says you have no idea, Salty. You're horrible. Bye, bye. Okay, see you, baby girl. It didn't bother me a bit. And we laughed. We all had a good laugh, and then they
Mhm.
disappeared.
These people that have the energy to create all
I
of
know,
YouTube
right?
accounts to go after people and go into different chats and lurk and
Right?
hate watch and all that just make me laugh. I was
I
just like,
know. I know. I was just laughing. I'm like, that didn't even make me get like a feather ruffled. You know what I mean? That
mhm,
was comical to me. You think I'm awful? Okay, I think you are too, because I have a pretty good idea who you were. And let me just say, you're more awful than I am. Um, ENS Services. This is the 1300 Johnson Ave. We looked at that on the map as well, guys. And this is out of Pullman. Same thing. They don't know what the state intends to rely on. Could it be a light colored sedan passing by a lady? And she's not sure how they maintain their records. Farmers Insurance, the same thing. So it's just in the Floyd's cannabis. Um, the surveillance in this disclosure from Floyd's comes from two separate cameras and has multiple views. Now, when I went on the map, I probably totally missed it, but I thought I only saw one camera. But I think it may have one on each side of the building. You know what I mean? Like a lot of businesses do, one on each end, pointing out. Um,
mhm.
I'm gonna go back and take a look at that location and see if I can spot it. But it doesn't let you in the parking lot. That's the problem. You
Hmm.
got to stand out in the road, and Floyd sits back off. Why do I know this town too well? Floyd sits back off the highway, and it lets you go up and down the
I've been
highway
thinking
and the
we go
side
to
road, but not
CrimeCon
into the
in
parking lot. I've tried so hard to get in that parking lot.
oh.
I might want to go shopping in there. It sounds like it's a cool place.
I've been thinking about going out there because if we go to CrimeCon in September,
Girl,
that's in Denver. I might just drive to Idaho, make a little
okay,
trip.
well, first, will you come to Florida and pick me up? Are you
That's the
driving to
wrong
Florida?
direction, girl.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
okay.
think Pipsqueak and I are going on a road trip.
I don't like to fly, so it's perfect.
And
Oh,
Firefly's supposed to be coming too,
wait,
so,
wait, wait. That's right. Hold up. Hold on.
because we bought our
Firefly.
tickets a long time ago.
Well, Firefly is in Orlando, and she can swing by and get me. And
Yeah,
then
I was
we'll
gonna say if you guys want to come up,
head to your house, and then it's game on. What, we gonna
hmm
be Thelma Louise and who else?
Yeah.
Oh, we might be on the true crime next. Oh, good
Yeah,
lord.
really.
No, we'll be out there filming true crime, bringing y'all some boots on the ground, crazy uh, criminal stories or whatever. Okay, you probably see all kind of weird shit on the roads, right? So interesting, they have the two cameras. So what it's going to show him pass by 1 second, and like 3 seconds later, pass by again, heading in that direction. Um, in the farmer's insurance, it says this disclosure contains two files, and it has 641 separate videos, and the other has 175. So did they pull, a time range there, excuse me, and got all this footage, but only a tiny bit of that pertains to what they're actually going to use. But of course, now that they had actually pulled all that large file, it has to be turned over, all of it. Now, is it up to the state to say, check out timestamp so and so for your relevant information? And then the defense can come back and say, well, you didn't tell us about this part, and we didn't discover that until the end of the trial. Now we're crying foul. So I say, y'all get it together, because this is not the first case. This was all over the Delphi case. I was so sick of hearing about this shit in Delphi between these attorneys and all their dumps and all their we're unorganized and we can't get through all of it. Y'all need to figure it out. You're making a lot of damn money. And even if you are a state appointed attorney, you're still making some pretty good bank. So if your offices you work for aren't providing you enough resources, I think you should take it up with them. That was my thought for the day. Okay. Floyd's cannabis. I like me some cannabis. And it's legal in Florida, so nah. Crypto.com, financial records for Brian Koverger, A63. This disclosure contains records to show the purchase history and include the time but not the date. Well, that's not cool because I need to know the date. Account activity and the date would be on a crypto file, lady. Don't even try me. Account activity and automated chats relating to account updates. Why were you on crypto.com, dude? There was better ones. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. Well, Ann, I'm pretty sure his crypto purchases might be, and where did he transfer that crypto to? I got questions about this crypto account, and I want that wallet number so bad. Those are a matter of public records. I just need to know his username. And I can go look it up myself. And then I can have somebody else check it out for further surveillance. Activity, and it's all a matter of public record, so there's no doxing involved. Because literally you don't know who the person really is on a crypto account under their crypto wallet. Their name is not on there. Anyway, the regular practice that, so this is where Michael Douglas is talking about. This is Forex DAX, the crypto company. Okay. And if it was the regular practice of that business to make and report that record, on March 13th, for the first time, the state disclosed its expert Michael Douglas intends to rely on this record in his summary. His summary about his crypto stuff. I'm so curious about that crypto shit because we heard rumors. This is involving the crypto. This is all about the very first theory I heard van life when you were talking to Rory and CJ, who had never heard of the case that time. Can't find that video nowhere now. And I was like, I'm going to go check out the YouTube. I hear they got the Idaho 4 case. That was the first video I stumbled on. And she's telling them all about how this was a cryptocurrency thingy. And they were just soaking it all in. I think Brian was the one into crypto. Grub truck video surveillance. They don't want that in. The disclosure contains 4.5 hours of video. The state has not provided any specifics related to what portion of the video intent. Oh my God, I can't even read that without laughing. That's not funny, Ann Taylor, because you know damn well why they're relying on that grub truck video. That's pathetic.
Yep.
Isn't that? That's right there kind of pisses me off. I can't believe she actually decided to use that one because that made her look real unempathetic at the moment. Whether you think your client's guilty or not, it establishes a timeline for where 2 deceased young women were last seen alive. Regardless if your guy did it or not, he was out riding around looking at the damn stars and shit. He didn't do anything. So why are you not wanting to show where these girls were the last minute of their lives? How sad it may be.
Yeah, see, but what Anne wants to know, she's saying 4.5 hours of video. We know that the girls were only in a small portion
10
of this
minutes.
video. So
Yeah.
what she's really digging for is if there's something else in this video that
Well,
they are
was your
going
guy
to try
there?
to point out. Well, yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
So, okay, why not bring it in if your guy wasn't there? Why, you got them alternate suspects you want to talk about. I'm pretty sure one of them is going to be seen on that grub truck video. But you got an issue with this 4.5 block for some reason. Lady, I had a lot of respect for Ann Taylor. I thought she's a damn good attorney. I really did, regardless of what I think about Koberger's guilt or innocence. I liked her arguments, right? Right now, some of the stuff she's filing lately is really like you coming hard now because you know the state is no longer gagged and can now show all that damaging evidence against your man. Now you're pissed. And now you're going to come at some victims and some sideways motions. Wow. Is everybody getting mad at me in chat? Let me check. Hold on. I forgot. Sometimes I forget I'm not just talking to Dolphin like privately. So sorry if I'm ranting and raging. I'll calm down, guys. All right, the Harbor Freight business surveillance records, I got to say a problem with that as well. Most of the purchase receipts belong to people other than Mr. Koberger. You think that might have been a feed they typed out or, printed out, a printout? And then you got to highlight his. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. Well, probably his purchase or use, nor a certificate that the records or videos were made or kept in the course of it's a freaking business. And then again at the Idaho Credit Union, she's got the same issue again with the authentication of things, not knowing what they're going to use. Indian Mountain Lakes.
she
Go
just,
ahead.
that paragraph, the state has not provided blah 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 all the way down to the,
Mm-hmm.
typos, errors and all. She just copies and pastes it for every item on the list.
Yep. Well, some of it she talks about a little bit differently.
But
Some
she
of
ends
it's
up with that.
exactly. You're right. Which is pretty kind of standard in a lot of shit they file. Indian Mountain Lake surveillance records, AV 427. This disclosure does not contain video surveillance. It does contain records of entry in a visitor's log. So, again, was it the damn community itself or was it that little recreational area? The time
Oh,
frame.
Firefly showed me. We got on Google
Uh
and
huh.
went down to the map at Google Guy level, and she showed me some gate back there that has like an arm on either side for a car to go through, and then there's like a guard shack or whatever. So we're thinking that that's. She said there was another one too, but she couldn't remember where it
Near,
was in
is
the
it at that
community.
little place I showed you guys? Where
No,
was it near there though?
no.
But was it in his community at all?
Yeah,
Right.
it was
Y'all
on
just
the
show me on the
edge of
map.
it.
Y'all want
Yeah.
to look at it on the map because I'm curious. The time frame exceeds the date Koberger was
Let me see
arrested.
if I can find it.
What is that? She says the time frame exceeds the date that he was arrested.
Yeah, there are entries after he was arrested, after December 30th. So,
So maybe they just pulled the records to check to see if he had been there, and now they have to turn him over. But why would you check? Did that check come after the arrest? Why would it exceed the date? Maybe it started before the date though,
yeah, it did.
and then it ended after. Okay, and with your word salad, I ain't got enough dressing right this second. Hold up. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on, blah, 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 blah. Same thing with Joanne Fabrics. What does she got a problem with in there? Was it either just the certificate for records and videos? Okay, so they got records and videos there. The Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke body cam video on August 21st. This disclosure cannot be presented by the state pursuant to Idaho RE 803. It is not a business record. Well, not like a technical business, but it's a sheriff's department's record. Aren't those always shown in court to
Yeah,
prove when
that's a
cops do
business
dirty
record. She's
deeds?
just, yeah.
Right? I mean, how many times have we watched trials with cops beating up people and it's on the damn body cam, authenticated, and whatever. I probably just said that wrong. Okay, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy. Okay, we just read that. Sorry. Latah County Sheriff's Office citation issue. She's got a problem with that too. The disclosure cannot be presented by the state, and that is mentioned in another one of the
Oh,
documents. Go
yeah.
ahead. You
Did
got
you
a thought?
notice the interesting piece about that, the other document for this? This is in the 404B,
The
like the
new one.
latest.
Okay, we're going to review that one in just a minute.
Okay, then never mind. Go ahead.
All right, man. We are always on the same page. I appreciate you. Okay. We were probably thinking the same thing as we were reading all that. Marshall's financial records for Mr. Koberger, and there's three AV files on that: 269, 350, and 861. Oh, and a fourth one. And the disclosures contain Marshall's receipts, so we know he are these shower curtain purchases at Marshall's?
There better be like 24 shower curtains.
Well, come on now.
In there,
But
okay?
she said that he has an issue, right, with his OCD, and he always changed them shower curtains. So if this is a record of multiple curtain purchases, you'd want it in there. What was he in there buying? Boxers? What's so bad about what he was buying in Marshall's? Now we got a problem with the way these files. They only contain receipts. Okay, receipts of what? Ann Taylor over there representing Mr. Skylar Mead, who stood silent as well, knowing damn well that dude did what he did. It's all pretty much caught on camera. Oh. AV3, he stood silent because he's not guilty. Well, so did Lori Vallow in Idaho, and so did Skylar Mead, standing right next to Ann Taylor with a smile on her face. So it's a thing in Idaho. It's like pleading no contest in Florida. I might have and I might not have. We'll see what happens at the end of the trial, won't we? That's how that works. 350 contains a variety of documents that include police reports, photos, interview, handwritten notes. Oh, you got your handwritten notes after all. Consent forms, victimology questionnaires, receipts, copies of messages, and other documents, most of which are not related to Mr. Koberger. Could they be related to your victims? The state has not supplied a certification of any record within this file. AB 861 contains a single-page document listing purchases from multiple businesses. This file contains nothing to identify what is or who it is about. No certification accompanies this document stating who generated this document or where it relates to. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the records or videos were made. Okay, here's what y'all need to do. Public defenders and prosecutors, make an interim office that can handle some of this stuff for you guys. Go through it and catalog it. Verify it. And then pass it on over to you so you're satisfied from now on. I just solved your freaking problem, Idaho. You're welcome. National Weather Service, they got a problem with that like that. Oh my God, have you ever heard of the Farmer's Almanac, bitch? Numerica bank records. I'm kind of tired of reading this lady's bullshit. All her Venmo records, the PNC Bank. So I guess them Venmo records where the kids were passing money around for drugs shouldn't matter now, and it was just about Mr. Koberger's purchases. You know, what are you worried about there, Ann? If they could show your victims were up to no good, wouldn't you want it in there, like Kim said and everybody else said out there on them streets? Poor children and got accused of being all kind of shit. All this. The Target stuff is a 51 pages of receipts from Target. Again, that's probably a damn printout. And then she relies on Agent Douglas stating that they are providing the records for Dylan and Bethany from Target.
The 263 has to do with him.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that one is on him. So, and then the Ross is also in there. She's got, I guess she's mad because they're just not labeled where she knows what they are. And this one is the disclosure contains, this is with the Target, again, with that darn gift card. This disclosure contains an email trail regarding a gift card issued in 2014. I bet it was issued in 2014 and for some reason sat on for a few years, but it was finally spent at that Target. They don't expire, do they?
That's what I actually was just wondering, because I think I've had some Target gift cards.
Yeah,
I'll
my
look
son
while
has
you're,
sat on gift
yeah.
cards from Christmas for like a year or more, but I don't remember he's ever mentioned they will expire or not. I don't get gift cards. If I usually will gift my kids a card here and there for something, but I don't I don't have a lot of information on gift cards.
No,
Maybe
it
you guys
says
in the
they
chat, do they ever
don't.
expire? Hey, can't you sell them on certain websites or trade them?
I think you
So
can.
maybe they don't, unless you get unlucky and that business goes out of service, right? So the Ross appears to be a single page disclosure and is number 39 above. This disclosure contains a letter to Agent Douglas stating they're providing the records for Dylan and Bethany from Target. I wonder if they went into Target that day while Kaylee went over to the Petco. You know what I mean? They were in the Winco together kind of thing, and they were maybe in this store together, but at this point, a couple went to the Target. Maybe Kaylee went on over to the dog store at the same time. It was... could be totally wrong. I don't know. I'm just speculating in my head. The disclosure provides a certification stating 5 pages of documents. Okay. The TikTok user records for Xana, and this record contains her user history, including use, messaging, and videos. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. The 412 lady? Establishing a timeline? what evidence it uses as evidence, nor a certificate that the records or videos were made and kept in the course. TikTok has their records. We all know that, lady. In 412, TikTok establishes Xana Kernodle's timeline. Exactly when she opened that app and laid that phone down, we do not know. Was it exactly at 412? I don't know yet. Haven't seen the complete record. TJ Maxx for Dylan. So this is a record of Dylan in October. This contains an email communication relating to the disclosure and a single record of a purchase by DM Dylan Mortensen on the 18th of October. That's kind of interesting, that time frame. Were they looking back at all of their purchases from that time? The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to. Wouldn't you be interested to know, Anne? Wouldn't you be digging deep into that one? Forget all them rest. Let's dig into this one, because I certainly would. Wow, bullets and bling. Hold on, guys. Let me minimize this document.
Oh wow, that's
Thank you
nice.
so much, Bullets. I appreciate you. You've been an OG. You really are, and I so appreciate that. And guys, I think I'm coming up on a year streaming. I got to go back and look. A couple months ago, I feel like it was 8 months, and I kind of forget because I don't really think about that much. But that just reminded me of I've been going a year. But thank you. That is so sweet of you, and it's appreciated. Go get myself a coffee or a Coke, girl. I'll get both. And I'll get a pack of goodie powders to go with it because I'm going to need to
Yeah.
I'm about to have to reach for one. Anne's got me going. Good thing I took that walk this morning and touched some grass. Something told me, go get my shit together, but come back and give her hell. Thank you. No, girl, you don't worry about no spelling. We don't worry about that. I don't worry about that here. We all are human. Okay. Right? Right, Texas? Thank you, thank you, thank you. We so appreciate that. You're a wonderful community. Guys, we are working on our upcoming members only live. We wanted to try to recreate that walkthrough, but the only issue with that is the old walkthrough that used to be out there that you could physically get in the house and walk through is not out there anymore. The only one that you can get now, you can just take a photo. You can take, you're in the house, but you can't walk around the home. So we're going to have to improvise, but we're still going to hold a show based around that. And I'm going to have Firefly on with me, and we're going to talk about what we did as we go through that. So I'm trying to work out a format for that. So I got that in the works, and there was another show I wanted to put together for you guys that pertains to Idaho 4. It's a subject I don't talk about a lot, but it's one that I do want to talk to with my community. So if you are interested and you are a member, keep an eye out for that. It's coming, and keep an eye on the community tab over there on the page of the channel, because you have a members page there for you guys that are members. And I'm trying to do sneak peeks and things like that, and then that's where you guys will see our members only stuff coming down as well. Again, thank you, Bullets, for that. You were so sweet of you. All right. So we'll get back to the document so we can get on to our 911 call. Or shit, not 911 calls. I got that on the brow.
No.
The Stearns calls. So
Okay, yeah.
drag on his ass. It's going to be a long stream, apparently. Anyway, guys, I'm not going to read the rest of this BS because she's just, I think she's might be stabbing herself a little bit here by not digging deep in some of these documents. You know what I'm saying? That's on you, Ann Taylor. So I want to move on to one of the ones that Dolphin just mentioned a second ago. So that was our
404B.
Yeah, that was our defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine on those. Okay, so we're going to move on to the 40B, right, Dolphin? Yeah, let's cover that next because it pertains to what we were just talking about, and we'll see what. Okay, let me find it here on the list. What was the date on that one? Let's see, it's got to be right here.
3/21/25. I think that's the latest 404B.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's the latest 404. There it is, right here. Click. Okay, let me grab this, guys.
Check it.
Yeah, let me get that up here for you. Dolphin, will you read this one while I take a break for a moment? I did right.
Yeah, let me just double
Look,
check that this is,
this
yeah,
is the
this is
right
the
one.
right one.
It was so
Hmm.
funny because last night 12 Gauge tried to get Dolphin to come on stage.
Oh
Shout out
God.
12 Gauge. He gave it a
Yeah.
good run. He was reading a document and I was co-hosting. He was gracious enough to ask me to join him. So I got up there and Dolphin joined chat and he wanted Dolphin to come up just to read the documents because he's really impressed with her reading abilities and the way she sounds. She's got that perfect radio voice, you know what I mean?
Oh God. um, yeah, but that was that 51-page make and model document, and I was like, I already read that
I
thing,
know she did.
and
You're
it took
right.
me hours to
Every
get through it.
everybody understood. They did that. I was watching chat, and they really understood. They knew you had done read that long document, so they totally understood why you were not going to come and read it again.
Yeah.
But he took it like a champ. He really did. Um, if we could drop 12 Gauge's link for us, please. That was a nice little chat last night we had over there, and you
Hmm.
guys go check it out. It was nice. So anyway, what is you said? Let's see. Thank you, Forrest. Having a stupid iPhone, it's hard to become a member. Oh, you know what, Bullets? I don't thank you, Forrest, if you because I've heard there's like a issue between a difference in the iPhones and the Androids. So if you explained that to her, I appreciate that. I don't see. I'm trying to catch up to see, but
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that in
yeah.
somebody else's stream. It's where I guess the location for joining on the phone is in a slightly different spot
Okay.
in the app.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Butterfly, thank you for coming in, hun, and catch our Stern stuff coming up on replay. I'd love to have you up when we talk about that case. So be in touch with me, girlfriend. I love you and I miss you. Have a good one. Um, she's a sweetheart. I love my butterfly. Okay, Dolphin, do you want to pull your screen up, hun? Would it be easier, or you want me to?
Yeah,
You're
I've
already
got
ahead of
it.
me. Are you already ahead of me? Aren't you?
Yeah, I'm laughing at Texas Ranger. I don't see it, but I
Let me
have
see.
heard so many things. People say things about my voice, and
Oh yeah.
it's crazy because when I worked for Turner Broadcasting here in Atlanta, they used to be the parent company for CNN,
Uh huh.
and so it's like you've got Cartoon Network, TBS, all these
Right.
companies, and I would talk to different people
Bro,
on the
that was my
phone.
network for decades.
Yeah.
That's all I watched. Now I find out one of my closest friends, that's where she
Oh
worked the whole
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, somebody tried to get me to do voiceovers, and I at the time because I had first started working for
Oh,
them, and I
wow.
said,
That's
"Oh, I
interesting.
didn't know what voiceovers, were really about. I should
Yeah.
have done it because people who do
Yeah.
voiceovers make really good money."
Oh my god, it's such a
Um,
side hustle. You should do it now.
well, maybe.
You got connections. I know you do.
Yeah, yeah. I just
Talk to some people.
So yeah, I've heard voiceovers, like you said, radio DJ,
Yeah.
and I in the gaming community, I have heard that I should do like 1-900 numbers. So
Oh, I love it.
I
I
was
could
just
hear
like,
it.
oh
I could
my
hear it now.
goodness.
Do it, Dolphin. Give us an example.
Oh my God. Now, to be honest, it was weird. I think I had yawned or stretched or something one night when I was in
Oh.
Discord talking to a bunch of guys,
Oh my god.
that I was gaming with, and they were
Yeah.
like, "Oh my God, I feel like I'm on a 1-900 number." And I was
Oh
just like,
shoot.
"What?"
Dolphin's like,
No.
holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
All
So,
right.
no, I've heard that.
I gotta run grab my Coke. I forgot I popped it in the freezer. I just remembered. So yeah, Bling, I gotta go get my Coca-Cola out of the freezer before she explodes.
Is
All
this
right.
my screen that's up?
That is your screen, ma'am.
Okay.
All right,
Alrighty, I'll
guys.
start
Dolphin's
reading
gonna
this.
read this, and I'll be right back, and then we're gonna talk about how it pertained to the last doc we read.
Okay. This is the state's reply to defendant's objection to state's notice of intent to use IRE 404B evidence. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and submits the following reply to the March 17th, 2025 defendant's objection to state's notice of intent to use IRE 404B evidence. The state has given notice of its intent to present evidence of an August 21st, 2022 contact between Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke and the defendant. This contact occurred as a result of Deputy Duke conducting a traffic stop on a vehicle that was exceeding the posted speed limit. I like these little extra nuggets of information because we originally were told this was just a seatbelt ticket, and they actually stopped him for speeding. The driver of the vehicle was the defendant, Brian Koberger. During the course of this contact, Mr. Koberger provided the following information to Deputy Duke: his name, date of birth, address, 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington 99163, and his telephone number. Deputy Duke also identified the defendant's Hyundai Elantra and license and registration. Although Mr. Koberger was stopped for exceeding the posted speed limit, Deputy Duke elected to only issue an infraction citation for failing to use his seatbelt. The purpose of the state offering this evidence is to prove Mr. Koberger's admissions and acknowledgments as to his identity, address, phone number, and vehicle. The state is not asserting that the reason for the stop, exceeding the posted speed limit, nor the defendant's failure to use his seatbelt are crimes or wrongs that prove his identity. Rather, the state is only offering the defendant's admissions and acknowledgments of his identity, address, phone number, and vehicle ownership. In his objection to this evidence, the defendant conflates the use of 404B evidence to infer identity based on prior conduct similar to the charged offense with direct evidence of defendant's identity. A traffic stop for speeding and a citation for failing to use his seatbelt have no connection to the offenses charged in this case: burglar and murder, burglary and murdery. Oh my God. Burglary and murder. Okay. The
Now I don't
case,
feel so bad. I'm loving.
yeah.
I just got
I
back.
haven't had a drink of water or anything. I have a bottle of
Oh,
water right next to me, and
I'll,
I'm just like, hmm.
girl, I just look. I caught my Coke. I bought when I went for my walk. I went to the store and I got like a 24-ounce bottle Coke, and I haven't had like a bottle one like that. Anyway, I stuck it in the freezer. I got to
Uh-huh.
it just in time. It's like all slushy, like a icy. It's so good.
Hmm.
But so if you need some water, you get you a drink of water,
I
girlfriend.
did actually just. I have
Okay.
some right next to me, and I have some lip balm in my desk drawer.
The lip balm is a
Mm.
must-have. I got this new one, and it's like a nude almost, but it's infused with clear quartz crystals.
Hmm.
It's
Oh, that
good. I
sounds
like
nice.
it. Yeah, I love my
Huh.
crystals. Anyway, nice for my
Um,
self-care.
no, definitely.
Anyway, all right, you can.
Okay.
All right, you good?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay.
The cases cited by the defendant all deal with efforts by the prosecution to offer evidence of prior criminal acts for the purpose of proving the defendant committed the acts charged in the instant case. As such, those cases are inapplicable to the purpose of the state's offer of this evidence. The evidence the state wishes to offer related to the contact between Deputy Duke and the defendant may actually fall outside the scope of Rule 404 because, as stated above, the state is not offering evidence of the defendant's acts, exceeding the speed limit and driving without a seatbelt, to prove some component of the pending murder charges. Rather, the state is merely offering evidence of the defendant's admissions as to his identity, contact information, and vehicle ownership. The defendant, in his objection, also conflates character evidence with evidence of the defendant's identity. Again, the state does not. Oh, sorry. That again, it's tone. Oh, wow. Again, the state does not intend to offer evidence that the defendant may have been exceeding the speed limit and or driving without a seatbelt to show some sort of character trait of the defendant. Oh, these are funny. Um, as to the balancing of probative versus prejudicial justice under IRE 401, 402, and 403. Number one, the evidence of the defendant's identity, residence, and telephone number and vehicle ownership are directly relevant to connecting the defendant to the crimes in this case. Two, the probative value of the defendant's identity, location of his residence, telephone number, excuse me, upon which substantial cell phone and other digital evidence connects the defendant at least circumstantially to the crimes in this case. I love how he threw that in there. This is so
I
funny.
know. I know. It's great.
Oh my God.
You know,
And,
hey,
huh?
turnabout's fair play, right?
Oh, it is. Like you could just tell he was ticked off when he was writing this.
Hmm.
Um, but still trying to be professional.
Right.
Uh, and vehicle, matching the description of the vehicle seen at and near the scene of the homicides and fleeing at a high rate of speed immediately following the time of the homicides, is substantial. 3. By contrast, even if the jury hears of the reason for the stop, speeding, and the infraction citation, failing to use a seatbelt, there is minimal prejudice at best and certainly nothing rising to the IRE 403 standard of substantially outweighing the probative value of the evidence of the defendant's identity, residence, telephone number, and vehicle. The defendant's assertion, beginning at page 4 of his objection, that if the video and corresponding citation for the traffic violation on August 21st, 2022, is presented to the jury might well believe that Mr. Koberger is guilty of the crimes charged, homicide, murder, and burglary, because he is a person prone to wrongful behavior, is simply preposterous. Based on the above, the state submits that the defendant's admissions of his identity, address, telephone number, and vehicle are admissible at trial with a clarifying instruction such as that provided by the state when this evidence was presented to the grand jury. See also ICJI 303 regarding not considering evidence of other acts to prove the defendant's character or propensity to commit crimes. If the court determines that the reason for the traffic stop and or the issuance of the infraction seatbelt citation are improperly prejudicial, then the defendant's admissions to Deputy Duke should still be admitted without reference specifically to the reason for the stop or the issuance of an infraction citation. This would, however, likely create more confusion for the jury than to simply give them the entire picture with an appropriate instruction that the evidence is not offered for the purpose of showing that the defendant was not complying with traffic laws. Rather, the evidence should only be considered regarding the defendant's identity, residence, address, telephone number, and ownership of a 2015 Hyundai Elantra sedan. That's it.
And see, and yeah, and this is all we knew that they were trying to keep this out, the defense already. And, oh, excuse me. And it's just like, she's continued. Now they got this other stuff in, and we speculated, right, on this particular date of the stop. Is it the same? Because we see the multiple warrants for the businesses located right there, the financial records of the victims and him, and the video, all that's right there at the same spot the stop is at. But they're saying they're using that stop to establish that it's absolutely him in this car. That's right. But is there more to it?
Yeah, I kind of think there is. So this
Right.
was at Farm and Pullman Road, which is right there at the intersection below this shopping plaza, and it
Yep.
was at 11:30 something at night on a Sunday night. Okay, did they mention which direction he was going? Was he going away from Moscow or going like back to?
Well, he was in Moscow, but he was
Mm-hmm.
less than 2 miles from the home. What
Right.
I don't know is which direction he was going, like you're
Hmm.
saying, like
And he
away
was
from the
speeding.
home or
Mm-hmm.
toward the home. Actually, it's in the document. There's a document that talks about that. He was initially pulled over for speeding
Mm-hmm.
on the August 12th stop. There's which document? I got it wrote down because I wrote them all. I wrote down the ones we needed to go over.
The 21st. This is it.
No, is it in this document?
Mm-hmm.
And it says that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he was pulled over for speeding originally,
Mm-hmm.
and then he ultimately got a seatbelt ticket, right?
Right. Yep. Here. Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't say which direction he was going. That's the one thing we don't know. That's
No, I
interesting
don't.
because that late at night, could it, he's up late at night, takes some late night drives. Was he just starting out his late night drive, headed toward the area to go surveil? that late at night, you got to go late at night, right? You wouldn't do it earlier in the day. Well, you would do it earlier if you were literally surveilling people. You could. But if you were surveilling the home, you would more than likely do it late at night when you were planning to do something late at night. I don't know. I could go a million ways with this.
Plus, also, this is another incident of him, allegedly speeding away from that area at
Speeding
night.
away from the area. And you know what else I wonder? There was always that rumor that Bethany saw something. Bethany saw a naked man running. What if, and remember now when these text messages between the girls came out, the state's putting out what they want of those messages. So is the defense. Anywhere in there, and I believe that if the state did have something like this other than a phone call stating it that we can't see in a text, did Bethany look out her window after Dylan reports, I see a man, masked man, walking toward the slider? Run down here now. Does Bethany hear a car speeding away at a high rate of speed and she looks out? Her freaking bedroom window faces right there in front of that home. It's a large window. We can go look. Hard for her not to hear and see that, especially if she's alerted by Dylan that somebody possibly just left this house. The next thing you know, a car speed. Did that car leave a big old nasty black mark in front of that house?
You know what? In the document where the defense, leaked more text and the calls, and that's where we found out about the Snapchat and all of that. The first call in their list was Bethany calling Dylan at 4:19 and some change.
Wow.
It wasn't Dylan calling Bethany,
Right.
unless there is one and they left that out.
So, but did Dylan text Bethany before that, stating she was already hearing shit? So the
Don't think
first,
so. Because
first,
they had two calls too after that.
right, right. So I think we did discuss that. Like the very first communication was between the two girls, Bethany and Dylan, was about 4:19, right? And Linda, not Linda Lane, but 1112 sees a car, captures a car speeding away. We got the timestamp on that photo that came out in the document, and they say it's about 4:20. So I wonder, I don't know. Is that what Bethany really saw? And when the defense went to Nevada, wherever the hell she was, Las Vegas, and interviewed her, she's like, that's what I saw. That's what I heard. And they're like, oh shit, you don't have exculpatory evidence. That was her internet rumor, naked running man. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm salty today, ain't I? I woke up with a heavy heart and I had to get right with Jesus and some song. I had to get music and get outside and take a walk and touch grass. All right. There was another document dropped about the immediate family members. Did you see that one? Like it just
I don't
immediate
think I
family
bothered to
members.
look at it.
Yeah, it's just it's immediate family members or immediate family members. But the way that Anne likes to argue her bullshit right now is annoying because the families matter and they got the right to be in their stepmom, stepdad. It doesn't matter. People need to get over that term. That's a bonus parent. I have a father, a natural father, a biological father that I love dearly. He's always been in my life, and thank you, Lord, he still is. But I also had a bonus father who was in my life for over 30 years that I love dearly, who is no longer with me. So, you know what I mean? It's like they both would have deserved to be there if they felt necessary to support me, right? So it's just like the wording of that crap, getting so. We heard this in the Delphi other cases, not just Delphi, other cases. We're hearing this nitpicky stuff. Stern's case, we heard about who they want allowed. You all didn't care about your potential victims if you're the guys for real. So having victims' families in the courtroom, I don't think is enough to. I'm sure it pulls at jurors' heartstrings, but if honest to God, if you're a straight up person, you're going to have to base it on the evidence. You can't go in there with feelings alone. It's horrible what they do to these people. If it's being proven to you before your eyes, you got a right to feel a certain way. It's gotten a little out of hand. with this immediate family members versus who all can be in there kind of thing. Now, there was one about the alternate suspects I want to go over. Do you see that one?
I think I did.
And like I said, they had this issue in Delphi. The judge would not allow it. There was no nexus between, this is Indiana though, no nexus between the alternate suspects and the victims. Some beg to differ. There was no nexus between Rick Allen and the victims. Proven fact. So they were arguing this a little earlier in the Karen Reed hearing. Like I said, I didn't get to listen to all of it. And I don't know if it's like a state to state kind of laws, various things or whatever, but it's something I want to look at. But this is called, let me pull this up. Let me get this out of the way. Sorry, guys. And this was the latest one filed about the alternate suspects. And you can't ignore a filing like this, regardless if she's going to try it. I want to know. Okay. That was the evidence. Alternate suspects. Where did you go? You are right.
Is this the one from March 21st?
Is it the alternative evidence?
Yeah. Alternative perpetrator evidence. Yeah.
I
I
wrote
see
it
one
down.
dated 3/21.
Oh yeah, it's motion about the motion in limine. I wrote it down a little bit differently. Okay, yeah, got it pulled up. This is just a 3-page thing, so, but it's important to the case if she's going to go there. And I'm like into the legal aspect of this case for big time. Okay, so this is actually, this is the state of Idaho, right? And it's responding to this. The state's reply to the defendant's motion in limine about the alternative evidence of other suspects. Okay. So, although the defendant, if you guys can see it well, okay. Although the defendant purports to object to the state's motion and ask the court deny the same, in truth, the defendant appears to substantially concur with legal standards articulated by the state in support of its instant motion, and they cite State versus Meister. The defendant acknowledges that he must make a satisfactory offer proof prior to offering or arguing an alternative perpetrator theory. Consequently, the court should grant the state's motion and enter an order prohibiting the defendant from offering the alternative perpetrator evidence or argument without first satisfying the court that such evidence is relevant and admissible under the Idaho Code 401, 402, and 403. And I really wanted to look those up. I've got it written down to look those up because that stuff right there is make it or break it to get some of the stuff into court, regardless. And they've, again, State versus Meister, and it's an Idaho case. Under that authority, it cites State versus Self, another case. The defendant's proffer or offer of proof must include evidence specifically connecting the persons other than the defendant to the homicides. Recognizing that mere inferences that another person could have committed the crime will most likely not be relevant, and, if relevant, will still be subject to the limitations and the provisions of IRE 403. The state further requests that the court set as a reasonable deadline for the defendant to make any proffer offers of proof regarding alternative perpetrator evidence or arguments sufficiently prior to trial so the issue can be fully reviewed by the court. Appropriate admissibility decisions made, and the parties prepared to proceed. And I agree with that on both sides. I get your reasonable doubt. I get it all day long and twice on Sunday. But if you're going to walk in there with an alternative suspect and name a name, I think you need to have something to back it up. I get the burden of proof's on the state, but the burden of proof may be on you if you're willing to walk in there and bring somebody else into it and name them. You need to tell me why you feel it's them. Was it the untested blood? Was it you're still suspicious even though they were cleared? What is it, right? I mean, come on. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? I'm just going to ramble if y'all let me. Anybody still hanging out in chat? What are y'all doing? Uh, wouldn't it be hilarious if Hitler said, "We ain't having a Brianism"? Come on now. Come on. No, we don't want none of that. Hitler's already said that, I think. Hitler's already said it. Hitler's like, y'all ain't in. Hitler's like, y'all ain't in Judge's courtroom no
That's
more.
for sure.
You know, I liked old Judge. He was all laid back, and you could tell he was thinking about shit. And he's like, I don't want this case to fail because of me. What do I do? I better give her everything. God dang it. And then he's like, you know what? I'm retiring soon. Let her have at it. Here, you want to change the venue, baby girl? You got it. That's how that played out, people. Nothing to it. No conspiracies there. Okay. Another thought of the day. So, what do you think about that document? Any thoughts at all? Or is it just bullshit?
Yeah, sorry, I actually started trying to look up the codes. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
the 401, 402, and
Mhm.
403. Did you find
Yeah.
them?
I did. I
You
was going
want
to tell you if you ever want to, since you open your documents up in a browser window, just
to?
highlight that section that said IRE 401, 402, and 403. Right click, search on the web, and you'll come up with the exact results for the page
Okay,
for
hold on.
their
Let me get
codes.
over here and do this. Let me get over here.
Yeah, they're listed on page 2 of that document.
Yeah. Oops. Wrong button. And which window was it? 403, you said?
Uh, so
401, 402, and 403
yeah,
recite.
on page 2 of that document that you were just reading.
Oh shit, I took the document down. I have to go back to it. Do you have that pulled up, that code? Can you get to it?
I do.
All right, let's do you.
Well, hold on a second. Let
And
me.
we'll review it real quick because I like doing that because it helps us understand what we're talking about.
Okay.
Guys, we will get to the Stern stuff. It might take us a minute, but we'll get there.
Yeah, let me. I'm sharing my screen. Notifications are off. Can you see? You see my
Oh, I'm
backstage
sorry. Let
right
me
now?
turn you on. Let me turn you on. There we go. Sorry about that. Whoa, there we go. You may
Okay.
have to pull up. There we go. Gotcha. You guys can see it good. Let me see. It's a little laggy. Our time on the phone's a little different. I think you're up there too. All right, guys. So this is
So yeah, this was the
okay.
alternative perpetrator evidence, right? Page 2. It was right here. You just highlight here, right click, search the web for it, and then there's something there. I just clicked this link right here, and it took me right to the Idaho Rules of Evidence. There it is, 401. Is test for
That's
relevant
awesome.
evidence. Here, I can make this bigger if y'all need to.
Okay. Perfect.
Um, yeah, and it highlighted it too. So 401 is a test for relevant evidence. 402, general admissibility of relevant evidence. And 403 is excluding relevant evidence for prejudice, confusion, waste of time, or other reasons. So,
Now she's said the term waste of time recently in court
mhm.
documents. Hmm.
So here's, is this
She got
still at
legal word salad.
150? Yeah. 401, test for relevant evidence. Evidence is relevant if A, it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and B, the fact is of consequence in determining the action. Let me go back. That was 401. 402. General admissibility of relevant evidence. Relevant evidence is admissible unless these rules or other rules applicable in the courts of this state provide otherwise. Irrelevant evidence is not admissible. It's kind of, yeah, generic there. And the third one, excluding relevant evidence for prejudice, confusion, waste of time, or other reasons. The court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. So that's what those three codes are.
Well, I think she's got her hands full
Hmm.
with winning arguments on some of that stuff she's trying to argue. I really do. And I'm not a lawyer, I get it, but if you just look at it with the code with their against their laws, you know what I mean, and against their codes, She's crazy. She's trying. She's trying. She might as well depend. She might as well just go ahead and give it up and depend on the mitigation issues. I think that's going to be her best bet at this point. Going up against all the evidence is going to be super hard. I guess she's got to try like hell, or she's ineffective counsel at that point. You know what I'm saying? So give it your best shot, and then if you can't get there, then you go hard at the mitigation issues, which brings in more of your autism. Okay, let's, because that would take off the death penalty, maybe in Idaho. We'll see. All right, so there was. Let me see if there was any more that was worth looking. There was just another one about excluding IgG. How they went back and forth about how they're trying to determine how to make it known as a tip without making it look secret, but without naming the IgG. Does that make sense to you guys? And that's the gist of what that filing was. I mean, we can go over it if you guys want. Do you want to, or you're just done with the IgG? Yeah, I just explained it. That's all it is. They're still arguing over what to call it, what to call that damn tip. You know, it's 2025. IgG's been used for a long freaking time. I think a lot of people, well, I'm not so sure a lot of people understood IgG before this for some reason. But it's been out there for a long, long time. It's been used for a long, long time in a lot of cases. And I don't understand why a jury can't be explained that. And so this was a tip. But once they realized, and at the simultaneously, by the way, this over here was going on the investigation. Once they received this name, this is what they did with their investigation. And then we found evidence of this, and that. And that's the best you can damn well do. So why not be honest and transparent about all of that? Because I don't think that tip mattered unless you can get the actual evidence. You can't manufacture it. What they do, buy a car and give it to him and say, here, dude, we gift you a car. Don't tell nobody. We just drive it around. We're going to pin a murder on you here soon. Here's a K-bar purchase from way back in March. We're going to plant this on your ass. I mean, come on. Jesus Christ almighty. Maybe it's time to move on so I can roast the hell out of Stearns. You think?
Oh yeah. I do
What do you want to go over? What do you want to do?
Oh, no, I just was going to tell you, I do have a quick little, it's like 4-minute video that just sort of breaks down IgG
If you want to do
very
that, that's
basically.
awesome.
I mean, if you wanted to talk about it while
Yes, while we're on the
because you just said
subject.
people don't understand it or
I
whatever,
agree.
right?
That's awesome because we're talking about it right now, so it's perfect timing, and maybe the community will appreciate that. Let's
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
just 4 minutes
Let's
and
do it.
16 seconds. Let's see.
And guys, I encourage you to go look up CC Moore on YouTube if you aren't familiar with IgG and how it works. Honestly, or the Golden State Killer, Paul Holes. Go research some of those people who actually work in the industry outside of the defense experts and these YouTube people. Yeah, do your research. DYOR. Do your own research. All right, let me pull up Dolphin's screen. Y'all remember that. DYOR, and be careful out there in them streets. All right, Dolphin, take it away. What you got?
Okay, this is from the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office, and it's just a video titled About Investigative Genetic Genealogy. And let me go full screen on it. Let me know if you can see it. You
Yes,
see a
ma'am.
star?
Yeah,
Okay,
we got
great.
it. We got it.
Okay.
Chat, you guys good?
You've probably heard of both DNA and genealogy, but you may not have heard how the two sciences can be brought together to solve major crimes, including murder, through what is known as genetic genealogy. The use of genetic genealogy, thus far, has helped solve dozens of cold case homicides. For centuries, investigators have searched for clues at crime scenes. Typically, the clue would be something someone left behind, like a fingerprint on the windowsill. Since every person has a unique set of fingerprints, the fingerprint lifted from the crime scene is then compared to known fingerprints in a database. The database is made up of fingerprints taken every time someone is arrested. As DNA science has evolved, we now know every individual also possesses a unique genetic code. This unique code, or DNA, can be found within our body and our bodily fluids. crime scene analysts are now able to collect DNA left behind when a person touches an object. In 2004, Proposition 69 expanded the collection of the DNA of persons arrested for many felonies. Similar to fingerprints, the CODIS database stores DNA profiles from arrestees, missing persons, and forensic samples collected from crime scenes for comparison. But sometimes the DNA profile recovered from these sources fails to match any profile in the CODIS database. And this is where genealogy comes in, genetic genealogy to be specific. So what is genetic genealogy? Most of us are familiar with the idea of researching our family tree. In fact, more and more people are using commercial databases to develop their own family tree. Commercial companies such as 23andMe or Ancestry.com enable people to research their ancestry by combining conventional genealogy and DNA. These companies use databases to compare known DNA profiles to develop a person's ancestry. These companies maintain the confidentiality of the DNA profiles submitted to them and do not support law enforcement investigations. GEDmatch, however, is an open data genetic research database. People who submit their DNA to other companies can elect to have their DNA also provided to GEDmatch for purposes of research and for use by law enforcement. Genetic genealogy is then used to solve crimes. Companies like Parabon Nanolabs combine the sciences of forensic DNA and genealogy to use genetic genealogy to solve crimes with evidence from an unknown DNA sample. From the unknown sample, they create a genetic profile and search GEDmatch and other public DNA databases for similar profiles that would indicate relatives. Then they use that information to develop a family tree for the suspect. This can lead investigators to identify an individual in the family tree who may be the source of the crime scene DNA or the unknown DNA profile. Then investigators can use traditional forensics to confirm the suspect's identity. 28 murders and rapes in 2018 alone. Law enforcement to identify remains in order to return victims to their families. It is important to understand that GEDmatch is a different database than the common commercial databases such as 23andMe or Ancestry.com, which are not available to law enforcement without a court order. If you have developed your profile through 23andMe or Ancestry.com and you would like to assist law enforcement in their mission of solving cold cases, please upload your DNA to GEDmatch. To further demonstrate the value of this technology, next week our office will be hosting a press conference announcing how the use of genetic genealogy through Parabon Nanolabs has solved 2 previously unsolved cold case homicides which occurred in El Dorado County during the 1970s.
Nice.
Rob, you ready?
Yes. Oh, there we go, stabbing dude. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
He was about to get down again, wasn't he? It looked like he enjoyed that shit. I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That was a great presentation, Dolphin. Thank you for bringing that because that was a great little summary.
You know.
Yeah.
And I like the way that it, used the illustrations to highlight. Here's 23andMe and Ancestry. Police aren't supposed to go in it.
Okay.
They need a court order. And
Did,
here's GEDmatch over here.
So Joe sent me a link this morning. 23andMe has filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
I provided the link there in the chat in case you guys want to go and check that out in case you ever uploaded your, your privacy there to one of those companies. I have never.
Didn't they have a data breach before that?
I think they have in
About
the
a year
past.
ago or something?
I believe that they have in the past. My sister and I have done the Ancestry.com, but only back in the day when you could look up documents like birth certificates and stuff, military records and all that good stuff and build little family trees. I have a huge family, so I don't know who's ever uploaded DNA and who hasn't. I never have, never intended to. My children haven't, they'd be good if they did. I'd be good if I did, but I have no desire to do nothing like that.
Oh, Here it is. Back in 2023, hackers exposed the personal data of nearly 7 million 23andMe customers over a 5-month period.
Wow. So they were stealing people's DNA, or both their identities. Gosh, no, they don't get your identity. They also get your DNA. How? Oh my! They're cloning people. Holy shit! Look, I just created a new conspiracy theory to be all over YouTube tomorrow.
Or setting people up for crimes. Why else
Ooh,
would you hack into, a DNA database?
damn. True that. Like, those hackers that turn law enforcement, they get paid to, you know what I mean? Have you ever seen
Mm-hmm.
those? Remember
Mm-hmm.
that one we watched that time that found that stuff on Keegan Klein?
Mm-hmm.
We watched it in Discord. He was a hacker, and when he was just like heard about the case one day, and he's like, "Okay, I'll bite," and he started looking into things, and he's the one that found out that Keegan Klein was the Anthony Shots character that was catfishing Libby German.
Right.
Right? I mean, that was crazy. We were floored when we saw that. Um, that kind of stuff happens. So, wow. Anyway, that was a great little presentation from Dolphin Guys on a little IGG summary there. So, as we mentioned earlier the thumbnail shows this, but for those of you who don't know the case, Stefan Stearns here in Florida was charged with the death and CSAM for his girlfriend's daughter, Madeline Soto. He is in the county jail in Kissimmee, Florida, awaiting trial for two separate charges. He's getting under the death penalty for Maddie's murder, and I think it's life be for the CSAM. He could also get a DP for both, but they need in Florida right now. They need to fight just one of those battles because they're new laws, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
will be challenged in the Supreme Court. There was only one other case prior to his, and the guy was prepared to go to the Supreme Court, but the last minute cut a deal. So that took that completely off the table at that point. But he was about to, his attorneys were headed there to attack our new law, which protects children under 13 like Madeline Soto and Gannon Stock. That's why you will not see their autopsy reports floating around the YouTubes. You'll hear the cause of their deaths in court. We already know the cause of Madeline's death, and that will be presented in court as well. And trigger warning or whatever. I'll put up a banner in a minute, but she was strangled. So we do know that much. But as far as pictures and reports and all that, you're not going to see it, and that's fine because But he, under what he did, the crime he committed, and her age, automatically is death penalty in Florida. So that's why they're just fighting one of those battles right now instead of going for both, because it would be a real uphill battle, and they know it. And I think a lot that's what people in Florida are saying anyway. So let me get this to the beginning. Now remember, he's a whiny ass. We all know it. We're going to stop and have some commentation in between. Again, this is courtesy of Grizzly True Crime. She put it out there unredacted like this for everybody to use, and told creators to go ahead and do the same. But I want to give her a shout out for this. I could have sworn I just got. Oh, hold on one second, guys. Let me check something.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me get the screen up.
actually, before you do that,
Yes,
let me
ma'am.
just show you the one thing that I was going to show you.
Okay, that's
When you
fine.
got to Under Armour, I just remembered it because I was closing out tabs,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Let
I
me
was like,
let me
oh
get
yeah, I
back here to
forgot
pull
to
you up. Let me get back here.
show you guys this.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I'm going to mute out while you do that. Let me get the screen. There you go. We up now? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just the image really quick. So on the self-authentication of records documents, Under Armour is a store listed. And last night, Firefly and I were looking at this, and guess what? They sell face masks, hoods, and gaiters. And this particular one by Under Armour looks like, to me, it looks like a balaclava. And then I thought, let me see if I can get that a little bit bigger. Yeah, let's see. Oop. Okay, I'm zoomed in. And if you notice, it's all open, but maybe if a certain person went to Joann Fabrics, bought like a little black material and put a bottom, like sewed a little bottom in here, that might be a complete one. What do you guys think?
That's pretty crazy. And yeah, look at the brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those are real popular around here in my parts of the woods, my neck of the woods. I said that different. I said that wrong. In my neck of the woods, those are quite common.
Mm-hmm.
I own one hoodie, and it is an Under Armour pink hoodie, and I'm almost positive my niece gave it to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have bought something like that because this is not my thing. But that's a pretty cool, because you got to think if there weren't even any hairs found, right? Apparently, that were
Yeah, not
his.
that we've heard. Mm-hmm.
No, and there may have been one drop they may have missed, right? I'll give them that. And they may have missed a strand, but if you're this guy or any guy and you're planning this shit, you're gonna do everything you can to cover your tracks. But if you know more than the average guy, you're gonna go an extra length, right? So it would make sense to wear something like that because you're not going to be real identifiable, right? Especially in the dark. Maybe you didn't
Oh,
expect
who
a
should I
neon light
see? Hmm.
to cast light over your eyes as you passed by. That reminds me of Mr. Steve's video.
There we go. Yeah, that's all I wanted to show you guys.
Okay, let me I was reading comments for a second. Mask or just like that, but cover mouth and nose. Yeah, they have all kind of masks here for these deer hunters in the winter. Sometimes all you can see is their eyes and their eyebrows. They'll be hiding from those deers, camoed out and stuff. Okay, let me pull up this, and we'll get into the Stearns interviews, guys. Yeah, he's a big ass baby. He's getting everything he deserves and then some. So I hope that he is suffering the way he describes himself to be suffering, and then some. Wait till you get to prison, big boy. Welcome to Florida. Like I said, you effed around and found out, didn't you? Anyway, guys, everything's turned up as loud as it can go. Oh, no, it isn't. It is now. All right, I'll bring up the screen, share everything with you. All right, I'm going to mute out at first and let it play for a little bit, and then we'll stop and commentate again. Thank you, Grizzly True Crime.
Hey, where the hell you been? I've been trying to call. They've had us on lockdown so often. Every time I've asked them, we've been on a code 5 lockdown. Okay. Which means I've been unable to call. I've been trying to call all weekend, too. So you've been on lockdown all this time? Off and on, yes. On the days that I've asked, we've happened to be on lockdown, which means either an incident has happened or they're just so understaffed that they have to lock everyone down. It's probably more to do with understaffing. Okay. How you been? Well, had the world's shittiest birthday present, so. Yeah. And then you didn't call, so I'm assuming.
Y'all heard what he just said. That he had the world's shittiest birthday.
Mm-hmm.
This was months right after Maddie passed, and Maddie died the night of her 13th birthday party. Her actual birthday was a few days before that. Here he is, all concerned about his shitty ass birthday.
Yeah, this guy.
I know. Ew, I can't unsee something I saw.
Because of changes that they prevented you from calling? No, they were actually moving me around a lot, shuffling back and forth, so I was having to get my phone privileges jockeyed back and forth, which takes a little while. And then, like I said, the days that I was asking, we happened to be on lockdown on those days. So it's just been inconvenient.
Okay.
Very inconvenient timing, and then we were on lockdown all weekend. I wanted to call on Mom's birthday. I tried to call yesterday. I tried to call Saturday, and it was no go anytime. So, but I've been wanting to call. How have you been?
I'm trying to put this on speaker.
Yeah.
I'm trying to put this on speaker. Okay.
How have you been? Can you hear me?
Good. Can you hear us?
Yes. Is Mom there with you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
What's that?
Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is Mom with you?
Hang on a second.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Stephanie,
You
can hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, I got some speaker.
Okay. Is Mom there?
Yes, mom's with me now.
Okay. Happy birthday, belated birthday, Mom, and happy belated Mother's Day.
Hi, sweetheart. I was so hoping to hear from you. I'm so glad I'm hearing from you now.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to call you all weekend. They had us on lock.
It makes me wonder if they heard his jailhouse, not his jailhouse, his ride from the police station from one to the other when he had to leave Orange County, was being going
You know they did.
right when he was making fun of them, calling them the old deaf people with the poodles that got on his nerves. I was so thankful for those poodles. I put photos out of those poodles that your mama had. Damn it, man. Now they're like treating him like, I mean, I can see supporting your kid, even if you thought they
I'm
did
so
something
glad you brought that up. Keep going. I'm
to,
listening.
to an extent, right? I got family in real life. I'm sure we all do. We love, but keep it at arm's distance. Um, he's going to go to prison regardless. You know that he's guilty. I mean, what all you can do is like yesing. I don't know. I don't know how to handle that. I wouldn't know until it happened to me. What's your thoughts?
I just see, so I asked Firefly this question last night, and then I asked another friend of mine because I don't have kids. But
Right.
I just, and everybody says, oh, that, bond is so strong. And, I get that. I understand that. But I'm just kind of like, how are these two casually sitting here talking to him
Yeah.
and knowing, and they don't seem to be upset. They're just like business as usual
Mhm.
and knowing
They're
exactly
in
what he's
denial.
done, especially with the CSAM stuff. Because the
Exactly.
father, wasn't he ex law enforcement?
Yes.
And he was
Yes.
trying to help the police. He was offering
Yes.
to give them his computer or whatever
Yep.
was in
Yep. And
storage,
he
right?
made sure that they knew he was ex-police officer. All that's in the uh yes, audio
So
stuff.
if you just focus on the CSAM case, knowing that they know what they got, against him for that, how can you just casually sit here
I
and,
know. I
have this
couldn't.
conversation like, are they feeding
Well,
you okay? Or,
I'll say
whatever.
this.
I just, ugh.
My conversation would be very different than
Hmm.
theirs, right? If that was my child sitting there, my conversation would go a lot differently than what theirs is going, because they absolutely are convinced that he is guilty of the CSAM, but he's probably not guilty of the murder, and he was probably forced to participate in the CSAM. That's where these bitches are going. And I'm not going to say they're not wrong, but you're not going to tell me he was forced to do anything. I think she might have ended up going along with it once she realized what was going on.
Lockdown, so
Not Jim.
no one was able to do anything.
Were you expecting these charges?
No.
The murder charge.
Oh, well, you know you're not.
Okay, so you got blindsided by that.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not true. I never would have wanted her gone for any reason, so, premeditated first degree is kind of a dick punch.
Did you guys hear that, what he just said? that was, excuse my French, he said that was kind of a dick punch to get charged with murder. That's what I mean, makes you want to slap him. It makes me want to drive down there just for the trial. Because I don't think he's going to get his way. It's going to be televised. Court TV is going to be all over that shit. And if the cameras can't be there, I might just drive down there. Because that's how much I cared about Maddie. Feelings aren't going to be all up in it. I ain't gonna, not all up in my feels. But as a Floridian, I'm pissed off. And I want to see him go down for what he did. Because the damn evidence is so overwhelming. So overwhelming. Do we even need a trial? I guess we do. We're America.
Yeah. No, I was wondering if you had any updates or anything.
Nope, we haven't heard a thing. Just, speculation that she's been
Hiding
put in an institution and hiding in an institution.
at her lawyer's request.
Yeah.
I mean, are you cooperating with police about her participation in any of this stuff?
There's been no opportunity for me to cooperate with anything. As I understand, the police keep saying that I'm uncooperative, but they haven't asked me anything to cooperate with, so whatever that means.
So your attorney isn't approaching them and saying, my client would like to speak with you?
No, my attorneys are pretty much saying to keep my mouth shut until the trial starts.
Well, okay.
Okay. I don't know why they were going to wait till the trial, but that's their business, not mine.
They don't want anything to hurt my chances.
Yep, understand. Okay.
Hey, what was Joey's last name?
Beltry?
Yeah, Veltri.
Joey Beltry? Beltry?
Beltry.
Beltry or Beltry?
Veltri with a V. Like victory.
V.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, it's basically, well, obviously there's concerns that they're artificially inflating everything up as high as they can possibly do it.
They're artificially inflating things. So they're so throwing Jen under the bus, it's not even funny. But I want to do a poll. I can't because this other window's open. How many of you, drop in the chat, how many of you think that Jen may have knew more or was involved in some capacity?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So I don't know
What sticks?
what the plan is there. If they're just trying to scare me into pleading down, or I don't know.
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're just trying to hurt me as much as possible.
Are you able to share the Saturday night before you left for Kissimmee? You were pretty upset about something. Did it have to do anything with Kissimmee and the events that took place the next couple of days?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just stressed out about money and job and everything like that.
Some woman got on a YouTube thing and said that you weren't even at the party.
Party?
Yeah, her birthday party.
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. I went up there Sunday evening and got there after she was done at her party.
Oh, okay.
And we were very happy that I was there. We were very happy that the three of us were together. It was shaping up to be a great week and a great visit. There's no reason for anything to happen that happened.
Is there some explanation of I came up Wednesday morning.
We went over this on one of my lives like a long time ago, this particular call, but we didn't have like audio of the call at the time. And I'm sitting here, it's all like in my head still, so I'm waiting to hear parts that were unredacted, to hear what this jerk has to say. Look, even the YouTube don't care what he has to say. Damn it, man. Yeah, y'all talking about what happens after
At the hotel
find Jesus.
early in the morning, and is there some explanation why you left and went where you went?
I was driving around.
Okay, understood you were driving around, but they know where you were driving around.
Yeah. Well,
And we know.
okay. I had wanted to grab a few things and get my ducks in a row, kind of prepare myself for whatever was coming, but I couldn't find what I was looking for.
Holy shit. He's talking about when he left the hotel in the middle of the night, left Dad in his room, left Jen in their room. He gets in the vehicle and he drives to Northport all the way back to his parents' home. He doesn't get into the parents' home, but he tries to make access to the storage facility. He couldn't find what he was looking for, he said. They ended up finding a hard drive that belonged to Stefan with 35,000 CSAM pictures on it.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I read all 868 pages of that piece of shit document there, Stearns. And then some 22-page PDF. I don't even know what else. Lord have mercy. I'm glad you couldn't find what you were looking for, and Dad actually found it and turned it over to law enforcement, not knowing what was on his baby boy's computer thingy.
Okay.
And then I ended up just kind of driving around aimlessly.
Okay. I mean, you asked me to come up, and we hardly spent 35 minutes the entire time I was.
Sorry, Sinead. This is the reason I'm covering Maddie, because I've covered Maddie since the day she was announced disappeared, not knowing what the outcome would be. And I feel like I would do her a disservice if I didn't cover her ongoing. And this piece of shit needs to go down for exactly what he did to that poor baby. I had to read everything he did to that child. I know how many pages of redacted pages I had to scroll through that were obviously CSAM photos. And he thinks he's going to beat this shit in Florida. And I'm not going to, yeah, I'm sorry if you guys find the content a little too much. I appreciate you being here. And if thank you if you want to stick around and listen. If you can't, I totally understand. I'm going to throw a warning back up. I love you, girl. So, warning is up, guys. He is a piece of shit. But he's going to say interesting things that's going to incriminate the hell out of him. He's going to say things that really incriminate Jennifer. We're going to wait till we get to... I'm going to have to give a warning, because there's going to be one coming up on June 1st that's going to be graphic, and it might be hard for a lot of you to take, but when we get there, I'll make sure I let you know ahead of time. Oh, I know it's no disrespect, Sinead. I understand. I understand. I do as well. I don't seek out children's cases, right? I honestly don't, because I can't. Back in the day when I used to be on Facebook, I would have to scroll past all those damn child abuse cases that would come over me or come through the feed, because I just couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. But Sebastian went missing the same day as Maddie, and I saw the shithole his case became for social media, and I saw what happened to poor Maddie, and I was like, man. And our channel, thank you, Mind of Monsters, we actually have a padlock out there on that memorial where she was found. They had to move all these stuffed animals, and they did all that, and they made a beautiful memorial out of that. But the locks of love are all still there, and the channel has one on there, and it's yellow, of course, with our name on it, and it's there honoring Maddie. And Gannon stock was found not far from where I live, and I have to pass his little memorial all the time, and I do stop from time to time.
Throughout the entire day, and it's like I wasn't sure why I was there, and then I was caught off guard by what happened later that afternoon, and obviously haven't seen you since.
Yeah, well, I just felt like I needed an ally there.
Well, I wish you had come to me and talked to me about some stuff, and maybe we could have helped you out in some way, giving you some advice. But certainly, under the extenuating circumstances, what was later discovered obviously couldn't help you any further than what had already taken place. So the most logical thing would be to have, face up to it and have a conversation with the appropriate authorities or get an attorney or something. But be that as it may.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we got a copy of your birth certificate for Sheila Marino and for your case. We're trying to get hospital records from the TBI, but Sarasota Memorial says you were never.
Ooh, he had a traumatic brain injury when he was about 9 years old when he got ran over by a Toyota 4x4. I believe it backed into him. He was outside playing where he shouldn't have been. He got run over, and he caused a traumatic, according to him and his mama, it caused a traumatic brain injury. His attorney brought it up as well. I think they're going to try to use that during mitigation, probably. Because he acts like he has a traumatic brain injury, but that's no excuse for what the hell he did. In Florida, it's not really going to matter if he's got it. Well, the only reason it matters is he'll go into isolation, because that would save his life in Florida.
Ever a patient there, so that was ridiculous if we know you were.
Yeah. And were you able to find my Social Security card?
Yes.
Good. I presume it was probably in that mouse toy box with everything?
I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
It's in my.
No, I don't recall where it was, but it wasn't. It wasn't there. But
I don't remember if you had confirmed or not. Were you able to find my watch?
No, we weren't.
Yeah.
So
there was no popcorn box.
Little silver mouse
we already
toy.
had your Social Security card, so why did you think we needed? I already knew your number. Why did you think we need to find the card?
Just in case I was going to need it in the future.
Okay. Well, we have that.
How long I'm going to be here, or if or when I'll ever be released, or if you guys are going to be around at that point. But birth certificate, Social Security card might be things I'll need in that case.
Well, the penalty for the crimes you have been charged with carry a minimum 40-year sentence. So obviously we're going to be gone. Rick will be gone. We'll all be gone. We're set.
Rick is his older brother that is never talked about much because he's got a different, I guess, biological father. I guess it was her son. He's like older than Stefan. I don't think they're close at all.
We're sad about that, obviously, because there won't be anybody here for you when you come out.
Yeah, and I'll be lucky if I have another 40 years left in me either, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess everything sticks.
Thank you for saying that, Sinead, because that was one of the things I wanted to try to drive home when I first started reading documents in this case, because it was so horrific, especially as it unfolds before your eyes. What Jennifer was allowing is how many women, and it's not just women, I get it, it's mostly women, there are men as well, that will allow certain things to happen in their home because having that person there is so important. And Jennifer's dependency on this guy was sick. His on her was sickening. Her ex-boyfriend, Steven, pretty much raised Maddie for several years, he talks about Jennifer's behavior and how it progressed, how she would become detached almost. To me, it was like the way I read it is Jennifer never bonded with Madeline. And you mothers know what I'm talking about. She never seemed to really bond with Maddie. And I think that because when she was a young girl, Stephen said she would call him. He was trying to go to work, go to school. She would call him. You need to come. He had a daughter as well, I think a year, maybe two older than Maddie, and who lived with him. So the both girls were at home, and Jim would call him to say, "You need to come home, take care of these kids. I can't do it." That's the same thing that Stefan said Jim was doing with him. Uh-oh, sirens, sorry. Um, it's like she had a pattern of just allowing these guys to take care of her children, her child, although Stephen was a good guy in all this. In fact, he had gotten with an remarried or something, or married or something another, and had just moved away recently. And as soon as he found out about Maddie, him and his family moved back to try to help find her. He was, I was really impressed with that guy, but he was certainly, he actually knew Stefan and said Stefan never gave him any indication anything was odd. Isn't that weird? But we wanted to try to get moms or people to recognize red flags and what these guys are capable of doing, and the way he laid out, the way it was laid out, the way he was a predator in this situation. So red flags are always important.
I wish there was a way that, you know, you and I can have a conversation, all of us could have a conversation to understand what's taken place, how this came about, how you arrived here, because it would help us better understand the situation, because we're at a loss for understanding how all this came about. I mean, we're just totally baffled.
Well, I didn't start it.
Well, you didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as not starting it, but that's for another day. Again, I don't know.
He didn't start it, but he participated in it, but he can't get into any, specifics or details. Y'all think he's like talking to like the prosecution and telling them shit about Jen? Do you think he's just like talking shit to his parents? Anybody got any thoughts? Or should I even be covering this?
Yeah, I just think everybody's typing more.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to read, and because I want to let it play as well. What do you guys think so far? Is he like doing both, telling them stuff about Jen to try to save himself, or is it true, or is he just talking shit to his parents? Yep, red flags, Miss Shorty. Welcome in, by the way, and Lauren MRN, welcome, and thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate it. All right, y'all. I'm gonna let Stefan play.
Details or anything, I mean, if you'd like to schedule a visit with me or something, maybe we can find some way to talk.
I don't know. I think we're always going to be recorded, so there won't be an opportunity to do that. Now, we have to make arrangements for you to sign off on a power of attorney so we can do something with this car.
Yeah.
And I would have to bring a document over. They won't even let me see you. I would just hand it to the classification officer. He would bring it in, you'd sign it, they would notarize it, give it back to me, and I would leave.
Okay. I think I just got the 1 minute warning.
Okay.
So yeah. Give them whatever you need, and I'll sign whatever I need to sign. In the meantime, I'll try to call back in the next couple of days and we'll talk some more. If you wouldn't mind putting a little more money in my commissary as well.
All right, I can't do much stuff because we are really, when I say dead ass broke, I mean dead ass broke, but I'll do what I can.
Okay, I appreciate it.
That could change, but right now, for the next 30 days, we are definitely in lockdown.
Dolphin, you're right. I have to say this much. As these progress, you can tell Dad's got a lot of questions, and Mom seems to be way more coddling. She's all dramatic. She ran out of the house. Remember when the cops happened to show up? the house at like 11:30 at night.
Oh, yeah.
She happens to be running outside into the night, screaming Maddie into the woods because she has just discovered a half a torso sex doll in her son's bedroom and thought for a moment it could have been Maddie. The document literally says that she goes into his room, sees this torso doll, runs out the door screaming Madeline, Maddie, Maddie into the night. There's a patch of woods next to her home, and the cops happen to be rolled up, getting ready to question her, and see all this. I'm like, you can't make this shit up. Lady, what are you doing? I'm a mama, but God, Lord, you got to be honest sometimes.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right.
Maybe
I'll try to get over there within the week to get the POA taken care of.
Okay. There's a 15-minute cooldown before I can call back. I'll see if I can call back again. If not, I'll try to call back in the next couple of days.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay. All right. I love you. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Is this a good time?
Yes. The phone was.
So, guys, I know you're smart, but notice she's got the date rolling up there in the left hand and the time. So when it switches to a new call, it's showing that this is from May 26th of 2024 at like 7:37 at night. So just keep that in mind as it starts a new call.
I was in the dining room. I was in the office. Didn't realize it was ringing. And the second time it rang, I didn't even hear it ringing.
Oh, okay. How's everything going?
Well, good. Everything's fine with us. How about you?
Well, hanging in there so far. Any news or updates on your end?
No.
No? Okay.
How about yours?
Well, I got a chance to look at the autopsy reports.
And?
You can't say.
Oh.
I can't go into too much detail, but raises a lot of questions.
Okay. Well, you don't need to say any more.
Yeah.
Did you get the books?
No, not yet. Did you get notification of delivery?
Yes.
Okay, well, I haven't received them yet.
So they arrived in one location. They have to be transported over from that location, which is outside of St. Pete, and then over to Kissimmee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
it goes to Seminole, it goes to Seminole, and then from there it's sent over to you. So, as I said, Seminole is over by St. Pete.
Yeah, and who knows how often, they pick it up, so.
Yeah.
And then they have to sort it and check it out and then deliver it to people. So I guess we'll give it another week or so.
If you get a chance, Stephen, I found a chess set that is a mat, just a roll-up mat, but the pieces are made out of silicone.
This shit right here cracked me up because I found it funny because I'm like, suffer asshole. I'm like, I was kind of, he didn't even get a fucking bed. Okay, I'm down with it. Sucks for you, Stefan.
I still don't think that'd be allowed.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Well, you can't melt the silicone into anything, but okay.
No.
You can swallow it and choke on it or whatever,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, or jam it in somebody's eye, You gotta think about these things. So last time we talked, you had not found my watch, correct?
Right.
When you went into that box, however, did you see a big plastic purple dragon?
No.
Nope. Big plastic purple dragon?
No.
You were probably in the wrong box then. Said it was in one of the large boxes at the foot of my bed.
No, didn't see any big plastic purple dragon.
Okay, well, in one of those boxes you will find a big plastic purple dragon, and that is one of the popcorn buckets. And that's not the one I'm talking about. That's just to show you that the popcorn buckets look like other things. But in that same box, you'll see a silvery gray-looking sort of box with wheels on the bottom and a brown shoulder strap attached to it. That's the mouse droid. In that should be my watch.
The mouse what?
The mouse what?
Droid. M-O-U-S-E, droid.
Okay.
What is a mouse droid?
It's looks like a little, almost like a remote control car from Star Wars. You can Google it and see what it looks like, and then find the thing that looks like that with a brown strap attached to it. And that should be my watch, though.
I think we've been through about everything.
All right, Purple Dragon. All right, well, make a note of that.
Under the Purple Dragon is in the mouse droid, but the mouse droid is in the same box as the Purple Dragon.
Okay.
You got that?
Well, maybe I'll find a Rolex too, because we still haven't found that.
I never had the Rolex.
Mama's pissed about that Rolex. It was Granddaddy's, and it come up missing one time. Dad and Mom are pretty sure Stefan stole it, along with some money, amongst other things. Here she is calling him out. Well, maybe I'll find the Rolex too. Go look, Mama, you probably will. Actually, he probably sold it and traded it for his comic books and little toys.
Okay. Where is that blue and white little ceramic box that you had that you put stuff in?
That would have been in storage somewhere.
Okay, I thought you had it.
No. No, that would be somewhere in storage. So if you guys cleaned out the storage unit, then you may have come across it already.
Well, listen, we've got a lot of boxes that we're still going through. So.
Okay.
And
that's fine.
Well, the boxes are we just stuck in the garage.
Yeah.
So there's no place to put it.
Well, it'll be in one of those boxes.
Okay, babe.
Anyway.
We'll be looking for it, that's for sure.
Yep, and look for that wristwatch inside the mouse droid.
Okay.
It's in the same box as the Purple Dragon, okay?
Okay. Definitely will look.
Yeah, you'll see a whole bunch of other like Disney collectibles.
We're having trouble getting any cooperation with the classification people there to get you to sign the POA so we can get the car sold and start a little slush fund here for you for there.
Really?
But,
Yeah. Well, they say because of where you're incarcerated that that can't be facilitated with bringing a document back and having it signed. So we told your attorneys about it, and we told them that we would overnight the POA. They could take it in, have you sign it, and I would include a self-addressed returned overnight envelope so they could just drop it off and send it to us. So maybe you can have that conversation with them.
Yeah, because bringing me documents to sign has not been a problem before. When the media asked for my consent for interviews, I had officers literally bring me a form and ask me if I wanted to sign it for consent or not. So I don't think that's really the issue.
So the media's reached out and tried to schedule interviews with you, and you
2 or 3 times. Yeah.
Who do y'all think that media is that's reached out to him and asked for interviews? Hopefully Fox 59, but I doubt it. Court TV, Law and Crime, podcasters, like news, local media, Dateline. Man, do an interview, Stefan. Do it. Maybe I should request one. Ooh, I just had an idea. Oh shit, now it's not going to work. Often you get your y'all must be talking about them dolls.
Did you talk to them?
No, I declined each time.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that wouldn't do me any good right now.
Yeah. Well, anyway, if you could have that conversation with your attorneys, that would be great.
Yeah, that should be able to be arranged.
We got a new copy of your birth certificate for them.
Okay.
Which I was going to bring over for them so I can overnight that as well. So again, have that conversation that I could overnight the package along with the POA. They could take the POA into you, have you sign it, and then we could, and then I would include a return envelope as well, and they could send it back to us.
Yeah. As far as the birth certificate, I guess you would just have that included with whatever my belongings they took into storage when I was booked.
Say that again?
No, I don't know. This is for something that they're doing. They wanted to get your records from Sarasota Memorial and from Irvine, California for the kidney surgery, and both of those have their own forms that you have to sign them because you're an adult. You're no longer a minor. I can't sign for them, but So that's going as well.
Do you have those documents?
Yes, they're in the.
Oh, okay.
What county was I born in? It was Kane County, right?
Yeah, yeah. So we have your birth certificate.
What was the name of the hospital?
I don't know. Is it on the birth certificate?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
I was just wondering if I ever need to find it for any reason.
Well, Kane County would have it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, the hospital doesn't have it. Kane County does.
Okay. So I just contact the court for Kane County, I guess?
Yeah. So it was like $45 to get this copy of this birth certificate. It doesn't say which hospital.
Okay. But Kane County.
But it has, I'm sorry, Copley Memorial Hospital.
Copley?
Yeah.
Was it C or K?
C.
C, okay. Copley Memorial in Kane County, okay. Just if I ever need to get that and I don't have anyone to rely on, it would help.
We're trying to get a hold of your attorneys that handled the things when you and Joey got run over. But it changed so much, and the partners are split up, and I think one of them is in California that would be the one I wanted to talk to, but I've called and left him a message, and he hasn't returned the call.
Okay.
So we're trying to do anything that they ask us to do on our end, we're doing. And
she's trying to get records from the attorneys because they had a lawsuit when he got ran over. Huh. Get them records, Mama.
but I don't know. We get pushback sometimes when we ask for information, but
don't worry.
One of them informed me that she was a criminal attorney, not a civil attorney, and getting a POA done was not part of her business.
That was probably Alicia.
Could have been.
Yeah, she's a no-nonsense type.
Well.
Thank you for coming in, Miss Shorty. Have a good one. Don't work too hard. Thank you.
If she has your best interest in mind, it'd be the best interest to get it done so that we can keep you funded.
Yeah, well, one thing at a time, I guess. If you guys can find my watch, that will be another step in the right direction. It's in there.
There's okay. I just hope that it's somehow that you can really identify it, because
Identify what?
where is that? What the box?
Okay, leave it on that. We'll just keep it.
Up the dragon, mouse toy. Top of the mouse toy.
Okay.
Wristwatch is inside.
Okay.
Okay. What else is here with you guys?
Just going to church, doing open houses. We're studying the Book of Romans. I would love for you to read that.
And Lacey's going to have puppies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss that.
Good God, he's a liar. The dog, Lacey, is going to have puppies, and he's sorry he's going to miss that. Them damn poodles that he hated. He absolutely hated them little poodles. Why does he want his watch so badly? Right, Firefly? What's up? Is he trying to get the parents to sell it to accommodate his commissary needs? Because he needs that coffee and candy? And apparently some paper. There was something else he talked about. The candy and coffee for sure. Oh, saltines. He's good to go with some coffee, some candy, and saltines. That's what he's learned to live with in prison that will last him. So, or, they fed up with supply. What is he going to do when they're gone? Who's going to... we did hear through the Reddit Facebook group that there was a woman sending this dude money on the commissary. And, there's people out there that do it, men and women. Y'all ever seen that show, Life After Lockup, or whatever it's called? And those people hook up with prisoners, men and women, and they support them while they're in prison, and they're there for them when they get out, and then shit goes south. Yeah, weirdos. Yeah, weirdos are out there. It takes all kinds, as Miranda Lambert likes to say.
I love all those little happy little wagging tails and bright eyes, and smell all that puppy breath.
Oh, yes.
Do you know when your court date's going to be yet?
No clue. Might not be for another couple months. It depends if they even need my testimony at all. Which, you would hope they would, but, at some point I assume I am going to see the inside of the courtroom. It'll be a pretty strange trial without it.
Yeah. Well, there's been no news at all. So everything's just kind of status quo from where it was last time. Where have you been for the last week?
Where you been?
Couldn't make a call for a little while. Some of the people that work the night shift, as I said, are not as nice to me. So I've been waiting for people who are. And then, well, I got sick as well, so I've been sick for a few days.
The night shift is not nice to him. That might be karma, dude. Go Maddie. Wow. That's pretty cool. Go Maddie.
Cold?
Presumably, yeah. I've had a pretty bad fever and a sore throat with some serious pressure on my left inner ear.
Sore throat, imagine that.
Yeah, like I said, this place is filthy and unsanitary, and obviously they don't clean these cells before they bring a new person into it.
Did they move you again?
Yeah, they moved me again as well. So I moved out of the room with the ants, and now I'm back into the room with the ants again too.
Oh, well, familiar friends.
Yeah, they just love moving me, especially around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when I'm comfortable and trying to fall asleep. I think they do it just to mess with me, honestly.
Well, that's all they do to be happy.
Yeah, well, it's hard to be happy though.
It could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it could. I know people have survived a lot worse than this, but
yeah.
People have survived a lot worse than this, he says. I wonder what's worse.
We'll see what happens, I guess.
But when it
You
happens,
got this air conditioning in there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So I've got that at least for now.
Florida.
Although one little room they put me in before was tiny and did not have air conditioning, or at least the air was not circulating in there, so it was hot, it was stifling, and it smelled like a little dog kennel. I'm glad they moved me out of that.
Did you got enough bedding to keep warm at night?
Well, I have one mat and one little thin scratchy wool blanket.
Sounds like enough to me.
No sheets on the mat?
Here's a secret he don't know. You get a scratchy wool blanket in Florida. This is true in the county jail. Also, if you are allergic to the little nasty little wool blankets, they'll give you a cotton blanket. And all it takes is like this girl told me they'll rub the skin, because I interviewed a girl that's been there was there a couple times, but she said they'll rub the skin with a little patch, and if it turns red or bumpy, then you're allergic. And it's like almost a natural reaction when that wool rubs against most of them, they'll do that. And she goes, that's the way the girls get the soft, comfy cotton blankets. This dumbass, he deserves that wool scratchy blanket. Because it is a wool. Yeah, she said they're nasty. She said they're like just disgusting, scratchy ass blankets. And I'm like, really? And I was like, there's not like a hospital. I'm thinking like maybe a hospital type blanket, in my mind. And she's like, no, it's this nasty wool shit, and we can get away with getting the cotton ones. I was like, for real? And then she also told me that to get an extra mat, you have to be pregnant. Or you can pay like $10 or some shit, or there was some kind of fee you could pay to get like an extra thin mattress if there was enough. But the pregnant women got 2. That's what it was. The pregnant women got 2, and the other girls could pay extra to get the extra mattress. But apparently he gets no sheets, and he has a thin mat on the floor and the little scratchy wool blanket to cover up with. Yes, and the night is not nice to him.
Bad ice cream?
Nope, no pillow, no sheets, nothing.
Okay. Well, it's not the Ritz or the Holiday Inn.
1 minute
remaining.
He just fucking said the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, he said it's not the Ritz or the Holiday Inn. Yeah.
He really realizes what went down at the Holiday Inn, right? That inside that parking garage, they have this man, his son, on camera, taking that child's body from the front seat.
Was that a Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought I heard Disney Resort or whatever.
No. It was a Holiday Inn, and he went up into the parking garage, and he removes Maddie from the front seat, strapped in to the trunk.
Right.
All caught on video camera.
Oh.
You piece of shit.
Dad's old. He probably doesn't.
Yeah,
it
doesn't register every little detail. He's just like, naming off hotels he knows out of the top of his head. I get it. But it's like, wow. Knowing what I know. Like, this piece of shit. I see you, Stefan. Welcome to Florida. I cannot fucking wait to see the verdict. And I hope the Supreme Court agrees with the state of Florida.
The 1 minute warning. God, these 15 minutes go by so fast, just like my break at work. So I'll try to call you back in another 15 minutes, let you know the drill. If you don't hear back from me again, day or two.
Okay.
Okay?
We love you, honey.
Love you too, Mama Bear, but I will try to call you back in 15 minutes if possible.
We'll be hovering over the phone.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hey
Please,
there.
if that were me, it'd be like, see you when I see you.
Hey, the guard just let me know she's going to need the phone back in about 5 minutes. I think someone else wants to make a call.
Exactly.
Okay.
So this will have to be brief. Probably the last one of the night, but I'll push it till she needs it back.
All right. Well, better than nothing.
Yep. So anyway.
Waiting for you to call back was long.
What's that?
The waiting for you to call back seemed like forever.
Totally.
Then it just goes by quickly when we talk.
Yep, same for me. Time creeps by when I'm waiting to call back, and then just slides by real quickly when we're talking. Just like I said, just like my breaks at work, 15 minutes is never quite as long as you think it is.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, how's your eyes? Do you need reading glasses?
if I did, I don't know what kind I would need. For now, they serve their purpose, but even my attorneys noticed at some point that I did seem like I had to kind of squint
Struggle's real, asshole.
to look at what I was reading.
Okay.
I think it just depends on how tired I am, how strained my eyes are, all that. But yeah.
What, do they have provisions there to provide reading glasses, or what?
Yeah,
or can you have reading glasses?
You can get reading glasses off the commissary, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why don't you check into that and see which ones work for you? And I guess that's the only place you can get them, right?
Yeah, probably. But that would be a matter of trial and error because they have like 3 or 4 different magnifications. I think I have no idea which I would need.
Well, try 150, 1.50, and then go to 175, and see which works.
Yeah, I guess I could.
I mean, can you try them on?
I think you have to buy them. I don't think you get to try them. There's no way to.
Dad's just like, get a freaking pair. Take your best guess, get them, and just deal with it, dude.
Make the order and pay for it, and then send it back.
Well, what if they don't work? Can you send them back?
You can't.
I don't know how that works. I could ask somebody, but I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll find out. How much are they?
Like $3 or something like that.
$3?
It's a website.
Something like that. I'm not sure.
What are they, like paper 3D glasses?
They're plastic.
Well, yeah, it's being facetious.
Yeah, it could be more. It might be $4 or $5 or $6 or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, we'll check it out.
Yeah, it could be even $12. I don't remember. I mean, I saw them, but I don't remember how much the price was.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
How you doing with your stuff that you got from the commissary? You have enough to use?
Yeah, he's fat and sassy.
Yeah, I've got enough coffee.
He just called Mom sassy. He said, yeah, he's fine, sassy. What the fuck? And when he was interviewed, the law enforcement came to their house to interview the two of them. She got up to get them coffee. Okay, you're married to this man for how many years? Do you know what he likes in his coffee? Yeah, you do. Women, you know what I'm saying. As she gets up to go get it, he's like, hey, I'd like mine blonde like you. It was like, what? That was such an odd comment to those of us listening that day. It was weird. It's in front of the cop. He's like, it's blonde like you. We're like, well, she should know that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hard candies and saltine crackers will last me through the end of the month here.
That's a couple more days.
Yeah, the other snacks kind of went faster than I expected them to, so I think from now on I'm just going to stick to coffee, hard candies, and saltine crackers.
Good thing.
Yeah, well, once you get your books, you'll have something to occupy your time.
Yeah. But hard candies, saltines, and coffee, those seem to give me the best bang for it.
Okay. All right.
Chips and things like that, the pickles and all that, it just doesn't last the way you want it to.
Yeah. Okay.
It's hard to have just one per day,
Yeah.
Especially with the meals like they are, and you never feel full after a meal, so you always feel like in your stomach, especially after dinner, because that's around 6 or 7, and then there's nothing else until like 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
So,
Maddie did make a statement in the documents where she told one of her complaints. She didn't really have a lot of complaints about Stefan, honestly. One of the complaints that she did say was he was as she because this was as she got older, not long before everything was happening. She said he was weird, that he hung out at their house and he ate all their food. And I was like, damn, this poor baby ain't got no food to eat because mama has let this grown man come in here with no job and no nothing, have his way with her child and eat up all the food while she works a job 2 to 3 weeks at a time and lives off her disability. And he's living off mama and daddy. Okay. I'm starved to death, dude.
Yeah, well, you've had a lifetime of snacking all night long.
Yeah, well, plus my metabolism doesn't help.
Yeah. So.
See, what's really killing me though is my back and my hips.
The bed?
Yeah, quote unquote bed. You know, your bones seem right here and rest on the floor underneath. So you know, it hurts to have your knees are resting against each other, and it's tough.
Yeah.
When the lights are on, in these pods and suicide watch and medical, the lights are always on overhead, and so they're real bright. So you try to find a way to block it out, and any way you lay is just terrible.
Yeah.
You get all the debris from the floor that ends up on your mat and your blanket, and it sucks.
Yeah.
Just really keep hoping that something's going to break in my favor with this trial.
Put up his face for y'all.
Well, okay.
I have to have hope about something, you know. I have to maintain some sort of hope, otherwise I've got nothing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've always given my guardian angel one hope.
Well, you've been there. You've been there for what, 3 months now?
Yeah, at the end of this month it'll be 3 months.
March, April, yeah, 3 months. So.
Well, like I said, the whole process could take 2 or 3 years before it's concluded. So, and I've already been told that if the prosecution is smart, that they'll drag it out as long as they can.
Yeah.
So, who knows what's going to happen? So, just keep hoping to find something.
The prosecution is smart. They'll drag it out as long as they have to. Why do they need to drag it out? They have such overwhelming freaking evidence of both things. The only thing they do not have in our murder investigation is exactly who did it. But they do have you on camera with that child in the front seat strapped in there, appearing to be asleep. Multiple videos of her appearing to be asleep on your phone. 1,700 CSAMs on your phone. And videos dating back to when she was nearly 7 years old. I know what you did to her. It's disgusting. Some of these people, I mean, it's like him and Rex Heuermann. It's hard to argue that they're not guilty, right? We all know that they're innocent till proven guilty, of course. Protect their rights, especially to protect the victims. And I agree with that part. But his rights in Florida have been protected, trust me. But he will also be sentenced under the Florida law. Thank God. I hope we set precedents going forward for children with this Gannon's law that's out there now. And Maddie is covered under Gannon's law. That's why you don't see the autopsies, because Zavgirl, wanted to make everybody pay to come behind a paywall to take a look at that baby in a suitcase found under a bridge in Pensacola, Florida. And the autopsy as it was being performed and all the results of it. It's disgusting. Do we need to see that? The cause of death isn't enough. Be sensitive to the parents of that child. Like, I didn't need to see all that. I remember the day they announced Gannon being missing on the TV. I turned around and I looked. But what if I see this little kid somewhere, right? I turn around, I focus. I'm watching, like, that's really sad. This little kid's missing. Then I start hearing these other oddities coming out about the stepmama. Some shady stuff was going down there. The next thing I know, on my local news, a child is found in a suitcase under the bridge. I'm like, that's horrific. Who the hell would do that? Come to find out, it was Gannon from Colorado. And I could not, my mind was like, how the hell did that child end up here? When I know for a fact he was killed way out there. How did that happen? What's going on here? Turns out she got a U-Haul, threw him in the back in the suitcase, drove across the country, comes across the bridge, and nearly midnight pulls over and stops, not realizing that truck's got GPS on that U-Haul. Thank God. She opens up the back of that truck and she chunks him over the bridge. Lo and behold, here comes some bridge inspectors who found him. Our tides are low there, Letitia. So you picked a pretty good spot to do that when you had 3 bridges to choose from. So it's pretty good, I wish I had crossed that bridge that night during that time frame. That's all I got to say.
Well, as soon as you get some reading material and we know that arrives safely, then we can arrange for other stuff.
Yep. That would be good, having my own little mini library with stuff that I like to read instead of just
So when they move you from cell to cell, how do you move your stuff around?
I toss it all in my blanket, close my blanket up, fold my blanket up into my mat, and then push it.
Oh, they move you, blanket, and mat.
Yep. Typically they'll move me with the mat, but if they don't, I'll take my blanket and everything and just hope that they clean the mat in the new cell well enough, which last time they did not.
Yeah. Right.
I found a whole wad of shit underneath it one time.
What's your prison roll, dude?
Yeah, so
What's your roll?
You get to well, you should, maybe complain to management.
No. Yeah, well, I'll be sure to include it in my Yelp review.
Yeah. Yeah.
1 star. Accommodations suck. Food terrible.
Yeah. Well, the idea is not to be there, but but too late for that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Stefan, I could never have imagined that we would all be in this situation. I just couldn't. There's no way I could have ever even visualized it. This is awful.
Yeah, me either, to be honest.
Well, I mean, things kind of went sideways, whatever happened with, so you knew that was going to go down a rat hole.
Yeah, well, I never in a million years that she would not be around anymore, so.
Yeah. So once that went sideways, whatever happened, that was all she wrote.
Yeah, well, I can handle a lot of things.
What's that?
I said, still has not been heard from except for an interview.
Wow. That little conversation was weird. I mean, they're acting like, oh my God, I don't even know if I have words to describe the way I'm feeling about that little exchange there. That's insane. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Never would have imagined that something like this would have happened.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happens when you're molesting a child.
Yeah, and whatever happened there, yeah. Longer than that, I believe, and whatever happened, whatever went sideways, I mean, yeah, something probably did go sideways, but it absolutely involved your son, possibly her mother.
Used to do with the newspaper where she told everybody that she did sleep with you guys and she said to sleep with you in the other room.
As I was going to say, I can handle a lot of things, but one thing I just can't reconcile or figure out in my mind or wrap my head around the fact that, he doesn't get to live anymore. There were a lot of things that I wanted to see for her, She had another year or so before high school. Learning how to drive, figuring out what she wanted to do with her life. I was excited to see where she was going, I was really impressed with the person that she was finally growing into.
Well, got a whole lot to talk about. I like to own up to.
Well, again, I know you can't talk about this, but it's like it almost sounds like you didn't know something had happened to her.
All right, guys. This is kind of part of the start of it here. So the dad just asked him that it sounds like you kind of didn't know what happened to her. Remember that, okay? And then there's going to be some conversations that follow. So, yeah. Let me put up a different warning label, because I can't remember if it's this one or the one directly behind it where it's going to get a little graphic.
I'm sorry. I thought Sinead was talking about you. She's like, you cut it short, you monster.
Oh,
that's you pausing.
Sorry.
No, she's talking about him, talking about Maddie's life.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Funny as hell. Am I annoying you, Dolphin, with the pausing? Yeah, that's
girl,
fun.
I wish you would stop a little bit.
A
Yeah,
little
because
bit.
it's
I love
it
it.
for me. It's messing with the flow of it. Because I'm
I
like,
understand. I'll
hmm,
let it flow. I'll
hmm.
type and comment like everybody else, right? That's what I
Yeah,
should do
just a
this week.
little less. Yeah.
I got you. I got you, girl.
Thanks.
Y'all, you're welcome. You're welcome. You know
No, I
that.
thought she called you a monster. I was like,
No. Okay, let me make sure I get the right thing up. Girl, if she did, it's okay, right? It's supposed to show. Okay, there. Is that the right thing? All right. I will pause less, guys. I will take my partner's advice and I'll go with the flow. There you go, Firefly. You guys rock. Um, danger, much needed comic relief. We appreciate that. It's true. You're right. But I will comment with you guys into I got the phone open so I can absolutely do that. All right. Well, let's let this flow. Let's do that. All right. Anyway, like I said, this is where they start talking about specific things, guys. So keep that in mind. Um, Let me cover up old dude's face though, because I don't want to look at it really. It's kind of creepy. Okay, here we go.
Well, I discovered her in the state that she was in after everything was said and done. So, I mean, obviously I can't get into detail, but no, I was not aware that she had passed on.
Hmm.
As you know, I'm up and down throughout the night, and I was not in the room the whole time. I mean, it's not like you just suddenly feel someone's ghost pass away from them. It's a discovery. And
So she wasn't even in the same room with you?
well, I mean, she was in the room that I started in, but I'm up and down throughout the night, and I tend to wander around the house and fiddle around on my phone and step out front and feel the nice cool night air and all that. So I was gone from the room for. I mean, obviously, I really can't get into too many details, but
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't discover what had happened until just around dawn.
Hmm. Okay. Interesting.
Because I discovered that she was made school.
Hmm.
Well, all I can say, Stephen, is that my heart breaks for you because I know that's something that you never would have done and never would have wanted to have done to her.
Damn right.
Neither would we.
Damn right.
I'm angry on your behalf that it happened, and I'm angry that you got dragged into it by them. So I'm just angry.
Was there anybody else at the townhome that was not a regular person?
No, which is why I keep saying that I'm not sure that there's any one person honestly to blame, but they're certainly trying to blame me. And according to the autopsy report, like I said, it raises a lot more questions, but they seem to be settling on trying to say it's homicide.
Hmm.
Like I
Okay.
said, it has something to do with bones in her throat, but take that to mean what you will.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
But
Okay, I had to stop right there because he said he thought that he said he saw the autopsy. He's trying to allude that it was an accident on Maddie's part. Okay, they'll get to that. But he also just said under his breath something to do with her throat.
Mm-hmm.
She was strangled.
Yeah, I was just trying to turn that up. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I didn't know if on those particular details, I didn't know if I should slow it down and back it up to hear that section again.
Is it on normal speed or?
No, this is on fast 1.2.
Yeah, then maybe put it back down to normal.
Okay, yeah, and let's back it up to where he starts to talk about this. I'll try to get it right on. Let's go to normal because he's talking about when he claims he discovered Maddie like this, and that he's going to get into it, that he just left her in there for a while, and when he returns he finds her in this state. Okay, basically, let me try to, I don't want to go too far, and I hope this works. Maybe I should take it down and try to find it real quick because sometimes it's easier. I can check out the timestamp. Hold on, guys, 1 second, bear with me.
Yeah, I think he's closer to his mom. And I really want to go back and find that interview with his childhood friend explaining the relationship between him and his mom way
Right,
back then.
who
Because
was that, Gray Hughes, that had that originally?
he did have, yeah, several interviews with his friends. So, yeah, it may be there. But she's definitely, out of the two, she's definitely the parent that he can manipulate the most. Did you mute out?
Yeah, it wouldn't let me unmute, but it wouldn't let
Oh.
me do that until I shared screen. I'm like, what? I thought the battery was going dead in this wireless mouse. I'm like,
Oh.
why won't it unmute? But then I realized I was trying to share screen at the same time, so I had to do that first, and then it let me. So this is the part where Dad recognizes that they can't talk about a lot, but he still is looking for information. You know what I'm saying? And Stefan starts talking about finding Maddie. And it's back on normal speed. So we'll take a listen to this part.
Something had happened to her.
Well, I discovered her. In the state that she was in after everything was said and done. So I mean, obviously I can't get into detail, but no, I was not aware that she had passed on. As you know, I'm up and down throughout the night, and I was not in the room the whole time. I mean, it's not like you just suddenly feel someone's ghost pass away from them. You know, it's a discovery. And
So she wasn't even in the same room with you?
well, I mean, she was in the room that I started in, but you know, I'm up and down throughout the night, and I tend to wander around the house and fiddle around on my phone and step out front and feel the nice cool night air and all that. So I was gone from the room for. I mean, obviously, I really can't get into too many details, but
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't discover what had happened until just around dawn.
Okay.
You know,
Interesting.
because I discovered that she.
That part was important. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, I was just trying to type it. He didn't discover what had happened until just around dawn.
Yes.
And
That's
then
what,
after everything was said and done, yeah, that sort of stood out to me too.
yeah.
She was ice cold.
Well, all I can say, Stephen, is that my heart breaks for you because I know that's something that you never would have done and never would have wanted to have done to her.
Damn right.
Neither would we.
Damn
So
right.
I'm angry on your behalf that it happened, and I'm angry that you got dragged into it by them. So I'm just angry.
Was there anybody else at the townhome that was not a regular person?
No, which is why I keep saying that I'm not sure that there's any one person honestly to blame, but they're certainly trying to blame me. And according to the autopsy report, like I said, raises a lot more questions, but they seem to be settling on trying to say it's homicide. Like I said, it has something to do with bones in her throat, but take that to mean what you will.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
But you know, I would never have done anything like that.
No. I mean, you're the same person that cried when I asked you to dispatch a little bird that broke its neck or something and was flopping around.
Yeah, wow. Same person that cares about people, cries at movies.
Yes, I know.
And then there was Skippy.
Skippy, yeah. Rue. Jaybird, yep, I remember them all. Burying them was very hard for me.
Yeah.
And
all I know, Stephen, is when I look at a picture of you and I look into your eyes, I don't see a monster there. I don't see a bad person there. I see my son who I love. That never will change.
Well, thank you. And I know that I'm not a bad person or an evil person or a monster.
No. But you do need to dive into the Bible head first and stay in it, because You need grace.
Boy,
You
repent.
need God on your side as a warrior on your side.
Go into.
Keep asking Him to help me through this somehow. I know that
And you still don't have a Bible?
I have a Bible. I have a King James version.
Okay. So we're looking into getting your large print Bible. So I want to make sure that this delivery gets to you, and then I can order one from the publisher and get it to you, large print, so you won't need glasses.
Well, hopefully it does. We have no idea how often they pick it up or how long it'll take to get here and get sorted and get delivered, if it does at all. But I haven't received any written notification of anything being returned yet, so.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll judge it from there, and so we'll just make sure that we're timing this right. So the Bible will occupy the majority of your time.
Yeah, I keep praying to God for help, for some kind of miracle. I mean, I know I've probably run up my divine credit as far as miracles go, with my guardian angel and God working in overtime to keep me alive as long as they have. But I keep hoping for one more big miracle, one big salvation, and
Have you got some way to keep a journal of notes that you would take from reading the Bible?
I can get a pad of paper off the commissary, and I can get more pens and stuff too. I think my commissary is about -$10 by this point, but I know I can get a pad of white ruled paper off of there.
Okay. So do I need to replenish the commissary yet, or wait?
If you want to, yes. But I'm not going to use it on snacks, just on essentials for now.
All right, how much do I need to put in?
$50.
Okay. All right.
It's going to be dropped down to 40 like immediately.
Okay. All right.
We're about to get cut
We're
off.
just about out of time.
Yep, I'll talk to you later. I love you both.
I love you. All right.
Sorry.
Hey, is this a good time?
Hold on. Yeah, I was.
This moves into a new call on June 1st of 2024. It was at 7:48. Guys, if you want to hang in there a little while longer, we'll go ahead and continue. Dolphin, are you good? What's up?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to let it roll, guys. So this is going into a new call, and we'll see what this. I didn't review all of these. I just reviewed some of the beginning. A lot of them I like to review with you guys, so some of this is my first reaction to it as well. Some of it I have
same.
Yeah, I knew you had reviewed a little bit of it as well, because we've been talking about it a little bit there in our Discord, talking about shows, and we wanted to bring it. So I was happy when I saw this come, because we were trying to figure out how we wanted to bring it, and then this dropped with Grizzly, and I kind of figured she would, because she did the same with some things back early in the case. Excuse me. And so, again, shout out to Grizzly True Crime for doing this so that we could use it on our streams as well, and giving full permission. Thank you, girl.
I was on the phone with somebody else, and first time you called in and inadvertently hit the wrong button. Hang on, I'll put you on speaker. Hang on.
Was that a belch?
Okay, I got you.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Sound like what?
Yeah.
Hey.
Something's in as well.
He's always in the well.
Yeah.
He's in a big room.
Yep, very echoey. Oh.
Did you get any of the books we sent yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have any notification of anything being sent back either. I had a meeting with the mental health director a couple days ago. She said they're going to step me down, take me down a step in custody level. So I'm going to be taken off non-acute status, and as soon as a space opens up in one of the regular isolation cells, I'll be moved to one of those.
Okay, good.
Does that mean that we can get a document to you and we can get it signed now?
Possibly. She said they won't put any restrictions on me.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. And when is that supposed to happen?
What's that?
Well, when is that supposed to happen?
Whenever a space opens up in one of those cells.
Oh, okay. All right.
She's on space. This is a very crowded jail. There's over 2,000 inmates.
All right, and you'll still be in kind of isolated protection?
Yep, I'll still be in protective custody. I'll still be by myself. I just won't be under self-harm watch.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I won't be in any of the self-harm pods.
Okay.
So that's
All right. Well, I guess that's better accommodations. You'll have concierge services.
not likely, but you know, I might actually have a rack to put my mat on, so I'm not going to be on the floor. Maybe I'll have a seat and a table. You know, who knows? I won't be surrounded by crazies all the time,
Okay.
or relatively so.
All right.
That should be an improvement at least.
It's like
All right. Sounds good.
surrounded by crazies all.
Any other news or updates on your end?
No. Everything's still status quo. Somebody sent us a link to a YouTube video that, I mean, these amateur sleuths, just are relentless. I mean, they just go down any and every, path they can go. And so this link to this YouTube video, had, tracked all your internet activity and all the sites that you had joined.
Dark web.
The dark web, whatever, but some of the offbeat websites. So I'm sure you know what I'm referring to without me having to name them.
Okay.
So I'm just telling you that all that should exist out there. And, oh, by the way, you know, I sped through this 2-hour YouTube video, and your former roommates at the townhome that you rented.
Dolphin, do you remember this interview? Have you ever heard the roommates that you rented the townhouse with, their interviews? Have any of you?
with Jen?
No, his past roommates.
No.
Okay. That's what they're about to refer to.
Oh, okay.
All of this was brought out earlier on, and these guys did do interviews, and I think a lot of those can be found over on Gray Hughes. And there was somebody else that did and the guys were legit. Like I gave it a fair review, and I know what I'm doing out here on these YouTube streets, and these guys were pretty easy to verify. But this one guy grew up with Stefan, and like their parents were pretty wealthy or upper middle class. They had horses and shit in California, and that's how he knew Stefan. Their moms hung out with their horses at the horse place.
That might be the guy that I'm thinking about.
Right, and then there's the guy that he lived with in a townhome at one point. And at one point, one of his roommates had stumbled upon some images or something on a computer and allegedly told the parents about it. It was like a shared household network thingy, right? Okay. And he was clearing out some files and he found it. And it was like Stefan's. So he tells the parents, and he says the parents paid him off, but I don't know. But they're about to talk about all that a little bit. So, but it was absolutely all on YouTube. It's out there. I know Gray Hughes covered it pretty good, and there was somebody, I think, maybe Pascal.
Minors were in the images?
No. Okay, so what he did, okay, so I'm sorry, I left that apart. The townhouse that he shared with the friends, it was pictures of the guy's girlfriend, right? Like in the shower and different things. And we know that in the Jennifer and Maddie's case, at the townhouse he shared with Jen, he was putting his phone at an angle, and they recreated it. There's pictures in the documents, and there's actual pictures from his phone where he was taking photos of one of Jen's roommates under the crack of her freaking bedroom door. And she never knew it.
Yeah, she found that out during the interview with the police.
Yes. So weirdo from way back.
Have ratted you out in ways, and fabricated stories about a shared network drive and video that had been recorded, and supposedly approached your mother about them, threatening to disclose you in these videos, and that we paid them off, which was total bullshit. We've never heard about this until these videos and these asshole friends of yours have managed to get themselves on these YouTube channels and disclose all sorts of shit. Because I can tell you this, if any one of them, and we know who we're talking about, had come to us with that, we would have told them, feel free to do whatever you want. We're not paying you jack shit. If somebody had done something, I suggest you pursue it with them or the authorities, but don't bring this up to our attention ever again. I can assure you that we would not have paid off anybody. It wouldn't have been our problem, and we wouldn't have paid for it, period.
So my former roommates are trying to blackmail you into paying them off?
No, they're claiming that they had supposedly come to us and blackmailed us, and that we paid them money, which they've described it in two events, one at a restaurant, and then your mother supposedly showing up at the townhome with a manila envelope. And you and I know, and we all know, that is bullshit.
Yeah.
Didn't happen, didn't exist, never did it.
It never happened.
And if they had done that, I would have said, go ahead and do whatever you want. You're not getting a penny from me. It's not my problem, so don't even come to me with it, period.
Are they aware that blackmail and coercion is also illegal?
Well, it's kind of a moot point when you're looking at the number of years ago this was. And right now, it's their word, it's hearsay, but I'm just telling you what these amateur sleuths are repeating. Matter of fact, they even said that we owned the townhome, which we didn't.
We've been living in $1 million homes, and you were a spoiled, rotten kid because of it. And I'm thinking, we've never been in a $1 million home.
But anyway, I'm just telling you the bullshit that goes on out there, which is why I don't pay attention to these YouTube videos. But I'm just telling you, your former roommates have, done a nice job of sabotaging or discrediting your character and what have you. So everybody's jumping on the bandwagon, throwing you under the bus and what have you. But I'm just relating this story of that's been repeated a few times about some video being recorded in the townhome, and that they came to us requesting, and we pleaded with them not to disclose it, and we paid them off, which is just absolute bullshit.
You should be very careful about that because they're seriously opening themselves up to a lawsuit for defamation.
Well, it takes money to sue somebody, and you have to prove it, and so no one's going to take a case like that pro bono, and it's not worth chasing. And you have to prove damages, and we haven't suffered any damages. But I'm just telling you the bullshit that's floating out there.
That's crazy.
Yep. But anyway, they've is under search, and they've discovered some of these websites that you've subscribed to, participated in, or what have you. So I'm just giving you a heads up that they are leaving no stone unturned as they go down a rat hole chasing this shit.
Crazy.
Yep.
Don't even try to figure out why they did it, because we can't figure out why they did it, except
who did it?
The roommate.
Okay. All right, we moved on past that.
Yeah, but the thing is that these YouTube sites give people a chance to talk with complete immunity, because they never check them, they never fact check them, they don't care about the facts, they just care about getting people to click on and pay them money for the YouTube site. So. And
supposedly these hosts of these YouTube channels pay these people to provide this information as well. So whatever that's worth.
And some roommate.
Oh yeah, the roommate. That's really funny. So reading this interview of the former roommate said that both you and were grossly overweight, and you both had that what?
Gastric bypass.
Gastric bypass. I mean, I'm just telling you, this shit is just what? I don't. They didn't disclose her name, okay? But you know, to say that you had gastric bypass, which you've never had, and that you were grossly overweight, which you never were, again, is the bullshit that's just floating out there on these YouTube channels.
Well, I mean, I had gastric bypass, but
Yep.
it's not a big deal these days.
Understand. But they're saying that you had it, you know?
And they're saying that she refused to take her bipolar meds, which she was very forgetful, you know, and didn't do a lot. But they were saying that it was not ADHD, but they thought she was autistic. And like going, no, she wasn't. She wasn't autistic.
It was a question mark. Now, you had one doctor saying that she was possibly on the spectrum, another saying, no, it doesn't seem like it, she's just ADHD. And other doctors didn't know, so it was a question mark.
Yeah. But anyway, it's a three-ring circus out there with these YouTube channels, which is why I don't watch them. Your mother doesn't watch them, but every now and then somebody sends us a link to something. And like I said, I sped viewed it and, you know, came away with a little bit of information and a lot of bad information, misinformation, inaccurate information, but it is what it is. And so I'm not going to bother with it. You know, you have to consider the source and the validity of it, and everybody's highly speculative about whatever they come across, and then they try to make something monumental out of it that just doesn't exist, you know.
I don't know how they can even find jurors that haven't listened to some of this crap.
Yeah.
They can't.
It's tainted. It's tainted. The whole thing is tainted now.
Yeah, they might have to shop it out to a different venue, but even at that point, I think it's going to be hard to find anyone who hasn't heard about all this.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, and the minute they do hear about it, they're going to go in, and even though they're not supposed to, they're going to go in and check the internet, and they're going to see these things, they're going to believe this stuff because they don't know the difference between truth and non-truth.
Fact and fiction.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's nothing, you know, if I go in and say, you know, you people are idiots. You know this never happened, and I can't do that because it won't do you good.
You don't want to engage with it.
So, don't want to give them. They're not worthy of the merit of any comments, and they can just enjoy themselves. And then when the truth comes out, then you know they'll have to do a lot of backtracking. Yeah, right. Okay, sure. But anyway.
You know, I will tell you this, Stephan. You know that we're saved people. You know that we're Christians, and you know that these people came to us many times for help in their living situations, and you know that we helped all of them. I don't understand why these kids think it's so wonderful to jump on this bandwagon and crucify us when we were there for them when they needed us. I don't understand that.
Well, it's because we have fallings out for various reasons, and they can't resist the temptation to kick me while I'm down because they think they can do it with impunity.
Absolutely.
They didn't have the balls to do it while I was free.
What's that?
So they didn't have the balls to do it while I was free.
Yeah.
Well, they were jealous. You know who was always the one with the little, very, very something on his back. The mouse. He was always so jealous of you. He's so jealous of you. And
he sabotaged me at every turn. I mean, if you remember when I was working Quiznos, I was in line for management, so he started working there. Then suddenly everyone's attitude towards me changed, and he became a manager.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he does.
And you know, there were people in our friends group who, for some reason, were under the impression that I was a complete moron.
Well, they should check your IQ score.
Well, I know he was backstabbing and trying to put himself above me at every opportunity.
Yeah.
Found out a while back that he was even stealing my possessions and selling them.
Like what?
Airsoft guns. I mean, my street board went missing. A lot of my Pokemon cards went missing. There's a one missing.
What are you talking about when you got the roommates? He was stealing your stuff and selling it?
Yep.
Huh? No surprise.
No,
I believe that.
he needed to support his lifestyle somehow and did the same thing with his.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt again, but I'm back. Everybody good? Dolphin, you good? Dolphin,
Yeah, sorry, I just was typing that because I was like, his mother is ticking me off. She's like, oh, they should check your IQ score, blah, blah, blah. I was like, so I had to type that out because I'm like screaming it here,
oh my
in my
god.
room. I'm like, this fool thought that
Interrupt
he was
whenever
going to
you're
convince
ready.
them, yeah, that the software update, caused his phone to factory reset. And oh, by the way, he did a factory reset twice the day that
Twice.
Madeline disappeared.
Yes, ma'am, he did. Not once, but twice, right? Both
Okay?
accidental. We all know how that stuff works. We
Hmm.
don't need an expert to tell us. I'm sure we've all reset a phone at some point since the whatever year they came out. I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, so she's
Yeah.
just like, oh, my son is so brilliant, blah, blah, blah. No, it's
You
like,
know
no, your son is a dummy,
you got
okay?
to answer yes 50 times before you can do anything. Even when you go to a debit, checkout at the convenience store, you got to hit yes 100 times to confirm what you're doing.
Hmm.
And he's over here accidentally, don't know how.
Oh, and don't forget, he backed up his CSAM to the cloud,
To the cloud.
okay? So,
And they
yeah.
also believed in the documents that he tried to access his Google account,
Hmm.
possibly from okay,
Jen's phone, right?
well, yeah, in range from his parents' home when he drove to Northport, like
Hmm.
trying to tag in, like touching their Wi-Fi, right?
Hmm.
Um, was he trying to log in to the Google account at that point to try to get rid of that, but he wasn't able to because he's such a dumbass. And he didn't realize also on the way back when his dad spoke of that earlier, where were you going? What did you do? Well, that's when he drove back over there and, back toward his parents' home. And he attempted to go to the parents' home but didn't. And then he tried to go to the storage unit and whatever and didn't get his what he was looking for, which was his 35,000 CSAMs. He there was a traffic accident like a mile from his parents' home, and
Hmm.
the camera footage from the actual cop car captures Stearns going by on a timestamp. So that places him in Northport at a specific time, a mile from his parents' home. But he never actually went into the home. And his parents talk about that in one of their interview, or not an interview, I'm sorry, but a transcript from what their previous stuff. They had some email exchanges early on in this case, and we were able to read those. But yeah, it's crazy that some of that stuff that I've seen before, they're talking about now, and how they're the mom. She's odd through the whole thing. I don't even think odd's the word. I guess I'm being kind at the moment.
The woman is disconnected. I'm like,
So much so.
they know this,
I've
right?
yep. I have a
And
yeah.
she
She
knew this little girl. This little girl stayed in their house.
she talks about her in
Right.
documents about how she treated Maddie and how Maddie was like a grandchild to her and what would happen when they came to visit her home, and how Maddie was a happy little girl and they would watch, like, I think it was Disney movies, and she talked about Maddie like that in a
Right,
good
like she got the
way.
channel just for Maddie,
Just
right?
for Maddie,
Mhm.
right? So when Jen and Stefan and Maddie came to visit Northport, Maddie had something to do, something to watch on TV and keep her a little self occupied. Like, what better, a little Disney Channel for a little girl. And Deb enjoyed watching it with her and making her treats and stuff like that, like a grandma, you know. But she's also the same lady who saw a torso in her son's room and ran outside screaming Maddie into the middle of the night. And now here she is, like nothing, he could do no wrong. I could look at a picture of you, Stefan, look right in your eyes and see, I'm sorry, I have a couple of
Actually,
sons. I've got
mhm.
a couple of sons. I can't imagine. And you can, when I promise you, when you say, oh, I can imagine, you really can't. But I can imagine if I was in her shoes. I'm not so sure I'd be looking at those eyes thinking what she was thinking.
I
I'm just,
just
What's wrong
what you
with you,
just
babe?
said, like,
You
reminded me too. He's living in their house, right? They're
know?
talking about how Christian they are and how
Hmm.
he needs to get into scripture and all this, right? He's been living in their house like the whole time, except for when he was at Jen's and was paying rent or
Yep.
whatever. But then she put him out, so he had to go back there. They're so Christian,
No,
right?
actually, Dad. So
Hmm.
him and her split up technically, but
Right,
so then he decided to rent room number 4.
right,
And Jen's father owns that condo. So
right.
Stefan's dad began paying the $600 a month rent on that room until
Hmm.
he got tired of it. Then he said no more. That forced Stefan back to North Point
Hmm.
back in December, which then led to the December to February was the time frame he was just visiting Maddie and her mom.
Right, occasionally, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But
So go ahead.
they're Christian, right? And they're so religious and telling him he needs to get, in touch with some scriptures and everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's living in their house and off of them this whole time, basically his whole life, right? With a few small, breaks or whatever. He's got a sex doll in his
Yeah.
parents' home,
A
okay?
hackling.
And they know about all the CSAM or whatever. And she's like just sitting here like, oh, like, oh my,
Yes.
really?
She said earlier I could look at a picture and look in your eyes and know you've done no,
You're my
you couldn't.
sweet little boy.
Yeah.
Really?
No, I'm telling you, Dolphin, I got 2 boys. I can't imagine. I'm going to look in their eyes and feel something different. I love you, child, but I don't know if I went wrong. I don't know what went wrong, but all I can do is hope the best or pray or whatever you do, you know, and I don't know. I couldn't do all that. Not in good, no, there's a child found in the woods, and I know there's proof that what you did to her may not be proof yet you did the unaliving. I'll be nice to YouTube, but there's proof you did the CSAM, all of it. Plus, let's not forget the 35,000 unidentified children on the other device that he was viewing on the internet and on the dark web. And we know that he was on Telegram the night something happened to Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
Telegram is hard to recover. It goes away. It's encrypted. What was he putting on there during the time Maddie was being harmed? What were you doing, Stefan? You know, will we ever know? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Gray Hughes deep dove that app, and that's where I learned a lot of information from. Shout out to Gray Hughes. Love him or hate him, the guy's got some information. You may disagree all the time or never. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't, but the information is there. Do what you want with it, right? There's a couple of creators like that. They'll bring you the information. Do what you want with it. Make your own decisions. But it's a lot of good information. So it's just, yeah, but it's interesting the way his mom is, Dolphin. I don't know what her trip is. I can't explain it as a mom. You know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
have a hard time getting there, and I've got 4 kids. Um, so I can't imagine 2 girls, 2 boys. I can't imagine any of them doing something or being accused of this, and then me having some proof. It's kind of like Jen having the proof and not believing it. What's up with these women?
His parents crap too, so.
Red flags.
Yeah.
What else?
I know he pedaled his dad
Baby may
too.
not be your baby
Yeah,
after all.
he was a first class citizen. We all know that, which is why he got kicked out of his house.
Yep. And
Yeah.
anyway, I'm going to
Yeah.
call you back in 15 minutes if I can because we got the 1 minute warning.
All right, later.
All right, bye.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, I'm back.
Yay.
So, it's spent the last 15 minutes thinking about these yahoos.
They aren't worth the time.
Can't believe that. Just
No, that's true.
for all of them that they would try to do this crap.
You know, these are the same ones that came to you for help and were always saying what a good friend you were, and you would keep all their secrets for them and stuff. But yet they don't have any secrets of yours, but they'll make them up just so that they can make themselves sound big on YouTube. You know,
Yep.
it's a sad situation when people are that desperate for attention.
Yep.
Especially when Sir Lancelot was the one going to community college to learn how to be a computer programmer, and he's the only one who could have set up a network if there ever was one. So forget that. That's bullshit.
I'm
You
sure
know, he did it if anybody did it.
paid for information and decided he would make some stuff up and get paid on my account.
Yep.
Whoever paid him ought to get a refund because he fleeced them.
They don't care. Do you know how much money they made off of it? To have all this purulent information on you, to have people click on. These people are vultures. They're worse than that.
Oh yeah.
Because they don't wait till you're dead to feed on you.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, how are you doing?
Well, you know, I'm hanging in there. Keeping up as best as I can. Did a little bit of exercise today.
Good.
Push-ups, crunches, squats, leg lifts, whatever.
Whatever you can do.
Well, see if you can ask somebody about the book order and see, you know, I don't know how long it takes to have these items delivered, but I don't know. We haven't gotten any indications that they've been returned, so they're in the system, so I don't know how long it takes for you to get them.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any indication that they've been returned either, so still waiting to hear on that. But been praying a lot.
Good. He hears you.
I spread that
God hears your prayer.
much. Let me know.
We've been praying for deliverance as well, but I don't know.
Well, Proverbs shows you how to live. Romans shows you how God forgives. So those are the two I would look at.
I've been praying to him to deliver me from all this and give me a chance to get my life back on track, but there might be some kind of slim chance, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to jinx anything or get anybody's hopes up. But I'm going to try. Worth a try anyway.
Oh, this guy. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, God.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. He's a piece of work, isn't he?
He is.
Some of the things he comes up with and the things he talks about and the way he talks about it, he's okay. If you want to get down to like seriousness, like Catherine Ramsled type seriousness, as a pedophile, he's a case study. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because of his behaviors, and it shows the way that he and Jen totally fed off each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's so obvious as you read through things in this case. And I think they, you know, I don't know where the hell she's at or what the deal is, if she got full-blown immunity after all, or there's a lot of debate around Florida about what she got and didn't get, where she is and where she isn't. I don't know. Maybe she portaled right on out of here. I do not know. Is she turned state's witness? If she is, she's in hiding, and that's okay because the FDLE's got her. So that's probably why that's my opinion. Opinion only. There's reasons you'd turn state's evidence in Florida. They really don't need her testimony in Florida. Remember that. But there's a reason you would turn state's evidence, and there's a reason you would be covered by the authorities until trial. And I don't know. I might be wrong, but I got a theory.
They need to get her out of the hospital where she can be interviewed by the police. They need to bring all her family in, all those bitches. They were sitting there at those grandmother's house calling 911 and being ugly to 911 operators. They already knew what had happened. They all knew. And none of them were acting scared. None of them were acting concerned. They were talking like we're talking now. Like there wasn't really anything big going on.
Well, I wouldn't get so carried away with any conspiracy theories.
You don't have to be a conspiracy theory to see the writing on the wall.
Well, at any rate, that's probably not going to help me anyway. So.
Well, don't give up anything. Don't give up on anything.
Well, I'm not. I'm holding on to hope until there's nothing left to hold on to. And,
well, when you get to the end of the rope, you tie a knot in it and still hang on.
Well, when I first got here, I was praying to God for strength and serenity, and He's given me that. Especially lately, I've noticed I've just been overcome by an overwhelming sense of calm and serenity.
Oh, good.
He's working on you. I pray for every day. I pray for him to put fences of protection around you.
So, Dolphin, no, it's never been confirmed. And back when this interview was conducted, it was a rumor. Okay, so in Florida, under the Baker Act law, the cops can do it for 3 days, right? Depending on the circumstances during a call or whatever. They're called to something or find you or whatever. Wandering down
and somebody's erratic or whatever.
Right. And the families can also do a Baker Act. But it's a 3-day hold. We don't know if Jen ever really went under that or not. And we also have a state hospital called Chattahoochee, but you don't go there unless you're incarcerated. She's never been incarcerated, right? But there are a lot of mental health facilities you can check into for 30 days, say things like that, you know what I mean? Stabilization units and stuff like that. So would I be shocked if Jennifer went and got stabilized at a unit? No. Because she was probably freaking the hell out, right? She'd got to have her meds, her rest, her vape, all the things that Jen was going to need, she suddenly wasn't going to have, and she's got to make some hard interviews with these guys. And after those interviews occurred, I played the interviews here of Jennifer being interviewed by law enforcement, and it was taking its toll on that woman, right? So it would not shock me that after that Jen probably did self-check in somewhere for at least long enough to get stabilized. And when I talk about stabilized in Florida, I mean you're evaluated, you're placed on your meds, and stabilized, and then you're released, and then you see your doctor for your care, your follow-up care. So that's probably what was done, and that's probably what they're thinking is because it was the rumor that Jen was hospitalized. I tried to confirm it here in Florida because I know somebody down there that covered the case, but I never could get confirmation. Nobody in Florida seemed to know where the hell she was. It was weird. If they did, they weren't talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe I don't know enough to know. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm not in the know. I don't know. But it's funny that it's never leaked anywhere, right?
Yeah.
No sightings, no photos, no nothing of Jen Soto. So that led me to my theory that, yeah, state's evidence, maybe, I don't know.
And here you calling him.
Well, I have been, and thank him for granting me that serenity. Just been thinking about, how he works, how he uses hardship as a vehicle to move you.
Yep.
Human
I was in the kitchen making sandwiches, and I started laughing in the kitchen because we were talking about all these people saying stuff, about networks being set up and videos and blackmail and an envelope full of cash. And I'm thinking, damn, they've been watching some movies, haven't they?
I know. I was thinking that too. It sounds like a spy movie.
I know.
If you went to the house to pay them off, why would you bother putting the cash in a manila envelope if you were going to be inside the house?
Who knows? But then the other one is I went to a restaurant and slid it across the table to them.
I know. What is that? Why not both payments at the house? Wouldn't that have made more sense?
Well, none of it makes sense, and I keep telling Chris, I said, why can't I offer to go take a lie detector test and put all this to bed? But
And if you're going to bring a large wad of cash, why would you take it out of the bank envelope to put it into a big manila envelope just to take it inside to a house and hand it to somebody?
Why would I give it to those wads of bubble gum anyway? they have the mental capacity of a
he was
2-year-old.
he was a terrible liar anyway. He lied about big things. He lied about little things. He lied to women all the time. He lied just to, I don't know, make himself seem cooler or maybe gain more acceptance. But he just lied. He's one of those people that lied for no reason. It's like, buddy, you don't have to lie. Like, we already lied to you. You're already our friend. There's no need to lie or build yourself up, you know?
Because they're a habitual liar, and it's hard when you're a liar to keep the truth straight because you change it every time you tell somebody something.
I don't know. I just used to laugh it off and dismiss it.
Yeah, no. Just weird. Just some weird. They're so weird. I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever. He was probably counting his money, walking away laughing, saying, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, probably. Just these people have they don't have a moral compass. They have no conscience. They have nothing redeeming about them. I'm sure God can find something, but He's going to have to dig. And I don't think they're looking to Him for anything anyway. So
They definitely didn't have any honor or integrity. It's one of the reasons I ended up cutting them out of my life.
no.
It just took me too long to do it. You know, back to what I was saying, I was thinking about, you know, how God uses hardship as a vehicle to move people.
Right.
You know, human nature being what it is, you know, even if we're not where we're supposed to be in life, we'll stay there if we're comfortable enough. We won't make changes, and so God uses hardship as motivation and a vehicle to move us to where we need to be in life.
You know what He did with me and Dinky?
Yeah.
I remember standing in that castor over his body, flipping God off and telling him how much I hated him, but that was the reason that I got saved. Because I lost Dinky.
Well, you know, all this happened, and, you know, passed away, and that immediately brought me back to God. That was the first thing I did, was beg God to take me and spare her.
You know, everybody who loves somebody will do that. So
I haven't stopped praying.
No, if you love somebody, you would rather take their pain than have them have it.
Yeah, you know, I would have died for her. But, you know, I told God, you know, I said, I see what you did. You immediately brought me back to you, and that I had strayed for a long time, and, you know, message received. You know, my eyes are open. I just wish it didn't have such a high price attached to it. And it's just, I don't know.
You know, sometimes you have to look at why it was taken, and it was her time. God knows what's going to happen to you when you're born. He knows every moment of your life that's coming. So,
yeah, I know He has a plan, and every day I've been reaffirming to myself and reassuring myself that I have to be patient.
Actually, he had a plan, and it was called a flat tire. Stefan, my favorite piece of evidence, just so happens my favorite piece. I don't know why tire tread fascinates me. Maybe it goes back to all the forensic files I've ever watched. I don't know. But when I'm serious, girl. I've like deep dove it on YouTube. I've watched videos, like I've studied it, you know, I'm into it. I've watched the same video where the mom solved her own daughter's murder by doing her own tire. Remember you and I discussed that case, right? Where she did tire impressions on a piece of freaking paper and a pencil, and it matched her daughter's impressions on the leg, which proved that tire ran over her daughter. Okay, so I'm fascinated at this point. And it was like in the 70s, Dolphin, right? Late 70s. It was like,
yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So anyway, it was awesome. But anyway, he had that flat tire headed out towards the Gator Lakes, which if he kept going and took a right or veered to the right around the curve, it would have taken him to the lakes with the gators. Lake Lizzie was out to the left. Dolphin, Lake Lizzie was mentioned recently in a damn filing, girl. I've thought about you. Yes. We had a theory on Lake Lizzie a long time ago because Jen had stated that about the hikes that her and Maddie would go there sometimes.
Right.
We also realized early on,
when they went out to that friend's house.
Well, the friend lived out that way, like to where if you're on the map, I'll just show it on a stream or it's on. Yeah, there's a map. Okay, so if you're headed out there and you go toward the right, you're going to go toward the girl's house where Jen knew that we're out toward where Maddie was found. But out toward the left is Lake Lizzie. and it's opposite of where the alligator lakes would be, right? So, Doc, we were wondering about these places Jen mentioned, so we would always go to look on the map and see where they were in relation to where Maddie was. And we kind of ruled Lake Lizzie out based on the fact that it was further out than where Maddie was. Do you know what I mean? She was closer to where the alligator lakes would have been. So if he hadn't had the flat tire, would he have made it that far? Because where he left Maddie was where he changed the tire. By the time he got where he changed the tire, the damn thing was shredded to pieces because he drove it from the edge of town out of town like that till he couldn't drive it anymore, and he had to pull over, and to change the tire he had to get in the trunk, and what was in that trunk?
Yep, Madeline.
Exactly. And so was the coast clear? Because we're talking a 2-lane country road, and I live on a 2-lane country road. It's actually a county
Yep, in
highway.
broad daylight.
Right, county highway. I swear to you, I can go down the highway and pull up, because I live near the 4-way stop. But if I go down the highway a few miles and I pull over, there's going to be plenty of time there's nobody in sight. I'm surrounded by a lot of things, woods and stuff. You know what I mean? I could see it. If he was forced into it, like he has to, excuse me getting graphic, guys, but he has to remove her from the trunk to get to the tire. What are you going to do in the meantime? So does he make a decision to quickly run across the street and put her in that bamboo patch? And then as he's changing that stupid tire, thank God, a passerby sees him, they make eye contact. And then when the press conference comes out and they're looking for a car that matches Stefan's, the guy remembered it and he called them. He told them, I saw that car, I saw that guy, I know exactly where he changed his tire. Lo and behold, they go out there, they find tire tread left behind, and across the street they find Madeline. And I'm like, thank God for some tire tread and divine intervention. Then he throws the tire away at the apartments, and that is also seen on video, and the tire is recovered and it's in the evidence log, and I've seen the pictures. Yay.
And maintain my faith and have faith that he has a plan for me, whatever it may be, that will be revealed in time. And that all I have to do is be patient and maintain my faith in him and trust.
Well, you got to trust him. You got to maintain your sanity. You got to maintain your cool. And like Xavier told me, when he was in jail, the only thing that saved him was trying to keep a sense of humor about the situation, even though it was terrible.
I don't have much of a sense of humor anymore, to be honest. A very large part of me died when she did.
Well,
and I'm not the same person anymore, and I don't think I ever will be. There's some wounds that just don't ever heal.
Well, I'm assuming that they are treating you for PTSD because you found the body, not to mention everything else that went along with that.
No, not treating me for anything except my blood pressure.
Well, they need to do the PTSD because you're not tweeting.
Well, it's just...
Yeah, that's PTSD.
I keep telling myself that I have to maintain my faith. Without faith and trust in God, I have nothing, and therefore I'm keeping that,
Well, just remember that not everybody knows who...
No, Dolphin, we had to retire old Sparky.
Oh, okay. So just injections?
Yes, ma'am. We do injections in Florida. We don't do the firing squad. Not yet. We haven't brought that up.
Yeah, firing squad. That's ancient. When I heard that about Idaho, I was like,
what? Really? Yeah, I thought the same thing. I'm like, they're going to do that last option because they're claiming, oh, what if we can't get the medication to do so? Companies aren't willing to make it, blah, blah, blah. That's what Florida uses. Well, recently, what state was it? Oh my God, I gotta look it up. Oh my God. A state recently executed someone by firing squad. Let me see let's Google it. I gotta Google it.
Somewhere near Idaho? Somewhere around that general area?
No, I think it was further, let's see, east state.
It can't be anywhere progressive. That would be my guess.
God, no.
Was it like Utah or something?
Let me Google it. I'm trying.
Okay.
Let's see. March 20. Oh, as of March. Well, let's see. As of March 2025, 5 states, Idaho, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah, authorize the firing squad.
Oh, it was South Carolina.
Was it South
March
Carolina?
7th. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, ma'am. You're so much better. How'd you do that? I'm on the phone trying, so
Oh,
maybe.
Google man executed by firing squad and it came up. Yeah.
Well, I did that, but well, no, I didn't word it quite like you. I said, "What
Double
state?"
murder is the first U.S. inmate executed by firing squad in 15 years.
In 15 years. Wow.
In South Carolina. Yep. He was 67.
Wow. I was kind of blown away when I heard that. I was like, "Whoa, they actually did it." Okay. But no, here we don't do that yet. I've never heard of that hasn't been brought up yet. You know what I mean? They're too busy saying we'll smell up our state if we smoke marijuana.
Oh, and his crime was in 2001.
Wow.
So yeah, it took 24 years for him to,
Yeah.
see his
Yeah.
sentence carried out.
Yeah, Idaho has it on the books. Butterfly. There's been a lot of talk and rumblings about will it be used on Coburger, but they say it. They said in the what I had read over there that it would be like you know, a last way to do it if the other option wasn't available. I don't know what the deal was over there in North Carolina. I don't know what I don't know what their
South.
South Carolina. I don't know what their criterias are, but yeah, here in Florida we will use the lethal injection. That's what we've been using for years. We had to retire old Sparky. Apparently he malfunctioned and
Too much use.
wasn't pretty. Yeah, I'll just say that.
Who God is, and not everybody who's walking around is not a demon. Some are demons.
I keep telling God that I trust you and I have faith in you. Please deliver me from this. Please deliver me from the people who are trying to destroy me. And I just want to see my parents again.
Wow.
And we'd like to see you too. It's been awfully quiet without you.
How can you say that with the dogs?
What?
I asked your mother, I said, how can she say it's been quiet with the dogs?
Wow.
Relatively, I guess. But,
well, yeah, I mean, nobody to say, hey, are you making ramen?
yeah, that ramen was a big hit. I used to remember she would have such a mischievous little evil smile on her face when I made a fresh bowl of ramen, and she'd try a bite and then steal the rest of the bowl and walk away while staring evil looks and smiles at me. I miss that.
No. She was a very special child, and I wish this did not happen that way, and I wish a lot of things did not happen the way they happened, and you know what I'm talking about?
Yep, me too.
So I don't understand that. I don't think there's ever anything that anybody could say to me that would make me understand that. So I'm not even going to go further than that into it, but just know that I don't care what you did. There's nothing that would make me hate you. There's nothing that would make me turn my back on you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, but okay.
I don't. Yeah, it's like you got to process like that, but can you process it? Right? No, I don't. I have to look up at my computer and realize I do have a big old chunk of rose quartz here, to remind me to let it go. Because this lady, wow.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I understand a mother's love and all that, like I said, but it'd be hard to go as hard as she's going and say that the conversation would just be very, very different. There may be some support there, but it would be a very, I don't even know. I hope I never have to know. I don't think I have to worry about that, though. She had warning signs. She had a lot of red flags she missed. If you go back and listen to all the interviews, even her past interviews, they interviewed with, who was it? Was it Hidden True Crime? I think it was. Did a big interview with them. Most of you are familiar with that channel, so go check it out. And I think they did maybe 2 interviews, at least one I know of. But I think and there's a lot of audio released in the past. I covered a lot of audio with these guys, and emails with these guys they exchange with Stefan. I have a video that I did, a short maybe, or a video, I can't remember. Deborah the mom sitting in the floor, and she's just playing with her poodles. Her Facebook was crazy. It was all about the poodles. Everything was about the poodles because she raised them and she bred them, and Stefan claimed to hate them damn poodles, but...
Well, you're welcome, sweetheart. And, just going up for visits and bringing new snacks or new treats for her to try, or showing her new video games or card games and things like that. I miss that.
Oh, you got the 1 minute notice.
Yeah, there it is again. Well, I'll try to call back in another 15 minutes, but you know the deal. If you don't hear from me then, I'll call back in the next few days.
Okay, we'll catch up to you then.
Love you,
All right.
honey.
I love you too, and I'll try again in 15 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
Hi.
Hey, Keith.
So this is
Yeah.
today, but later, the 15 minutes.
Anyway, yeah, just getting back to what I was saying, just face.
It's like I almost feel like I want to stop and just look at Maddie for a minute, right?
Yeah, I've actually hidden his face. That
Yeah,
window, I'm just
I,
listening to it, not
I'm
looking
trying
at
to
it.
I'm trying to keep it covered up by keeping something up on my screen. It looks like I got it covered up if I keep a banner or keep somebody's comment up or something up. But just, because when I made the thumbnail, that's all I could think about was these victims. Not only the defendants in the two cases I was going to be covering, but the victims. No matter how I feel either way about the cases, they still mattered because without them, we would not be here. And if you look at Lady Justice, what is she doing? She's holding the scales of justice. So I felt like I needed to put them in there. And so I'm glad I did. And I just wanted to stop for a moment and just honor Maddie, because that video, even that, of her dancing of her birthday party out by the lake in the blue dress, and she has the blue banner, and I've made a video about that, and that's all I want to, I think about that, and I smile when I think about it, and that's hard to explain sometimes, but of course I feel sad, but I smile sometimes because of the symbolic message it means to me. There's a sunset in the background, there's a lake, and she's just, I don't know, it's hard to explain. But yeah, she didn't deserve all that happened to her all those years. And for a mom to not recognize all of that happening throughout the years in any capacity, to me, as a mom of two girls, blows my mind. It blows my mind as much as old mama's boy there, her reaction to him. I don't get it. Maybe because I haven't experienced that, but come on. Jesus.
Can trust them. Message received.
I guess if there's one thing that we wish for, is that you had come to us sooner. That you had come to us and let us know what was going on.
Well, unfortunately, I was suffering from a bit of cowardice.
What the hell, cowardness?
But hindsight's always 20/20, and can't do anything about it now. But
there's always next time, right, Dad?
It's bigger because of it.
Did you hear
a bigger problem because of that, and
between them?
Again, not sure what
like the whole exchange is weird, and the things they saying right there to each other. I was like, man, dude, I can't even with this. I mean, he's like kind of tells on himself along the way, but without telling on himself along the way. I don't know. It's really hard to explain.
I'm sure there would be some things different if you had chosen that path, because there's obviously nothing we could have done without. Well, there's nothing we could have done. I mean, there was only one choice. But we could have talked our way through this. I mean, the phone call that you made to me earlier in the afternoon, if you had at least shared that, we could have talked our way through that and figured out a much better solution than whatever whatever you guys came up with. Because none of that was believable. And I was thinking earlier today or yesterday that somehow I feel that you were forced into this, and I don't, and that's just my speculation.
Did y'all hear
That
that?
you were compromised and you were forced to participate.
So his dad believes that Stefan was compromised and forced to participate in whatever this was. Damn, the highway's a little busy right now. It's 4 o'clock. What do you guys, Dolphin, do you believe that? I mean, what do you believe? Do you have an opinion yet?
Yeah, I don't believe that. And but do me a favor, can you back that up, because I want to hear what the dad's
That
saying,
little
like all the
set,
way
that,
through.
yeah, I don't, yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely. Okay, did I go too far?
Yeah, because he's the one I'm paying attention to.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, just getting back to what I was saying, just faith and trust, and, message received.
I guess if there's one thing that we wish for, is that you had come to us sooner. That you had come to us and let us know what was going on.
Well, unfortunately, I was suffering from a bit of cowardice.
Yeah, but hindsight's always 20/20, and can't do anything about it now. But this thing,
It's bigger because of it.
it's a bigger problem because of that. And again, not sure what would be any. I'm sure there would be some things different if you had chosen that path, because there's obviously nothing we could have done without. Well, there's nothing we could have done. I mean, there was only one choice. But we could have talked our way through this. I mean, the phone call that you made to me earlier in the afternoon, if you had at least shared that, we could have talked our way through that and figured out a much better solution than whatever whatever you guys came up with, because none of that was believable. And I was thinking earlier today or yesterday that somehow I feel that you were forced into this, and I don't know, and that's just my speculation, that you were compromised and you were forced to participate in this. And as soon as you gotten away from the rest of them, you should have called me, and we could have discussed this, and the outcome would have been a lot different than what it is right now. But
I don't want to get your hopes up, and as I said, don't get carried away with any conspiracy theories, but in a way I was compromised, and when all that stuff was happening, I was not in my right mind anymore.
Yeah, well, I understand that, and that's when you probably should have just called me and said, hey, I've got a bit of a situation here. And
that would have been the rational thing to do, but at that point I was no longer capable of rational actions or thoughts.
Yep, I understand. Yep,
I'm capable of it. I had no control over my faculties anymore. It's like the motor was running, but there was a screaming chimpanzee behind the wheel.
Yeah.
I understand that. I don't understand lack of emotion.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it wasn't like she was catatonic. She was talking in a normal voice. The only thing that showed any emotion at all was jiggling her leg, but she did that anyway. So
yeah,
she was anxious because she was lying through her teeth. That's okay.
Don't get your hopes up for any conspiracy theories or vast conspiracies. Just understand that anything I did was not done while being within my rational mind. I had snapped at that point.
Okay.
And I wish I had done the correct thing to begin with. I wish I had run downstairs and shaken her awake and called 911 and all that. And
well, I wish you had to. I wish you had to. Maybe she could have been saved, but
she was beyond that.
Okay.
When someone's that ice cold and just gone.
She was in a different part of the house?
Yeah.
She wasn't with you?
Well, she had gone to be with me earlier in the night, but I left her alone for quite a while I was sort of just walking around and, haunting around the house like I do. You know, sometimes I go out for walks at night, or I'll just sit on the couch and just fiddle around on my phone, or just, you know, I don't sleep well at night, especially when I've got to be up early and do something the next day.
Yeah.
And that was the case. So every time I realized anything was wrong, it was.
She was in a different part of the house when you found that out.
She was still upstairs.
Oh, she was upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, I left her alone there.
Oh, okay.
I had gone downstairs for a while, and every time I realized anything was wrong, it was just far too late. You know, she'd been gone for a while.
Okay.
Just, you know, just seeing her pale face and blue lips and how ice cold she was, and it's created.
That's going to stay with you. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I remember seeing my brother when he had passed away, and that's the last thing I remember seeing of him. And so.
Yeah, you know, it's just, you can tell.
Yes, you can. My dad, yeah.
It's just, when they're gone, really, really, truly gone, there's nothing you can do. There's no coming back.
Yeah.
No, there isn't.
She was past the point of no return.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, given the crazies of the grandmom and already starting to call her a Gordo, she would have been the next one on the list for gastric bypass, but I just think, you know, maybe God just delivered her out of a place that was going to become really bad for her.
I mean, I always knew that life was going to be hard for her. Her mom certainly didn't do her any favors, and since I had no say in the matter of how she was raised or disciplined.
Did you hear what that woman literally just said? That maybe God delivered that child out of here, you know. Get out of that bad situation she was in over there with her mom.
Yeah, well, she was talking about the grandmother too.
And the
Calling
grandmother, yeah.
Madeline fat.
Couldn't believe she was over there going at the grandma like that, because all we heard was concern from that grandmother during the 911. She was the one on the phone with the damn 911,
And the
right?
Yep.
And then when they came to the office to interview Jen and him, they came to her office to do so, you know, because that's where Jen said she thought Maddie may have walked to when she couldn't find her at the school.
Right.
And
Translation, they didn't want anybody at the house.
exactly. But, you know, I don't think the grandma, they didn't care for Stefan at all. At all. That he wasn't invited to that party and all that good stuff. No, they didn't. You know, Maddie didn't even want to go home that week. Her birthday was on that Thursday. She had spent the majority of the week at her grandparents'. It's in the documents. And then it was time for her to go home, but the grandmother explained Maddie was upset, really didn't want to go home. But she didn't press the issue. They took her home on Sunday evening. Around 15 minutes after that child got home from her own birthday party, this dude shows up.
Yeah. Did you see what I typed earlier?
No, man, what's
so when
that?
you rewound, when you rewound the call a little bit, and the dad was talking. You know, because first they said something about, you know, hindsight being 2020. You know, maybe they could have talked it through, you know, if they had known. So I thought they were talking about what was going on, like this inappropriate, you know, quote, relationship or whatever, you know, between like him, Jen, and Madeline, right? But then the dad said, when you called me that afternoon, right? He said something about whatever you guys came up with. What I'm looking back up through because I was typing it. Yeah, he said whatever you guys came up with. So I was just like, and then he said something to the effect of, you know, it was kind of like too late then. Like we could have, you know, maybe we could have helped, you know, or whatever. He called the dad that afternoon that Madeline was missing. If you go back and start that, you know, I mean, I'm not saying you have to do now, like maybe later. If you go back and listen to that, he called his dad that afternoon when she went missing. And this whole whatever you guys came up with to me is him saying the story that you and Jen came up with and presented to law enforcement, you know, yada yada. He was like, yeah, that was a bad idea, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, because this lady, I mean, you know, I'll be honest, I tried to give her grace in the moment because Katie Proudfoot, at the same time these two missing children go missing, YouTube was there for these two cases, and like people were covering one or the other. I was looking at both because they're two children. So then I saw the way that Sebastian's mother was treated. Regardless of what you think about her, I saw the way she was treated, and it's immediately suspected, right? But it always takes me back to Elizabeth Smart's father, pre-social media, cable TV. And I remember how he was attacked and accused of harming his daughter, Elizabeth Smart, which we know is absolute bullshit. Anyway, so I saw how Katie was treated. Then Jen Soto, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, she's this." I was like, "Well, hang on, I need to watch this interview a couple of times, right?" And it was weird the way she acted, right? Those first times we saw her and her reaction to things.
You're talking about Katie?
Yeah, well, Katie, the way they attacked Katie, right? It's on
Mm-hmm.
social media. So I wanted to look at Jen and be super fair at the very beginning, instead of out of the gate attacking, right? You know what I mean? Because at the moment, that's what was happening. People were just out of the gate, boom, we're going to attack no matter what. And it was happening in a lot of child cases that were out there. They would automatically go to the parents. Hang on a second. Hang on a minute, because we're not going to solve the case, but hold on just 1 second. And so if you look at things, but this guy, you couldn't ignore the bullshit. It was right there the whole time, especially when things started coming out about him. And the way she reacted and did all those years, and you can see that she, throughout the documents, it states how she basically allowed this guy to take care of her daughter. Jen always needed some good sleep. Jen had to adjust meds. She had to eat well to take her meds. She only held jobs for a couple weeks at a time. It was this, it was that, it was always something. And she would send them to bed. At one point, it was only a couple of times prior to this. Then turns out now, it was Monday through Friday during the school week. How odd. What the fuck, bitch? What? That's just come out recently in some of these new calls. So I don't
Well,
know
I
what.
mean, I knew it was more than what she tried to play it off, as to the
Mhm.
police because, she made that comment about, oh, I had to have a rule. I'm like, and the
Yeah,
cop asked her, the detective said the same thing I thought. As soon as I heard that, well, why would you have to have a rule if this only happened
exactly.
like a handful of times? What are you talking about? Yeah, this
And
this woman, ugh.
and then she made that statement about she said that she'd hoped this didn't turn into a Woody Allen situation.
Yep.
Who the hell says that? Okay, as a mom, I'm
No
not.
one who doesn't realize that there's something already going on.
I mean, right? Why would you say it unless you suspected something? That's not something you say out of the blue. You don't just be in the kitchen one day whipping up some dinner, or turn around. Oh, by the way, because your boyfriend plays with a child that's in the living room or whatever, you don't turn around and say, "Oh, well, I hope this isn't a Woody Allen situation." That's so bizarre. It's a very specific thing to say about their situation, and she talks about that shit, and then he talks about it here soon about the way. I'm gonna warn you, he's gonna throw shade at Maddie. Okay,
Of course he
so
is.
yeah, let's just keep that in mind. I'll let it
Let
play,
me guess, he
guys.
was seduced by this child?
No, her and Jen would get together and giggle about him and talk about him in a way that, might have been inappropriate for a child to be involved and talk about. Like
What?
he's hot kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So just be prepared for all his bullshit, guys.
Or anything, there was nothing I could do about it. Sit back and watch the train wreck as it unfolded.
Yeah. And she's trying to tell everybody that it was a little angel and she had no problems with her, and you were already telling us that they were butting heads like two Rocky Mountain rams.
Yeah, they had got physical on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I figured they did that again.
Um,
But okay.
I often played mediator between the two of them because I was the only one that could talk either of them down when they started going at it with each other.
Yeah, I know.
Where were the roommates when all this is going on?
You know, upstairs, you know, doing their own things.
With all that screaming and yelling and crap going on?
Yeah,
I'm surprised
it was kind of, honestly, it wasn't that far out of place in that house. You know, it was often given to yelling or loud crying or outbursts, and it was given to yelling and screaming and coming down on people. It was happening a lot more and more often, which is why I kept trying to tell you know, I think maybe your meds are becoming less effective. It seems like you're becoming more erratic and more unstable. It seemed like the more stable I became, the more unstable she became, like we switched places.
Well, I always told you she was a black hole to need.
Yeah.
So nothing to do about it now, but what I hate the worst is that she's sitting in a hospital having 3 meals a day, clean sheets, television, access to phone, reading, walking around free, taking a shower by herself, and you're sitting where you are.
Yeah, I guarantee her food's probably a lot better than mine.
Oh, I guarantee there's a lot of stuff that's better than yours.
Well, it'll all come out in the wash.
Yeah, well,
hopefully.
A very, 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 very slim chance of doing anything about any of this, and I'm praying to God and asking for His help to make it possible, but...
Well, how about giving up the chivalrous part and lay some truthisms on?
What's that?
I said, quit being so chivalrous and protective and start laying some truth bombs on her.
You know,
there's truth bombs there.
You know, maybe none as groundbreaking or bombastic as, you know, you might hope for, but there are some truths there, some ugly truths and some not so pretty truths, but you know, I guess I reacted to everything the way I did because I wanted to shield her. I wanted to keep her from getting any blowback from him, but...
You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have, because that left them only one person to lay everything on. That was you.
Yep. And, you know, I should have just done the correct thing from the get-go and let the chips fall where they may. But I couldn't stand the idea of losing them both horribly like that. And I lost them both anyway, so it was pointless.
Yeah.
There was just so much agony and so much pain, so much shock and so much trauma. And my mind was just not, it wasn't me anymore. I wasn't in control of myself anymore. I was doing things that I wouldn't do. I wasn't acting or thinking rationally. It was just panic and fear and...
Yeah, I can't imagine.
You know, Stephan, I can't help but get the feeling that...
He's like describing the way he felt when he realized what he'd done. The panic, the fear. Because I don't think it was intentional. That you know, it may have been.
Probably wasn't.
I could be really wrong about that. I know there's a rumor out there about Maddie's condition at the time this occurred. I know, I've heard all that, but I feel like that might not be the case, you know, that it may not have been intentional, but it did occur nonetheless, and which is there's no excuse for that shit. But how often he had tried stuff like that and stopped just short of that, you know what I mean? People who are, people are into that stuff, and those that do that do those safe words or whatever. But I don't know, and it's some of those
adults.
Adults. Exactly. Adults. Key word there. Thank you, Dolphin, because some of those videos show that Maddie's appears to be unconscious during things, right? Which leads you to believe, you know, there's all that talk about that Ativan and all Jen's sleep aids, you know, the doctor prescribes, and Maddie being groggy at school suddenly, the past few months that Stefan has been living away but has been visiting quite often. Maddie's groggy. Maddie's fallen asleep in school. What were they giving this child? That night, he gets there 15 minutes later. He reassures Jim via text message that she's had her meds and she's in for the night. Jen gets home, sends them upstairs, and tells him to put her to bed. He said she's all settled into her nest. What the fuck? Her nest? Your nest, you sick bastard. I mean, what are these two actually doing? Ah, guys, we're gonna play a little bit left of this and do this, and we're gonna wrap it up here soon because it's gonna be 4:30 my time, and yeah, I got the evening things to do around here. But I'll pick this back up in the morning if you don't mind with the rest of the calls, remainder of it, and we can finish going over it because I think we're like halfway through it, to be honest with you, and it appears that we're halfway through it. But I wanted to finish this particular call out before we finish out, so I'll let this play.
None of this that was on the phone was a surprise to
She was aware that I had certain feelings towards me.
you. Yeah. Well, then why was she considering to sleep with you?
She used to joke about it, call it an electric complex. She used to joke and say, you better not leave me for my daughter when she's older, things like that.
Oh my God. You better not leave me for my daughter when she's older and things like that. That's what he said Jim would joke with him about.
And called it the Electra complex.
I mean,
So yeah, somebody's clued in.
Jesus, man. Chat. This dude, right? He may not have. Yeah, exactly. He might have had a minute, but he did it. Exactly. We don't know what the hell happened, but I mean, we do, but we don't know what the heck caused all that to end that way. Oh my goodness, I feel like my voice is going away. Chat. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate that very much. We oops. Okay. All right. So we're gonna let those finish playing out for a minute. I'm gonna get. There's.
And you know what? The fact that they even mentioned that he even mentioned that, he's setting this up so that they can say, oh, it was Jen, and that maybe he just, disposed of Madeline,
Exactly. I've thought about that from the beginning. And Kate. All right, this might sound disgusting, but it's true. There are these mothers that do get jealous of their children, and when you listen to Jen talking, Jen has that complex almost, right? And then he is over here alluding to that as well with these comments, right? And often wondered, did something happen? Did she get triggered somehow? Did she actually do something? And this is my opinion, YouTube and listeners, theory only. Did she actually do something and he'd take and do all the things he did? Is he chicken enough he would say so? Or has he said so? Right? And she's, like I said, turned state's evidence against his ass, and the state's got her in hiding, possibly. Still my theory. Is he doing that? Is he's like, no, it wasn't me. She forced me. I got the TBI. I got my traumatic brain injury going on. I didn't know no damn better. She tricked me. Hey, Sleuthy, welcome in. You know what I mean? It's like, what's happening here? What are we doing here? Is he arguing that argument? You know what I mean? It wouldn't surprise me.
Add to that, Madeline was getting sassier.
Yes, she was growing up, right?
And if she had, this Electra complex, these feelings towards him, and if she was aware of some of the assaults, shall we say, and she, people remember, even the detective said, oh, maybe she thought she was in a relationship with him.
Exactly.
Those text messages about, oh, you should get these, from Amazon for us.
And they know they communicated almost daily by the, what is it, FaceTime? The FaceTime? Yep.
Now add to that, Jen is saying, oh, she didn't want a Woody Allen situation or whatever. Maybe
Don't
Jen
leave
did
me
get
for my
jealous or
child.
whatever.
Don't run off with my child. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Maddie got, snippy with her and, said something kind of like, I'll take your man, or
Maybe.
whatever, and she snapped.
Well, remember
And
Maddie
then,
also? Yeah.
hmm
Well, I don't. I'm at odds with that one because, I know that the friends were all talking about Maddie talking about turning 13 and what she was going to do.
hmm
And she wanted that money for her birthday because she planned to leave. And she wanted to go live in the woods and do all the things, right? And she really wanted that birthday money. And then the friends said she was disappointed because
right,
not a lot of people showed up at the party and she didn't get as much. And the birthday money was still there when Maddie went missing. And did she get sassy like you said? And she's like, I'm sick of your shit. I'm leaving. I got this money. Y'all can kiss my ass. So y'all excuse my French. I'm speaking for Maddie. She may have said it the way I did, but you go, girl, if you did. And what if she did, not realizing he was going to do something like that to her? And plus, drugging her on top of that, giving her meds. What if she did get the medication and end process? She's like, no, I'm done with this. I've had enough, right? And that forced him into doing what he ended up doing, taking her life because she fought back. And she's like, enough's enough. She liked a new boy, and he knew. Was he unhappy about that? You know what I mean? So, kind of possibilities. But, yeah, I think she got to a point to where she wasn't going to put up with what was. Part of me feels like felt like there might have been a relationship there, but part of me knows that she knew that was wrong. And I don't think she really wanted much to do with it anymore. Honestly, don't. And I got that vibe from just reading all the stuff I read, and all the text messages and whatever friends have all said, and the teachers, and the things that she said about Stefan herself. So that's how I ended up drawing that conclusion. It took me a while to get there, but that's what I ended up with. But anyway, we'll let this finish out for a little bit.
Laugh about it, and they used to both ogle over me and comment on me and talk about me together and giggle and talk about how nice I looked, and it was not an appropriate situation.
No, it wasn't.
And I always had an issue with boundaries. She never respected any boundaries that I tried to set. We've gotten arguments on more than one occasion about the sleeping arrangement, so I would beg her, please make her go sleep in her own room, and she said, no, it's easier this way for me to wake her up when she's near me, and it's like we didn't have any privacy, and just didn't have any space to ourselves. And she would suggest, well, maybe you should go sleep in bed instead. And it's like, it's like a twin bed, and I'm 6+ feet, and no, why would I want to do that instead of sleeping in our king size bed? I should have broken up with her a long time ago and just distanced myself.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah!
Sure, we could. Hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah, it seems to be my superpower. Useless superpower. Captain Hindsight.
Well, you certainly didn't appreciate it when I told you that.
No, I certainly didn't. Typical, kid trying to make their own way or have their own ideas and realizing only too late, how valuable their parents' advice really was.
Yep. Well, this is a shit show that rivals a pigsty.
Yeah, so that's something that you recover from.
None of us will ever recover from this. Ever.
1 minute remaining.
It's not recoverable. Okay, you got your 1 minute warning, and they're probably not going to give you a fourth run at this.
Yeah, someone's screaming in the background right now, too.
Okay, honey, I hear them. So, you going to try to call back tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll see if I can call back in the next couple of days. I've probably got about $18, $19 left on the phone account, and I've got like 17 cents left in the commissary account.
We'll try to do something about that.
Okay.
When do you need to have the commissary replenished?
What?
When do you need to have the commissary replenished?
Whenever you're able to, I guess. I did get a pad of paper, though.
Nice.
You think of what?
He got a pad of paper.
Oh, okay.
I love you guys, and I'll talk to you in the next couple of days.
All right.
Okay, we love you too, honey. Bye.
Bye.
Solutions. You may begin speaking.
Hey, is this okay to call you now?
Yeah, I just finished up with some customers, so good timing.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I was worried that you'd probably, because I know the weekends are busy for you. But we have a little under an hour before the phone system turns off.
What time to turn off?
4:30 until 7:30.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I got time.
Okay. So I just used the commissary kiosk. And I looked into the reading glasses. They're $11.50 a piece. And they start at 1.25 and step up in quarter increments all the way up to 2.5.
Yeah. So what do you think? 1.5?
1.5. I guess I could start with that.
Yeah. Do you get a chance to try? I guess you don't get a chance to try tomorrow, right?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go for let's try 1.5.
Okay. We'll try 1.5. I'll make that on my next order. I'll need some money account bill if you want to put something in today.
Yeah, I'll give myself a reminder and make sure I do that.
Yeah, because I did make an order, but there's no money in the account, so the money won't pull out until tomorrow morning. So as long as you put some in tonight, it'll be fine.
All right. Let me make myself an alarm.
Okay. I got myself some more coffees, a couple more sleeves of saltines, and some more root beer barrels, and I got myself a little treat. I got myself a little box of fruit punch beverage mix.
Okay.
And on my next order, I will get some reading glasses and see how that goes for me. Can't believe I'm already looking into reading glasses. I feel like an old man.
Oh, you're getting old. Hey, question.
Yes.
When you left town to go to Kissimmee, what time did you leave?
It was in the afternoon. It was a Sunday. Sunday
Well, like 4 o'clock?
Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock-ish, something like that.
Could have been later, 6 o'clock?
Maybe. I don't think I got to Kissimmee until around 8:30-ish.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That sound about right?
I was curious as to, I don't know if I said goodbye to you when you left. You said something about when I get back we would go shooting, so I guess we're not going to do that now.
Yeah, believe me, I'd love to go shoot. Sorry we didn't get to do that.
There's a lot of things I'm not going to be doing.
Yeah.
I don't think they do pizza in prison.
No, that's one thing I'm not going to get. Or Taco Bell, or, I always said that life isn't so bad as long as you still have pizza and tacos. I don't have those.
Oh, they're opening up a Del Taco in Port Charlotte.
Oh, wow. Damn. I missed that.
Yeah, I think they're opening it up down the street from Arby's.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, I saw that in front of you right away.
Yeah, well, it's great that you should, because that definitely would have been exciting news for me.
Yep. I just feel so sad sometimes.
Me too.
Yep. A lot of people getting the backlash from this. People care anyway.
Yeah. Pray to God.
A lot of hurt going around everywhere.
Yep. Just, I don't know, I just regrets that I've been so cavalier and so careless with the people that cared about me and that relied on me to be better than I was.
Yep.
It's like one of my biggest and deepest regrets.
Yep. Unfortunately, there's no backstate, delete, and do over it. We're past that.
Yeah. Well, I just keep praying to God to deliver me from this and give me a chance to do it right.
That's a big if.
Yeah, no, it's a big ask, and I told him even if I'm not worthy of it now, that I'll work my best to become worthy of it.
Yeah.
And I hope that you guys.
Well, the murder charge aside, I mean, you're pretty much fucked on the other side.
Potentially, yeah.
Yep.
I want to confirm or deny anything one way or the other. Try to hold on to hope as best as I can, and see how the cards fall out here.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. Anyway, follow up on where your order is? Is that possibility?
When I talked to when I spoke to the mental health director, she said that she would check with the mailroom, but in case that she forgot to do that, which is likely that she did forget, that you guys could also call the mailroom and check in with them and say, hey, we're trying to send our sons from the outside. What's the deal with that?
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'll follow up on Monday.
Yeah. So if you guys get a hold of the mailroom, you should be able to look into that and see what's what.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that last time. Sorry.
No problem.
But anyway.
So, Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to make sure that I called you before the phone system turned off and hope that I caught you at a good time.
Yep. Yep.
Sitting in an open
You
house.
did. I just finished up with some people.
Are you showing houses or sitting at an open house?
No, I was just showing some homes.
Okay. So you're going back into the general side of things?
That's all I'm doing.
Well, I mean, I guess with the way the market is going down there, I guess general is not such a bad thing right now, huh?
Oh, much better. You're not stuck trying to sell a single product. You've got the whole market available to yourself.
Yeah.
You get to control the narrative.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I imagine that probably is a good deal right now, especially with the way it's heating up down there. So.
Yep.
We should be here to help you out.
Well, me too, but can't dwell on that. We got to figure out what kind of path we can carve out for you in the future.
Yep.
Maybe God has a plan for you.
Maybe I won't spend the rest of my natural life in these places, and if so, I need to have some sort of plan together.
Yep.
Some sort of resource to fall back on.
You're a smart guy. You articulate well. You get passionate about something. Maybe God has a plan for you.
Maybe. If I get to be free again, I've been thinking about that. Obviously, job prospects are going to be difficult to come by. I might need some sort of resources to help me get back on my feet immediately until I can work out the income situation.
Yeah. Don't know what that would be, but because
I don't know, maybe
we may be gone by the time you get out.
I don't know if there's any way we might be able to set up some sort of trust fund or something.
This dude is talking about resources for when he gets out.
He's just out of touch.
Oh my God, he is so fucking out of touch. Dude. You ain't getting out. Wow. I guess your attorneys haven't explained the Florida law to you very well. Oh, wow. You're in trouble.
I don't know. I don't know how that will work out, but maybe some
It's
sort of
not
plan
going
to
to
be gotten
work
together,
out.
but
Newsflash.
that's all conjecture until we know what's going to be what here.
Right?
Yep.
So.
Well, once we figure out what's what, then we can figure out what to do in the future.
Yeah. And, oh, did you manage to find my watch?
Still
no, not yet.
The watch.
Okay, you probably haven't looked for it yet.
Well, if it's in the storage stuff, I'm not tearing that stuff apart because you can.
What the freak's up with this watch?
So wait, is this watch that he's looking for the same Rolex that belonged to his
There
mother's
was
dad,
two
or there's a
separate.
different one?
Remember earlier he was telling them to go look for the purple freaking dragon and the
Yeah.
box and the thing and look for his particular watch. And then Mom finally chimes in and says, well, maybe I'll find the Rolex too. And Stefan says, well, I never had the Rolex. But they both had talked about him stealing the Rolex in an interview.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah.
So
Mom's
is it a
like, well,
smart
maybe
watch?
I'll
Have you
find
ever
the
said
damn
the brand
Rolex
or
in there
anything?
too. Yo, so what's the fuck's up with this watch, dude? What's so important about that watch? Is it a smart watch? He's not
Yeah,
describing.
that's what I want to know.
Right? He's not describing what kind of watch is he. He's so not focused on Grandpa's Rolex right now, Mom. That shit's long gone. I had to go buy comic books and toys. Jesus. All right. Like I said, we're good. I'll let this call. I didn't mean to hide that, Maddie. No, I'll have to go back and find it. Shit. It's been a long one. All right, so we'll let this particular call continue to play out, and then we'll stop it, and then we'll pick back up tomorrow. All right, here we go.
Imagine I had to clear
the boxes that were in my room.
Well, we've been through the boxes and it wasn't in your room.
But you didn't look inside the mouse droid popcorn receptacle.
We went through everything.
So
I can tell you it wasn't there.
So it wasn't in the mouse droid popcorn bucket?
Nope.
Damn, where is that watch? It's got to be in there somewhere. I mean, it wouldn't be anywhere else. I would have brought it with me.
Well, I can tell you that we went through everything, fine-tooth comb, and not there. What do you think? What do you think that watch is worth?
At least in the condition that it's in right now, I mean, it needs servicing. It's probably overdue for service, but 1,200, a couple thousand maybe more.
Yeah.
If you find these
I think you're.
certificates of everything that are in the stores, my Omega box is in there somewhere. That will help.
I think you're. I think you were on target with the first number because Omegas don't get the value that Rolexes do.
Well, probably.
So.
Rolexes do retain the value a lot better.
So what they're going to start saying is whatever this watch is, apparently is like an expensive watch.
Yeah,
And
Dad
can
just said
use it
Omega.
himself
Yeah.
to like fund his commissary needs, because
Mm-hmm.
they're already going to try to sell the car, and they need to get him power of attorney signed to sell his piece of shit car, because he couldn't even drive the car to Jen's house that weekend. He had to drive Dad's car, right? Because he was driving his dad's car, because Dad said Stefan's car wouldn't have made it, so he left it at home and drove Dad's extra car, which was technically, they called it the dog ambulance, because they used it to haul the poodles back and forth to the vet. So the little bit of blood they found in there turns out was the poodle's blood. In case y'all didn't know that. There was a little bit of blood found in the car, but it did turn out to be a match to the dogs, the poodles, that Stefan hated so badly. I'm glad those poodles bugged the shit out of you, you heifer.
Yeah.
But I wasn't thinking about that. I just wanted something that was different and not a Rolex. You know, any a-hole with money goes and gets a Rolex. You know, doesn't require any taste or any knowledge. I like the fact that Grandpa had an Omega as well. I don't know. It seemed appropriate using his inheritance to buy the same kind of watch that he would have had.
You can't do what?
I said it seemed appropriate to use his inheritance to buy the same kind of watch that he would have had. Made me feel a little more connected to him, I guess.
Yeah, I don't even remember what his watch looked like. I know he wasn't wearing it towards the end. He was wearing some Timex, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had it to do over though. I might have got something like a Rolex or maybe a Sager coat. Submariners are always nice and fun.
There's a lot of Rolexes out there, that's for sure.
Yep, there are. You don't see many JLCs though. That's a little more of a offbeat brand. But, or maybe I would have even gotten the ball. That would have been cheaper than the Omega. A lot more robust. Oh, well. Lots of things I'll probably do differently. But, I just wish I'd been more careful with the people that I loved.
Well, maybe you'll get a second chance at that, but
I was hoping that
you got a big hill to climb up, that's for sure.
Yep, I know it's very thin chances, but I hope that your mom will pray for me to get that second chance. For God to hear my prayers in regards to that, deliver me from this situation and from the people that are wanting to destroy me. You know, do whatever it takes to be worthy of that. And live in a more upright and virtuous way.
We got a minute remaining.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, if you want, I can try to call you again tonight. Otherwise, I can call you back in a couple days.
Whatever you want, we're available.
Okay, well, I'll try again tonight, but if you don't hear from me, then expect me within the next few days or so. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
And don't forget to put some money into the commissary tonight so that the order will go through tomorrow.
I set an alarm.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I love you very much, Dad.
Love you too. Take care.
Give my love to Mom.
I will.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wow. So let me write down where we were at here on which one, and I'll do a timestamp as well.
His dad has jokes.
I know Dad's like, Dad's been a character, I'd say, throughout this whole thing. and it's never that he's been in denial. Not like he's been part cop, part dad. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
Plus,
he's
he was
been
the first one that said when Jennifer found out about the CSAM, right? She immediately called him or whatever and said, "Get him a lawyer." And he said, "I was expecting her to look at me like, with this face or blame me or
yes.
whatever for, I don't know, like being the sperm donor to Stefan, or what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just was like, yeah, see, even the dad has sense enough to realize that her quote unquote reaction was nuts, you know?
Yeah, for her to turn around and say when they told her about everything about the CSAM, right? That's when she said, "Get him a lawyer." Because
Yeah,
at that
and she asked to see the photo again.
yes, because at that point he hadn't been arrested for her unaliving,
Right.
and that happened during the press conference. And he had no idea, and she had no idea that was coming during the press conference. They thought they were actually going to speak at the press conference, but no, they set it up. So when they showed up, they would arrest Stefan and separate the two of them, and arrest him and start talking to her. Isn't that crazy? Like and then they announced it as they're holding the press conference. So that's what happened because that witness had spotted him out there changing that damn tire. And so when they go out there to investigate that, lo and behold, they found Maddie. And so, okay, guys, I wrote down the timestamp and where we're at and what the date and on the call and all this, that, and the other. And there is, like I said, it's got a few more calls here to go, I think. And I'll see if there's anything else released to go with it. And we'll pick back up in the morning. If there's anything that's really interesting in the Koberger case file that drops, we'll let you know. Otherwise, we will let it go for a day. No need to, cover something that's not there. And we've went over everything that's, important so far. But if you have any questions, let us know. You can, comment after the shows and let us know if you want us to talk about something, and we'll get on it. But so I appreciate y'all coming in for today. I do. Let me take this down and save it. Okay. Dolphin, thank you for coming up and chilling with me and
Oh, no problem. You're welcome.
going through all this stuff. Oh my gosh. These people. I don't know what's up with that mom. I can't explain it. I don't know if any of us can. I haven't seen anybody yet that's like, let's see. So what we got the Fry hearing's going to be, when is the hearing, on the 28th, or, because I need to know that. Let me write that down, Sinead. Hold on. Shit, thank you. Because that's important. That's a big deal. That's the DNA stuff, right? The new DNA stuff. Hold on. The 28th, okay. Yeah, I gotta know about that. Thank you. Because I knew they needed to have one, but I couldn't recall when. All right. So, yes, we will cover it. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll go do some research for it, okay? Anyway, guys, thanks for coming in and hanging out for, gosh, almost 5.5 hours. So, anyway. Okay. All right, Dolphin, again, thank you for coming. I appreciate everybody for coming. Everybody, if you don't mind,
No problem.
yeah, hit the like button, and thank y'all for commenting and communicating with us and having a conversation, because that's what it's all about, right? I'm going back to watch. I was late. Sorry. You're cool, Walter. That's, hope it's not, I know it's kind of long. So, but yeah, we started off with the Koberger coverage, just the new documents there. And then we moved into Stuff and Stearns. So it's like a part 2 type show. All right, guys. You guys have a great evening, and I'll see you
Oh,
Morning.
I see
What do you got?
flip-flops. Wants to know what time do you want to start tomorrow?
Let's see. I usually go because now time has changed for everybody, and 9 a.m. for me Central. I'm Central time.
Right, so
I'm
that's the same
usually.
for me. She's in the UK, so what are you, like 5, 6 hours ahead?
Oh wow,
So about 4 o'clock
about 4 a.m. Is that like what
p.m.
time? Okay, because I can roll between 9 and 10. I usually roll around 9 a.m. Sometimes 9:30. It depends on what I have going on that morning. But usually between 9 and 9:30, I'm live. 9 or 9:30, I should say, Central Time. So, and I try to keep them so they're not terribly long, so they're not too hardcore on a replay. But sometimes it is what it is. So, thanks a lot, guys. All right, well, you guys have a great evening. I'm going to go chill and get ready for dinner and all that good stuff. And I'll see you in the morning, and we'll pick back up and finish the calls, okay? Have a good one.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe.